Chapter 2083. Qin Zhuolin's departure was somewhat strange, but it made sense. Qin Zhuolin was a geomaster, someone that even the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had to treat politely. He could not possibly remain in Azure Mountain Town. It was already not easy for Qin Zhuolin to remain here for 4 years. As Xiao Chen watched Qin Zhuolin leave, he watched until he vanished from his vision before withdrawing his gaze. "Xiao Chen, I have something to say," Sang said as he looked at Xiao Chen somewhat seriously. Sang looked at Xiao Chen somewhat seriously. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Speak." "I want to stay here and leave the propping mulberry tree here. This is interesting. One wants to leave and the other wants to stay. I can rest assured with your decision. The people of this Azure Mountain town should be ordinary people from the Blue Dragon race's territory. They should have some connection to the Blue Dragon race. Actually, I am rather happy that you can stay." If Qin Zhuolin wanted to leave, Xiao Chen would have to leave sooner or later. The tiny Azure Mountain town could not even be considered a drop of dew in the vast desolate sea. Xiao Chen was ambitious and determined to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Naturally, he would not remain here. If the three of them left, no one could take care of the people of Azure Mountain Town if anything happened to them. Xiao Chen felt truly happy that Sang could stay here. "Where do you intend to plant the divine tree?" Sang pointed to outside the city and said, "Right beside the ancient well. Propping mulberry trees like the cold, so they can make full use of the cold qi below. The illumination of the blood moon has a miraculous effect. In less than 100 years, propping mulberry trees will be able to grow. The propping mulberry tree and I are one. With it supporting each other, it will be of great help to my cultivation." It looked like Sang had planned this long ago and had not made this decision on the spur of the moment. "Let's go." The two's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived beside the ancient well. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. As the two stood beside the ancient well, cold qi spread out, making them feel refreshed. Xiao Chen took out the propping mulberry tree from the Divine Universe steel. The divine tree's sapling looked ordinary and unremarkable as he held it in his hand. It was hard to imagine that he was Fusong, one of the 3 great sacred trees in the world. Sang took the seedling, carefully placed it on the ground, and formed a hand seal. The propping mulberry tree's roots and branches kept growing, quickly seeping into the ground. The lush and massive roots and the palm-sized tree body looked somewhat uncoordinated. "Sang, these are for you." Of the 5 million primeval heavenly pills that he extorted from the 8th prince, Xiao Chen was not stingy, giving 1 million to Sang. After Sang checked it, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not put on airs. He thanked Xiao Chen and accepted it. The two had a deep friendship and would not exchange pleasantries over this primeval heavenly pill. "When do you plan to leave? Where do you plan to go?" Sang asked. Xiao Chen said softly, "I won't be leaving anytime soon. As for where I'm going, I have no clue." Xiao Chen had already explored most of the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. Now, his goal was to advance to the Divine Vein realm and inherit the Blue Dragon race's inheritance and treasures. However, advancing to the Divine Vein realm was very difficult. The Veritable Personage realm, the Primal Core realm, and the Cloud Sea realm. These 3 realms represented the limits of humans. Advancing to Sovereign Personage was already very incredible, and one would have to eliminate many cultivators. One would have a long lifespan, easily living for 5,000 years. Every world had its own heavenly Tao. The primes of the Kunlun realm could also live for thousands of years. That was because their cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. If they came to the Great Thousand Realms, they would not have such a long lifespan. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Right now, Xiao Chen was only 47 years old in the Great Thousand Realms, and he already reached small perfection sovereign personage. Even among the countless outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, for dynasties, and the righteous and demonic Tao in the entire Central Great Realm, people with such comprehension ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. However, when one reached sovereign personage, it was practically impossible for one's cultivation to rise quickly. This was because one had already reached the limit. Sovereign personage was already the limit of humans. Any further and they would surpass humans. They would be able to control divine energy and possess an undying body. Furthermore, they would be able to condense their Tao domain into a small world. Many of these methods were like myths, completely beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. Many people remained stuck at the sovereign personage realm for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, unable to advance. They could only watch as their lifespan approached its limit, breaking through, and waiting for death. It looked like there were only 3 steps for Xiao Chen to advance to the Divine Vein realm: Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, Peak Sovereign Personage, and Divine Vein. However, one of these 3 steps was 9 heavens. Right now, even if Xiao Chen broke through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, he did not feel confident. It was already very rare for Xiao Chen to advance from Peak Holy Venerate to Peak Small Perfection Sovereign Personage in a mere 4 years. This was equivalent to decades or even centuries of hard work for others. The road ahead was long. The most troublesome thing was that Xiao Chen did not know where to go next to cultivate. If he were in Ancestor Dragon City, there would not be so much trouble. A senior would give him pointers for every step of his cultivation. Factions like Ancestor Dragon City had tens of thousands of years of experience, such as which place to go for experiential training, what resources to give, and how to nurture them. They would not let their disciples feel lost. Xiao Chen came to this vast, desolate sea alone. If not for a coincidence, he would not have been able to survive. If not for a coincidence, he would have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the land of the Blood Moon. His past few years might have been wasted. Xiao Chen could only remain in this azure mountain for now. Sang could see Xiao Chen's helplessness. He nodded and said, "Your cultivation has advanced too quickly in the past few years. Your combat experience as a sovereign personage is practically 0. If there is an opportunity, you should fight more with the remaining sovereign personages. Otherwise, you will find it hard to consolidate your accumulations." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. Although he had fought with the black and white eggs many times, they were not true fights to the death. Although he had been taught a miserable lesson, he had not had many life and death experiences. When he advanced to Sovereign Personage, he had only truly fought 2 or 3 times since he returned to Azure Mountain Town. Xiao Chen could only make up for the flaws in his Saber Dao through constant battles. It was time for Xiao Chen to undergo true experiential training, to experience life and death battles. When Sang saw Xiao Chen in deep thought, he said softly, "Think about it yourself. I just planted the propping mulberry tree. I need to guard it for a while." Xiao Chen nodded and returned to his room alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen put aside all distracting thoughts for now. He still had 4 million primeval heavenly pills. He should make good use of them. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the divine universe steel. A blood moon hung in the sky in the vast and boundless primal chaos space. There was a vast and ancient Tao platform in the center. The dazzling blood moon gave off a mysterious halo. It gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he could use it to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city. When Xiao Chen landed on the Tao platform, he gently waved his hand, and countless primeval heavenly pills immediately landed on the Tao platform. When the Tao platform was filled, Xiao Chen spent 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Even though he had extorted them from the 8th prince, he still felt some heartache. Whoosh! The primeval heavenly pills filled the Tao platform. Without Xiao Chen's soul energy and veritable essence energy, the Tao platform could be easily driven. A boundless azure sea appeared before Xiao Chen. The various Tao platforms and secret realms of the Divine Dragon Empire appeared before him. At the end of the azure sea was an incredibly mysterious totem. It looked hazy and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. It looked like 500,000 primeval heavenly pills were far from enough to make the blue dragon totem of the Kunlun realm appear completely. However, Xiao Chen was in no rush to return now. He swept his gaze through the many Tao platforms and secret realms. After a while, he noticed the secret realm controlled by the 3rd palace master of the Heaven Dragon Palace. He could even see the outline of the divine rank medicine cauldron that he loaned to the 3rd palace master. That's it. With a thought, the motes of light that appeared in the azure sea sank back into the sea. Rumble! In the next moment, waves roared ferociously in the sea. The surface of the sea undulated, and a Dao platform emerged from the seawater. Xiao Chen shouted, and the ancient Dao platform under his feet burst forth with a bright light and boundless talisman scripts. A spatial energy strong enough to tear apart stars infused into Xiao Chen's body. Then, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the Dao platform in the seawater. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen stepped on the Dao platform, it quickly sank into the water. Soon, Xiao Chen sank as well. In reality, the divine universe steel flashed with light and entered the void. Chapter 2084. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen reappeared, he was in a familiar secret realm. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and above filled the place. In the past, anything in this treasure land could make Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. Looking around, there weren't many treasures that could tempt him. There was a saying that only elixirs that grew in the wilderness and in dangerous places could be considered as true treasures of heaven and earth. The artificially nurtured spirit herbs in the herb field would always lack spirituality, unable to reach perfection. Am I already in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scenery, feeling somewhat surreal. 1 moment ago, he was in a small city in the desolate sea hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, he was back in the Divine Dragon Empire. If Xiao Chen could activate the Divine Universe Steel in the past, he would not have been chased into such a sorry state back then. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How carefree! There did not seem to be anyone in this Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden's secret realm. As Xiao Chen strolled around, he stopped before the Divine Rank Medicine Cauldron. The small mountain-sized medicine cauldron burned endlessly with flames. It looked like the third palace master used it frequently. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and arrived above the medicine cauldron. Gurgle! Gurgle! A fierce sea of flames surged endlessly in the medicine cauldron, startling Xiao Chen. It seemed like someone was refining some medicinal pill in there. The sea of flames surged, but he could not see it clearly. Someone is here. Xiao Chen saw a figure flash as he rushed to the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Then he muttered to himself somewhat anxiously, I'm somewhat late. I just found the last ingredient. This person seemed to be in too much of a rush and had not expected someone to appear in the secret realm without anyone noticing. This person did not notice Xiao Chen's presence. Third Palace Master, long time no see. Suddenly, the Third Palace Master heard a voice, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Xiao Chen? That's not right. How could Xiao Chen return to the Divine Dragon Empire silently? Furthermore, he entered my Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden's secret realm. Who exactly are you? Boom. A frightening aura burst forth from the Third Palace Master. His expression was sharp as he looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he realized that if he were the Third Hall Master, he would definitely be shocked as well. He gently leaped up and landed on the ground. Then, he said softly, Third Palace Master, there is no need to doubt that it is really me. This divine rank medicine cauldron was lent to the Third Hall Master by me. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about this, right? The Third Palace Master retreated to the side with a doubtful expression. He still did not dare to believe it completely. It was simply too unbelievable, and he found it hard to believe. If you had stolen Xiao Chen's memories, you would naturally know all of this. In that case, even if I steal his memories, I should not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, right? Xiao Chen did not waste any time. He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. A dragon roar rang out, and dragon might spread out. When he punched, thousands of dragon images burst out from Xiao Chen's body. It's really you? Now, the Third Palace Master finally believed it. When he first saw Xiao Chen, he already felt that it was Xiao Chen. However, it did not make sense, so the Third Palace Master had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chen mentioned the medicine cauldron's origins and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, there was no doubt about his identity. How did you get in? The Third Palace Master still felt suspicious. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could not have sneaked in without anyone noticing. This place was the Heaven Dragon Palace, the most tightly guarded secret realm. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor could not enter without anyone noticing. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Third Palace Master, don't worry. I used a special secret technique to enter. Aside from me, no one else can do so." When the third palace master heard that, he relaxed significantly. He thought that something had gone wrong with the defense. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. The third palace master revealed a smile and said, "It has been almost 6 years since we parted, right? You are already a small perfection sovereign personage. This is truly shocking. Even if you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you might not have such a cultivation. It is Ancestor Dragon City's loss that they did not want you." The third palace master felt shocked at Shao Chen's change. He felt very grateful in his heart. Shao Chen could feel the joy and happiness in the third palace master's heart. The third palace master truly missed him. This was also why Shao Chen could activate the Divine Universe Steel. The first thing that came to Shao Chen's mind was to meet the third palace master. "I'll go and tell second brother. He is a very busy person right now. However, he will definitely be very happy to know that you are here." Shao Chen quickly stopped the third palace master. "Next time. I am already very satisfied with seeing the third palace master." The third palace master said, "Very well. Tell me what you experienced in the past few years." Shao Chen did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked softly, "I want to know how the first palace master is doing now." The Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li only knew that the first palace master was imprisoned. However, he did not tell Shao Chen anything more. "First brother is doing very well. You don't have to worry. To him, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye," the third palace master said with a somewhat sad expression when he mentioned the first palace master. When Shao Chen heard that, he relaxed slightly. Back then, if not for the first palace master, the sovereign emperor elders of Ancestor Dragon City would have smacked him to death with one palm strike. After not seeing each other for a long time, Shao Chen and the third palace master chatted happily. Occasionally, the two mentioned the past, and many memories appeared. The Heaven Dragon Palace was the only place in the Great Thousand Realms that gave Shao Chen a sense of home. Shao Chen would never forget many of the things he experienced there. When he thought about them, they felt like they happened just yesterday. If possible, Shao Chen did not want to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. No matter where he was, the dragon race's bloodline flowed in his veins. "What is the Divine Dragon Crown Prince Qin Mu's cultivation now?" Shao Chen asked. The third palace master replied after some thought, "He was already a great perfection sovereign personage 2 years ago. He has the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's personal guidance and the Golden Dragon Bloodline's boundless resources for his cultivation. No matter what secret technique or cultivation technique he cultivates, he has a corresponding senior expert to guide him. Furthermore, his talent and bloodline are excellent. Such a person is naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, there is one thing that he cannot compare to you. His mental state is not as strong as yours. Now that he is a great perfection sovereign personage, he needs to stabilize his comprehension. Mental state cultivation is very important." Mental state cultivation was very important. However, it was not as strong as the third palace master made it out to be. He was mostly consoling himself. Shao Chen smiled faintly but did not say anything. If Shao Chen brought out all his trump cards, even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to defeat him. The Divine Dragon Crown Prince did not fear him at all. "Do I still have a chance to come back?" Shao Chen asked. When the third palace master heard that, his expression turned somewhat grave. He sighed softly, "Actually, you did not do anything wrong. You can come back at any time. However, the Golden Dragon bloodline fears you. 6 years ago, you used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist, scaring many of the Golden Dragon bloodline seniors out of closed-door cultivation. If you can advance to the Divine Vein realm, you can come back at any time. According to Ancestor Dragon City's rules, as long as you become a sovereign emperor and are willing to serve the empire, any crimes will be forgiven. At that time, even if the Golden Dragon bloodline wants to make things difficult for you, they will not dare to do anything to you openly." The value of a Divine Vein realm sovereign emperor went without saying. If Ancestor Dragon City could gain the service of a sovereign emperor, they would definitely not pursue Xiao Chen's past. On the contrary, they would even reward Xiao Chen and rope him in. This was a world where the strong reigned. Most of the time, there was no need to talk too much about reason. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly when he heard that. So, that is the case. If they felt that I could advance to Sovereign Emperor, Ancestor Dragon City would not have made things difficult for me because of my strange bloodline back then, right? The third palace master remained silent. The answer went without saying. Strength represented everything. The first palace master offended his superiors and caused chaos in the Dragon City. This was a much more severe mistake than Xiao Chen's. However, the first palace master only imprisoned Xiao Chen for 100 years because of the first palace master's strength. Ancestor Dragon City did not want to lose a peak expert like the first palace master. Naturally, they would not truly make things difficult for the first palace master. The third palace master took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor before 100 years old, I believe that the powerhouses of Ancestor Dragon City will personally apologize to you. Even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cannot do whatever he wants in the Divine Dragon Empire." I understand now. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, not saying anything more. Most of the time, the principle was this simple: the strong reigned. Chapter 2085. After seeing the third palace master and learning that the first palace master was fine, Xiao Chen asked about the situation of his friends in the Heaven Dragon Palace. He discovered that most of them had entered Ancestor Dragon City and were doing well. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen, the Blue Dragon Palace's Sidu Changfeng, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei missed those times. Everyone had gone to the abyssal underworld to complete the sex missions and went on experiential training in the ancient city. They had relied on each other and lived and died together. Since everyone was doing well, Xiao Chen felt at ease. Third Palace Master, if there is an opportunity, please help me tell them that I am doing well as well. Right, you are leaving, right? The third palace master felt curious about how Xiao Chen would leave. This herb garden's secret realm was heavily guarded with tight formations. How could Xiao Chen enter silently? I'm leaving. If I have time in the future, I will come back. I hope that you don't come often. If you have any other thoughts, I won't even know that you have emptied out this distant secret realm, the third palace master teased. That reminds me. Xiao Chen smiled happily and performed a cupped fist salute in farewell. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving only the divine universe steel hovering in the air. This is... The third palace master's eyes lit up. A spatial treasure that can hide living people. Is this an inherited Dao tool or a soul tool? How high would a secret treasure that could hide people be? More importantly, the third palace master had never heard of a secret treasure that could hide ordinary people. Before the third palace master's shocked eyes, the divine universe steel vanished silently. The third palace master spread out his soul energy. Aside from him, there was no one else in the entire secret realm. The somewhat incredulous third palace master circulated his divine energy to check the surroundings, thoroughly searching the entire secret realm. The third palace master had to believe that Xiao Chen really left. This little fellow has some fortuitous encounters. After the shock, the third palace master revealed a smile and sighed. Unfortunately, he did not enter Ancestor Dragon City. It is too difficult for a loose cultivator to grow. In the next moment, the divine universe steel appeared in the desolate sea's azure mountain town. When Xiao Chen came out and saw the divine universe steel, he felt it was miraculous. This was truly shocking. Not to mention the third palace master, even Xiao Chen felt like he was in a dream. Xiao Chen simply did not dare to imagine that he could return to the Divine Dragon Empire with a thought, no matter where he was. Even a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor would not be able to do that. At the very least, the third palace master, a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor, was shocked. However, after this round trip, he lost 1 million primeval heavenly pills, which made Xiao Chen's heart ache. After all, the Shuawu dynasty's 8th prince only had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. After conversing with the third palace master, Xiao Chen deeply felt the importance of strength. Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor. If one did not advance to Sovereign Emperor, one would not have the right to speak. A sovereign personage was already considered an expert. If Xiao Chen was content with the current situation and went to an outer region, he would not be able to defeat a sovereign personage. For example, in the Grave Sea Cluster, one could live a very good life. They were respected and aloof, able to decide the life and death of others with a single thought. However, Xiao Chen could not do so. His vision could not stop at sovereign personage. Even Sovereign Emperor was not the limit. Compared to the Divine Dragon Crown Prince and the others, Xiao Chen's weakness was too obvious. How hateful! Xiao Chen hated how he was chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, unable to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. If there is a chance, I have to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice. The other party is someone comparable to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen thought, since I cannot figure out what to do in the future by myself, I have to ask an expert. Xiao Chen did not know where to go in the vast desolate sea. He did not know where to go for experiential training, where to improve his saber skills, and where to make up for the flaws in his saber Dao. Where to find resources to continue improving his universe origin True Flame and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's vision was much broader than Xiao Chen's. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid of the martial epic. If Xiao Chen did not ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice, it would be inexcusable. Feeling the pressure and urgency, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. That night, he wrote a letter for the Demon Blood Vulture to deliver to Peach Blossom City's Senior Chui. Half a month later, Xiao Chen received a reply from Senior Chui. There were only 4 words: "Come over quickly." Upon receiving this reply, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. It looked like he should not have any problems meeting the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After getting some fine wine from Grandpa Seven's residence, Xiao Chen went outside the city to say goodbye to Sang. Sang was still taking care of the propping mulberry tree by the ancient well. He glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "I have a feeling that after you leave, we will not be able to meet for a long time. However, I will always be in Azure Mountain Town. As long as you come back, you will be able to find me. Tell me, what resources does the propping mulberry tree need? The next time we meet, I will definitely bring them back for you." Sang smiled faintly and said softly, "Thank you, go on. We will meet again in the future." With a gentle leap, Xiao Chen soared into the air. A beam of red light descended from the sky and happened to catch Xiao Chen. It was the Demon Blood Vulture. Sang looked at Xiao Chen, who was far away in the sky, and then at the 10-meter-tall propping mulberry tree beside him. Then, he said softly, "I wonder, between you and it, who will grow faster? The next time we meet, you will be a sovereign emperor, right?" The Demon Blood Vulture traveled day and night. 7 days later, a familiar scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. 500 kilometers of peach blossom forest hid green mountains and beautiful rivers in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a painting. This was Peach Blossom City. With the Demon Blood Vulture rushing over, not to mention being fast, Xiao Chen did not look travel-stained at all when he landed. Xiao Chen saw Senior Chui, who stopped at the same place. The peach blossoms on both sides of the river turned red every year. No old friends came with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, there was only a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Senior Chui had not changed. The boat stopped at the riverside, and no one dared to approach. Xiao Chen boarded the small boat and said softly, "Senior Chui, it's time to set sail." "Same old rules. Don't set sail without wine. Satisfy me first." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and tossed over a jar of setting sundae. Senior Chui caught it and drank to his heart's content, crying out in delight. After Senior Chui drank to his heart's content, he looked at Xiao Chen and scolded jokingly, "Brat, who knows where you went for the past 4 years? You finally returned after so much difficulty, yet you only thought of coming to Peach Blossom City to meet me now." Xiao Chen said helplessly, "Something happened and delayed me." Then, Xiao Chen told Senior Chui about the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince. There was such a thing? The Shuowu dynasty's prince went to Azure Mountain Town? This is somewhat strange. Although the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are relatively peaceful, If they get an opportunity, they will try to kill. The eighth prince should not dare to come. This is rather inconceivable. The one you met might not be his true body, Senior Chui said, feeling somewhat suspicious after hearing that. Old Chui asked doubtfully after hearing that. Not his true body? When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Based on Senior Chui's words, it did seem somewhat suspicious. Back then, when that eighth prince heard that Xiaochen wanted to extort 5 million primeval heavenly pills from him, he directly told Xiaochen to kill him. In the end, that divine vein realm sovereign emperor took out 5 million primeval heavenly pills out of fear of the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's supreme elder before settling things. Senior Chui said, "In my impression, the Xuewu dynasty's royal court disciples are all terrifyingly strong. There are practically no weaklings among them. Of course, that is just a guess. It is also possible that this eighth prince is indeed not a powerful character. His demonic monarch bloodline is thin, so he does not receive much attention, which is why he dares to enter the desolate sea." Are the righteous Tao and demonic Tao really as incompatible as Senior says? Xiaochen asked, finding this strange. Xiaochen recalled that the righteous Tao and demonic Tao factions did not have much conflict in Peach Blossom City previously. Furthermore, after Xiaochen wiped out the Heavenly Slaughter Sect branch's stronghold, a group of righteous Tao disciples viewed him as an enemy. As Senior Chui rowed the boat, he said, "This happened 100,000 years ago. The righteous Tao and demonic Tao factions fought until the sky turned dark, even destroying the heavenly realm. Do you think this grudge can be resolved? You practically never left Azure Mountain Town in the desolate sea, right? What you can see is just the surface. The undercurrents are surging, and it's more tragic than you can imagine." When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Indeed, he had never left Azure Mountain Town and did not understand much about the righteous Tao and demonic Tao factions in the desolate sea. "We've arrived. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that you were coming, he was rather happy," Senior Chui said with a smile as the boat entered the city. Old Chui chuckled as the boat sailed into the city. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Xiaochen followed Senior Chui to the city lord's residence. Even after so many years, Peach Blossom City had not changed much. The place still had a rich wine fragrance. Taverns stood in great numbers, and the place was bustling. Chapter 2086. The place was as lively as before. However, Xiaochen felt that Peach Blossom City was somewhat different. As he walked, the city lord's residence came into view in the distance. Finally, Xiaochen knew what was different. The current Peach Blossom City was not like it was during the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Everyone from the righteous Tao and demonic Tao gathered here. All sorts of scheming people came, creating chaos amid the liveliness. Without the ostentation and chaos, Peach Blossom City was actually a quiet and reserved city. Aside from the fine wine, Xiaochen had some other things. The martial spirit of Peach Blossom City was very common. Experts clashed everywhere. Several of the cultivators even made Xiaochen's eyes light up, making him stop and watch for a long time. These are the cultivators under the city lord. What do you think? You like them, right? Old Chui asked with a smile as he stood beside Xiaochen. Xiaochen replied softly, "Old Chui is being too humble. The quality and strength of these cultivators already rival that of rank 7 sect disciples. Some of them are even comparable to the inner sect disciples of rank 7 sections. Peach Blossom City is truly shocking. Did the city lord specially nurture them?" Old Chui smiled and said, "Of course, the city lord alone cannot deter the other factions from occupying such a treasured land in the desolate sea. Furthermore, the city lord will eventually reach the end of his lifespan. He has to make plans for the future of Peach Blossom City. However, the city lord did not specially seek out these people. Most of them came because of the fame. The city lord does not accept just anyone." The two chatted as they walked. After entering the city lord's residence, Old Chui led Xiaochen to a quiet pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Go in. The city lord has been waiting for a long time." Xiaochen pushed open the door and entered. There was no one on the first floor or the second floor. When he reached the top floor, he saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor drinking by himself. "Greetings, Senior. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor put down his wine cup and looked at Xiaochen. A trace of doubt flashed in his deep, star-like eyes. His eyes saw the hazy shadow of a dragon behind Xiaochen. When he tried to see it clearly, he discovered that the dragon was extremely ethereal. He was actually unable to capture it. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was about to forcefully capture it, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly appeared and glared at him, making his heart tremble. What a powerful dragon might. Just what kind of bloodline is that? I can't even see it clearly. However, it was certain that he had grasped the profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon. The power hidden in the dragon shadow was much stronger than 4 years ago, almost to the point of materializing. Interesting. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, you really astonish me. Now that I haven't seen him for 4 years, even I can't look at his dragon might directly." Earlier, Xiaochen vaguely sensed that his dragon might clashed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not control it. Instead, it was the blue dragon's own majesty that had spontaneously formed a counterattack after being spied on. City Lord is too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter. He directly said, "Old Shui already told me why you are here. Your thoughts are pretty good. You did not become blindly arrogant just because you obtained a fortuitous encounter. After all, loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Without anyone to guide them, they will either walk the demonic Tao or remain stagnant, finding it hard to advance. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, the resources they require will be astronomical. Without a super faction supporting them, they will not be able to sustain themselves." After some thought, Xiaochen asked, "So, Senior's meaning is? Join the Heavenly Alliance. You are not my disciple, and we are not master and disciple. I have no obligation to guide you. In reality, I rarely give personal guidance even to the people of Peach Blossom City. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, I will not do meaningless things." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke slowly as he looked at Xiaochen, sounding extremely distant. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was clearly right before Xiaochen, but he felt like an ocean separated the two. The Heavenly Alliance? Xiaochen had heard of the Heavenly Alliance before. This was a faction formed by the peak merchant associations of the Great Thousand Realms. Aside from this, there were many Grandmaster-level alchemists and blacksmiths, mysterious and strong. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to come into contact with the core existences of the Heavenly Alliance. That's right, the Heavenly Alliance. You should have heard of it before. Yes, I have. A Heavenly Alliance blacksmith helped me forge the saber in my hand. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sighed softly. Oh, I did not expect to come into contact with it. Don't ask me. Let me ask you first. What kind of faction do you think is considered a super faction? Xiaochen thought for a while before replying. In the northern region, the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace should be considered super factions. The 6 great demonic Tao sects and the 4 dynasties. Rank 7 sects should be considered super factions. Xiaochen had experienced the strength of the Divine Dragon Empire for himself. Just the Heaven Dragon's outer palace gave Xiaochen the impression that it was a colossus. Furthermore, there were 6 even stronger outer palaces and Ancestor Dragon City with incredibly deep accumulations. If such factions were not considered super factions, then there would be no super factions. That's right. In your eyes, rank 7 sects and the 4 dynasties can be considered super factions. However, in the eyes of sovereign emperors, aside from the heavenly incense, there are only 8 truly super factions in the martial epic's Great Thousand Realms. The Pirate Alliance, the Heavenly Alliance, the Universe Origin sect that controls the Tianwu dynasty, the Hidden Spirit Temple that controls the Yanwu dynasty, the Profound Heaven Holy Land that controls the Shenwu dynasty, the Bushin Palace that controls the 8 great empires, the Demonic Tao Hall that controls the Shuowu dynasty, and the Abyssal Underworld's Underworld God Hall. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke tirelessly, revealing many secrets that Xiaochen did not know. Since the birth of the martial epic, the power structure has changed many times. After every great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, there would be a reshuffle. After the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, these 8 super-factions now jointly manage the martial epic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this?" Xiaochen did not understand. "I want to broaden your horizons. I once told you that there is an existence behind the purple gold dragon emperor that you cannot offend. Actually, that is the Bushin Palace, the most ancient and mysterious existence among the 8 super-factions." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words deeply shocked Xiaochen. This indeed surpassed his imagination. He found it hard to imagine that a rank 7 sect had such a terrifying faction behind it. What surprised Xiaochen even more was that the Bushin Palace existed in this world as well. He wondered if the Kunlun Realm's Bushin Palace was related to the Bushin Palace of this great Thousand Realms. Before the 8 super forces, all the rank 7 sects are insignificant existences that can't even withstand a single blow. As a matter of fact, all the grade 6 and grade 7 sects that you can see are inextricably linked to the various super forces. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before continuing. For example, the Heavenly Alliance is behind Peach Blossom City. I can be so free and unfettered, occupying one of the rare treasured lands in the desolate sea, aside from my own strength, mostly because of the Heavenly Alliance. Shocking news came one after another. By now, Xiaochen was somewhat numb to it. He asked softly, "So City Lord is suggesting that I join the Heavenly Alliance?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. "Don't be so certain. It is still uncertain whether you can join the Heavenly Alliance or not. Naturally, the super factions will only take in the most talented and valuable cultivators of the martial epic. You are very strong, and your bloodline and comprehension ability are pretty good. However, do you know how vast the martial epic is? Just the Central Great Realm alone already has as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky, not to mention the other astral regions. Although the outer regions do not have as much spiritual energy as the Central Great Realm, they have many cultivators, at least 1,000,000 times more than the Central Great Realm. As far as I know, you came to where you are now step by step from the outer regions. Can you guarantee that there will not be a second you in the outer regions?" The answer is certain. There will definitely be people comparable to you in the outer regions. Due to the sheer number of them, even in a remote and desolate astral region, there will still be powerful, outstanding talents. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words made Xiaochen enter deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words indeed made sense. The main reason I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that, compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance is a merchant association, after all. Compared to the disciples of the other super factions, the members of the Heavenly Alliance do not have as many restrictions and can choose to withdraw at any time. For example, right now, I have practically no connection to the Heavenly Alliance. Unless I need it, I will not go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor took a sip of wine and continued, "The Heavenly Alliance's requirements for cultivators are not as strict as the other factions. For example, as long as I recommend you, you will qualify to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's selection. However, it will not be so easy for the other super factions. Of course, the most important reason why I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that I have not recommended anyone to join the Heavenly Alliance for many years already. Although I do not have a deep connection to the Heavenly Alliance, this is still a very embarrassing matter for me. I hope that you can help me gain face." After speaking for so long, it turned out that the last sentence was the main point. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really went around in circles. However, without going around in circles, it would be hard for Xiaochen to gain a general understanding of the super factions. Chapter 2087. What do you think? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen remained silent. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Xiaochen had come here to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some questions about the martial Dao. Who could have imagined that the other party would recommend him to join a super faction? Naturally, superpowers were extremely tempting to Xiaochen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words opened a door to a new world for Xiaochen. Previously, he had not expected such a strong superfaction to exist in the world. Seeing that Xiaochen did not say anything, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "As long as you enter a superfaction, you will be able to experience the true charm of the martial epic. Everything you've experienced before is just child's play in front of a true powerhouse. If you can't join a superpower, you'll never be able to come into contact with the core stage of this world. It'll be a pity for a genius like you. If you had not been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, you would have entered Bushin Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. However, now, aside from the Heavenly Alliance, the other superfactions should not accept you." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words dispelled Xiaochen's final hesitation. He said seriously, "I'm willing." When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiaochen agree, he revealed a smile and put down his wine cup. "You will be my disciple 7 days from now and head to Desolate City with me." Desolate City? You probably don't know that the force behind Desolate City is the Heaven Alliance, right? At that time, many rank 6 or even rank 7 factions in the Desolate Sea will send their disciples to participate in the test. There will also be many loose cultivators who will not miss out on this opportunity. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said softly, surprising Xiaochen again. It turned out that the Heavenly Alliance was behind Desolate City. Xiaochen entered deep thought. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that he might not be able to pass the test. Just the Desolate Sea alone had so many challenges. The Central Great Realm's eastern, western, northern, and southern regions, as well as the 3 dynasties, would definitely have gathering spots like Desolate City to attract cultivators to take the test. Not everyone can participate in the assessment, right? There had to be a threshold for the assessment. Otherwise, the number of participants would be unimaginable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and said, "Anyone under 500 years old and a sovereign personage can participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if you do not pass the test, as long as you have a certain level of performance, you will receive rewards from the Heavenly Alliance." At that time, there will probably be hundreds of thousands of cultivators taking the test. A few 100,000? When Xiaochen heard this, he was shocked. This number really shocked him. It was a little too much. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked with a calm expression, "Are you very shocked?" Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. Of the 8 superfactions, the Heavenly Alliance was considered one of the weakest. However, the Desolate Sea's influence covered the entire Great Thousand Realms. There was a Desolate Sea stronghold in every astral cluster. Just like the Grave Sea cluster that you once stayed in, the Profound Light Temple is the base of the Hidden Spirit Temple, a superfaction. The Purple Flame Sect is the territory of the Jianghu dynasty's universe origin sect. There are a total of 3,000 high-ranked astral domains like the Grave Sea cluster in the Great Thousand Realms. This does not include some of the more chaotic astral domains. If you include them, there will be even more. Do you still think a few 100,000 is a lot? Not a lot. However, the threshold seems somewhat low. All sovereign personages under 500 years old can take the test? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said, "In the martial epic, normally speaking, those who can break through to sovereign personage after 500 years old will not be able to advance to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Those who advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old have the possibility of becoming Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors. As long as one has the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the Heavenly Alliance will not let them off. The core force of the various superfactions are the sovereign emperors. One sovereign emperor is worth more than 100,000 sovereign personages. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Another Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor." Xiaochen clenched his right fist tightly, and his blood surged somewhat. He recalled what the Third Palace Master said, which coincided with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperors. As long as Xiaochen became a sovereign emperor, even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire would not be able to pursue the matter. Ancestor Dragon City would even personally apologize to him. Furthermore, there has never been a lack of outstanding talents in the Great Thousand Realms. However, Facts have proven that those who can become divine vein realm sovereign emperors are mostly unknown existences. Many people only advance to sovereign personage at 200, 300, or even 400 years old. They continuously stabilized themselves, comprehended the great Tao of the world, and tempered their mental state. In the end, they easily advanced to sovereign emperor. Many powerful outstanding talents who advanced to sovereign personage before 100 years old either incurred the jealousy of others or died prematurely. Otherwise, they were too conceited and became a burden on themselves. If their mental state was not strong enough, they would never be able to advance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen sternly. Hence, do not underestimate those late bloomers, able to maintain their composure in the sovereign personage realm. I said that you might not be able to pass the test this time because if you run into those people who have been sovereign personages for more than 100 years, you might not be a match for them. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. However, he felt somewhat doubtful. Finding it strange, he asked, "Does that mean that the super factions do not pay attention to outstanding talents? After all, most of those who become sovereign emperors are unknown existences?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help laughing. You can put it that way. However, if you can show that you have the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the effect will be different. This is because only the outstanding talents with astonishing talent and comprehension ability can advance to faux god after advancing to sovereign emperor. This is something far away from you for now. Just treat what I said as an eye-opener. Don't overthink it. Make your preparations. Come with me to Desolate City 7 days from now. Remember to adjust your mental state. All right. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chen looked at the blazing sun in the sky. This conversation nearly toppled Xiao Chen's entire worldview. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said not to overthink, but Xiao Chen still felt his hot-bloodedness surge, feeling excited. "Xiao Chen, how is it?" Old Chui asked softly as he arrived beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and replied softly, "I already promised the city lord that I would be his follower and participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test 7 days from now." Old Chui smiled and said, "I knew that you would agree. Come, I'll bring you to the residence." There were many residences prepared for guests in Peach Blossom City, comparable to the residence of a sect. After Xiao Chen checked in, he started meditating and adjusting his mental state. The night passed. When the morning sun rose again, Xiao Chen felt much calmer. He was no longer as excited as before. Absolute calmness replaced it. Xiao Chen started to think about how to raise his strength to ensure that he could pass the Heavenly Alliance's test. He had already merged the first 3 moves of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber technique, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He needed to bring forward the next 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 Life Flower, and Merciless Killing. The Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin True Flame had just advanced to rank 5. He would not be able to find enough flame shards to nurture them in a short time. Xiao Chen wanted to see if he could use the Heavenly Alliance to exchange for similar flame resources when he entered the Heavenly Alliance. He had already cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 10th layer. The next 2 layers were progressively more difficult than the one before. For now, he could not see any hope of breaking through. He had already cultivated the Demonic Cloud Heaven-Swallowing Art to the 2nd layer. Unfortunately, he did not have much room to execute it. He had just gotten familiar with the state of cycle and needed to continue familiarizing himself with it. This was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card, so he could not relax. After thinking about it, the only things that could raise his strength in the short term were the 10,000 Dragons art and the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. Ever since he copied the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen had not truly studied it. However, the 10,000 Dragons picture had strengthened the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist significantly. "Brother Xiao, are you free?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Yun Fei and Lei Hao, are here to seek an audience. Just at this moment, 2 voices requesting an audience came from outside the door. Since they were the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Xiao Chen had to meet them. It was possible that these 2 people would head to Desolate City with him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he opened the door to receive the guests. There were 2 people standing outside the door. One of them had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in white, looking very simple. The other person was tall and stocky. He did not show any expression, but he gave off a strong sense of pressure. The plain-looking white-clad youth performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I am Yun Fei. This is Lei Hao. Master sent us over to familiarize ourselves with Brother Xiao. This way, please." Indeed, as they chatted, Xiao Chen learned that these two would be heading to Desolate City with Xiao Chen to participate in the test. Aside from them, dozens of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples would be going as well. However, most of these people were just there to make up the numbers, to see the experts outside. The chances of them passing the test were not high. The ones that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly held hope in were Yun Fei and Lei Hao. Of course, there was now the addition of Xiao Chen. Chapter 2088. For the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to choose them, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. After inviting Yun Fei and Lei Hao in, Xiao Chen chatted with the two. He learned that while the two did not look old, they were already over 100 years old. This somewhat shocked Xiao Chen. "Little brother Xiao Chen, why are you so shocked? We are the ones who should be shocked. It is very normal for a sovereign personage to reach 100 or 200 years old. Not everyone can compare to the outstanding talents of the sections. There are many ordinary people in this world. Of course, for us to advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old means that we are already extraordinary." Yun Fei smiled faintly when he saw Xiao Chen's expression. That made sense. Compared to a sovereign personage's long lifespan, 100 or 200 years was not even a tenth of that. They could be considered young. The big Lei Hao seemed somewhat inarticulate. He only listened to the two talk, not speaking much. After familiarizing themselves with each other, Xiao Chen discovered that the two had pretty good temperaments and were easygoing. The three chatted with each other and got along well. The unfamiliarity immediately disappeared. Even Lei Hao started to talk more, changing Xiao Chen's impression of him. Compared to the sect disciples, factions like Peach Blossom City did not seem to have much internal strife. The sect disciples were chosen in batches and eliminated at the very end. This was a meritocracy. The competition between the sects was intense. Most of them would hold back. After all, Peach Blossom City was not a sect. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not seem to like that either. His two disciples were the same. Yun Fei said softly, "I am skilled in the sword Dao. Now, I only cultivate one sword technique, the 13 wind controlling swords." Xiao Chen found this strange. Only one sword technique? Secret techniques and killing moves? You don't cultivate them? The group started chatting about the martial techniques they cultivated. When Yun Fei mentioned himself, Xiao Chen felt shocked again. Yun Fei nodded and said, "I cultivated them in the past. However, after I obtained the 13 wind controlling swords, I forgot about them. I only cultivated the 13 wind controlling swords. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough. After 100 years, I only managed to reach the 7th sword." Lei Hao's lips curled up as he said, "If you are stupid, then there are no smart people in the world. Even Master praised you. Even after comprehending the 13 wind controlling swords for hundreds of years, he could not comprehend it. It's already unprecedented for you to be able to successfully cultivate it and even reach the 8th sword." Yun Fei smiled. He didn't say anything else. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself, a sword technique that can make a sovereign personage forget all other martial techniques must be very powerful. Lei Hao continued, "I'm proficient in fist techniques and have grasped the great Tao of thunder. I also cultivate my physical body and have already condensed a thunder battle body." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. If this Lei Hao was proficient in saber techniques, he would be a carbon copy of himself. "Brother Xiao Chen, what are you good at?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "I am skilled in the saber Tao and have grasped 2 other great Tao energies, thunder and ice. I also cultivate fist techniques. As for my physical body's vital qi, a casual strike can achieve 200 cauldron force." Yun Fei and Lei Hao were speechless. They exchanged glances with each other and smiled bitterly. No wonder Master let you participate in the test at such a young age. 3 great Tao, the force of 1 punch and 200 cauldron force. TKC, a regular great perfection sovereign personage would not be a match for you. Yunfei said as he looked at Xiao Qin. It's all right. Xiao Qin replied modestly. However, he did not show much emotion, as Yunfei and Lei Hao both gave him a very strong feeling. These two were not ordinary great perfection sovereign personages. Furthermore, they were over 100 years old, and their cultivations were incredibly deep. Brother Yun, I'm very curious about your 13 wind controlling swords. Would you be willing to give me some pointers? Xiao Qin asked as he looked at Yunfei. He was truly curious about the charm of the 13 wind controlling swords. It could make Yunfei forget everything he learned in the past and focus only on this one sword technique. No problem. Yunfei agreed readily. The three arrived at the drill ground of the residence, and Xiao Qin and Yunfei landed there. After bowing, the two moved back 100 meters and cautiously looked at each other. Xiao Qin, you need to see Yunfei's first move. If you cannot, you might lose in 2 moves at most. Lei Hao, who was at the side, reminded Xiao Qin. So horrifying? Upon hearing that, Xiao Qin could not help but focus. His veritable essence energy surged in his entire body, and his great Tao energy stored up, waiting to be unleashed. Unlike Xiao Qin, who held his saber in his left hand, Yunfei carried his sword on his back. It was a simple blue sword. Xiao Qin could sense that aside from the sword Dao, Yunfei also excelled in the wind Dao. A sword technique should focus on speed, causing one to lose their life before they could see it clearly. Brother Xiao, I'm going to make my move. Yunfei smiled faintly. Right after he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. Xiao Qin did not manage to see how the sword came out of its scabbard. The sword was 1 meter long and looked very plain. When Xiao Qin saw the blade clearly, he heard a melodious sword hum. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent erupted from the sword. A terrifying sword move instantly surged over. A cold light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as Yunfei's sword arrived before him. Fast. This is simply too fast. Xiao Qin did not see how Yunfei's sword arrived before him at all. At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin drew his saber, and his aura erupted. Dragon roars rang out, and 3 kinds of Tao might layered on his body. In an instant, Xiao Qin's suppressed aura soared to its peak. However, Yunfei's sword was too fast. Xiao Qin only managed to draw his saber halfway before Yunfei's sword blocked it. Dang! When the tip of Yunfei's sword touched Yunfei's saber, Xiao Qin vaguely saw the image of a head formed by boundless strong winds roaring ferociously behind Yunfei. The other party immediately suppressed Xiao Qin's aura, forcing him to remain in the posture of drawing his tyrant saber halfway. The other party forced Xiao Qin back. A strong wind blew by Xiao Qin's ears. With every step back, he could feel the wind behind Yunfei increase in strength. Rumble! The strong wind swept through the entire drill ground. The formless wind seemed solid as it howled back and forth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. Even the sky darkened under the force of the gale. What a terrifying wind, great Tao! Using the sword to control the wind. If this continued, Xiao Qin would lose very sullenly. When Xiao Qin's aura was completely suppressed to rock bottom, he might lose to Yunfei's next sword strike before he could bring out many of his moves. Xiao Qin needed to draw his saber. However, once he did, the other party's sword strike would take advantage of the momentum to descend. Xiao Qin would instantly lose. However, if he did not draw his saber and continued to be suppressed, defeat was only a matter of time. Interesting. Xiao Qin's blood surged, and a boundless fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He had not encountered such a strong sword technique in a long time. Not only did the predicament before him not disrupt Xiao Qin's mental state, but it also made him excited. His blood surged, and his fighting spirit soared. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin did not have much time to think. Should I draw my saber or not? This is simply a trap. Whether I draw it or not, I will lose. The best way to do this is to find another way. Whoosh! Xiao Qin's left hand, which held the scabbard, suddenly loosened, and the scabbard flew out. The instant the scabbard flew out, Xiao Qin's left hand ferociously smashed a palm strike on the saber. With the aid of this palm strike, Xiao Qin, who was originally suppressed and forced to retreat, instantly stabilized his footing. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chen's palm strike knocked Yunfei back. However, the instant Yunfei was knocked back, he executed a second sword strike. This sword strike was twice as fast as the previous one, piercing towards Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Now that Xiao Chen was prepared, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. However, just as he dodged, Yunfei's third sword strike arrived. The speed of this sword strike was still twice as fast as the previous one. The scarier thing was that Xiao Chen discovered that not only was Yunfei's every sword strike twice as fast as the previous one, but its might could also be stacked. After the third sword strike, Yunfei stacked the second sword strike. A vast sword might pressed down on Xiao Chen. Even the air froze under this sword strike. As Xiao Chen moved his feet, he clearly felt a great pressure on his movement technique, slowing it down significantly. At this moment, unless Xiao Chen executed a secret technique, such as the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the candle dragon eyes, or the divine lightning eye, it would be very difficult to break out of this situation. However, that would be pointless. It would make him look like a sore loser. After dodging the third sword strike with much difficulty and waiting for Yunfei to execute the fourth sword strike, Xiao Chen decisively chose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Whoosh! Xiao Chen tossed the sword into the air, and it turned into a beam of light that returned to the scabbard on his back. The strong wind that made the world pale instantly vanished, and the pressure it brought vanished. Ha! Xiao Chen, you are really capable. To think that you can dodge 3 sword strikes in your first exchange. I thought you were going to lose in the second strike. Lei Hao walked over and said with admiration. This was because Xiao Chen was not even 100 years old and was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, this was his first time coming into contact with the 13 wind controlling swords. To be able to dodge 3 sword strikes was already very impressive. After all, this 13 wind controlling swords was a supreme sword technique left behind by a sword god. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not comprehended it. Lei Hao, you're wrong. Just now, Xiao Chen had the chance to break my third sword. Yunfei shook his head and corrected him. This time, it was Lei Hao's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Chen incredulously and said, "Old brother Xiao Chen, can you really break the third sword?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I know 2 secret techniques. One is a defensive secret technique that can block the full power strike of a peak sovereign personage. It's an eye bloodline technique that allows one to instantly burn their opponent's soul with the flame of the candle dragon. However, even if I execute it, I might not be able to block the 4th sword strike. I believe that Brother Yunfei will have to use the 6th sword strike to determine the victor. That would not be necessary. After all, this is just an exchange of pointers, not a life and death battle." However, Yunfei and Lei Hao felt comfortable hearing Xiao Chen's words. Their impression of Xiao Chen improved significantly. At the same time, there was no need for Xiao Chen to be overly competitive as a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Let's stop here for today. Xiao Chen, I'll come and exchange pointers with you tomorrow. Let's fight to our heart's content. The sword technique that Yunfei cultivates will not allow him to fight to his heart's content. If we exchange pointers, we will definitely fight to our heart's content. When Lei Hao saw Xiao Chen's strength and character, he felt tempted. He looked forward to exchanging moves with Xiao Chen. All right, it's a deal then. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and agreed straightforwardly. Chapter 2089. During these 7 days, Xiao Chen established a pretty good relationship with Yunfei and Lei Hao. As they exchanged moves with each other, they benefited greatly. As for Yunfei's 13 wind controlling swords, after exchanging moves many times, Xiao Chen could already easily endure the other party's 5th move. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of the pros and cons of this sword technique. This sword technique was too unyielding and lacked room for maneuver. With less room to maneuver, he forced both his opponent and himself into a desperate situation. Even if Xiao Chen ran into a peak sovereign personage, he would be able to hold his own with this sword technique. This sword technique did not leave a path of retreat for himself or his opponent. The martial Dao focused on advancing both hard and soft. Such an extreme sword technique clearly could not be respected. However, based on what Yunfei said, if one cultivated all 13 swords, One could also advance both hard and soft. However, before one reached consummation, one would not have much room for retreat. As for Lei Hao, Xiao Chen preferred exchanging moves with him. The other party was more than 200 years old. After becoming familiar with him, Xiao Chen addressed him as Big Brother Lei Hao. When the two fought, they could fight to their heart's content. They could bring out their strength without having to worry. This brought great benefits to both of them. They could improve each other in a hearty battle, discovering their own inadequacies. After 7 days, Xiao Chen's group arrived at the city lord's residence as arranged. Aside from the three, there were dozens of other disciples. These people were clearly much weaker than Yun Fei and Lei Hao. These disciples participated in the Heavenly Alliance's test to accumulate experience and obtain some other rewards. Soon, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Chui appeared before the group of people. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen's group and nodded slightly. Then he said, "You do not know what day it is today, so I will not say more. At that time, just do your best and bring out your potential. Don't disappoint me." "We definitely will not disappoint, City Lord." The disciples below answered in unison. "All right, let's depart then." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand, and a silver warship descended from the sky. This warship flickered with light, looking very dazzling under the sunlight. A 9-star heaven-suspending warship. Just this warship alone was equivalent to that of an ordinary sovereign emperor. A heaven-suspending warship that reached 7-star was not something that ordinary sovereign emperors could obtain. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's 9-star warship probably did not exceed 100 in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would be going with them. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's status, he had to personally accompany the Heavenly Alliance's test. This meant that the standards of the Heavenly Alliance's test had reached a very high level. The interior of the 9-star heaven-suspending warship was very spacious. Everyone had their own room, and the rooms were equipped with all sorts of facilities. Everything a martial artist needed could be found here. Not only was there a special spirit-gathering formation in the cultivation room, but there was also a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills for anyone to use. In the bedroom, there was a Buddhist incense burner that could calm one's mind and help nourish one's soul. With the speed of the 9-star battleship, it only took them 3 days to arrive at the desolate city, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If Xiao Chen and the others relied on their own strength, they would need at least 1 or 2 months to reach Desolate City. Desolate City was at the easternmost end of the Desolate Sea. There was a true sea there. Past that sea was the territory of the 3 dynasties, which held the absolute luck of the entire Central Great Realm. "We've arrived. Everyone, disembark." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sent out a message. Xiao Chen, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao disembarked the warship at the same time. The moment they landed, they were shocked by a dazzling golden light in the distance. That was a boundless sea. When the setting sun shone on it, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the sea, making it shimmer and look dazzling. An ancient and vast city stood on the sea. Under the light of the setting sun, the city gave off a holy feeling. The glorious city looked like a vast nation. "Little brother Xiao, is this your first time seeing Desolate City?" Lei Hao asked softly as he stood beside Xiao Chen. As he looked at Desolate City, his eyes also filled with awe. However, he was not as shocked as Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Unexpectedly, there really is such a vast sea in the Desolate Sea." Yun Fei smiled and said, "This is the overflowing sea. Beyond this sea is the 3 dynasties. In the middle of this sea, in the center of this sea, there is a world gate that connects to the 7 great forbidden seas. It can be considered a sea of trade." No wonder the master of Desolate City was the Heavenly Alliance. As a faction formed by peak merchant associations, controlling such a city was simply too important. "Let's go. Master is already waiting for us." Under the lead of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Old Chui, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor cultivators headed for Desolate City. Along the way, the group met with several teams with the same goal as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, heading to Desolate City to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Chen discovered that many of them were true inheritors of rank 6 sects, even rank 7 sects. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked at the strength of the Heavenly Alliance. To think that even rank 7 sects would send their disciples to join the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps a super faction was even more horrifying than Xiao Chen imagined. He could not use ordinary standards to view them. Big Brother Peach Blossom. To think that you came personally. Brother Peach Blossom, it has been a long time. It's rare to see you again. Along the way, several sovereign emperors leading the teams showed surprise on their faces when they saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Then they rushed over to greet him. Although they were all sovereign emperors, these people were exceptionally respectful to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, filling them with awe. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and replied politely, but he did not say anything else. It was clear that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather proud in his heart and would not be overly polite. The many teams headed for Desolate City in a grandiose manner. Xiao Chen took a quick look and estimated at least several thousand people. Most of them were sovereign personages under 500 years old. These were the people who came from the Desolate Sea to participate in the test. Furthermore, they were the early batch. If the participants from the outer sea clusters were included, the number of cultivators participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test would be much more than what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. The competition seemed somewhat intense. There are really a lot of people, Lei Hao said softly, feeling somewhat unconfident. With a cursory look, there were not many weaklings. Xiao Chen did not know how many people the Heavenly Alliance would accept in the test. There were not many people who could say with confidence that they would definitely be chosen. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Big brother, calm down. I believe in your strength. You still stand a good chance." Lei Hao smiled helplessly and said, "I hope so. However, there is no specific time for the Heavenly Alliance's test. It might open once in 100 years. The next time might be 1,000 years later. If you miss it once, you might miss it for life." Although there were many people participating in the test, there were even more people heading for Desolate City. Desolate City could be considered one of the 10 most bustling cities in the entire Central Great Realm. It visited the overflowing sea, the 7 forbidden seas, the 3 dynasties in the distance, and the people from all walks of life in the eastern and northern regions. Normally, tens of millions of people lived in Desolate City. The number of people going in and out was even more uncountable. Even a sovereign emperor would feel insignificant before such a city. "Come with me. Don't get lost." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, he led the group to a heavily guarded dhow platform outside the city. This dhow platform was not open to outsiders. Only those with a special medallion could enter. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw that all the people who came to take the test did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, they all went to this dhow platform built on the mountainside. This dhow platform was not very large. However, it could accommodate 1,000 people at a time. When there were 1,000 people, the elders around the dhow platform activated the formation to activate the dhow platform. Among the crowd, Xiao Chen only saw a flash of light. In the next moment, the scene before him changed drastically. Then, he appeared on an even larger dhow platform. Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that this dhow platform was about the same size as the one in the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Of course, the most important thing was that this dhow platform floated in the air. The boundless starry heavens looked like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. "Peach Blossom, you are here." Many thrones floated in the starry heavens above the dhow platform. A purple-haired old man in the middle greeted the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with a smile when he saw him. This old man exuded a vast and boundless might. The flame mark on his forehead deterred Xiao Chen from looking at him directly. Xiao Chen felt shocked. Could this purple-haired old man be a faux god? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and said to Xiao Chen and the others, "You all stay on the dhow platform and wait for the test to begin. Old Shui and I will go over." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sat on one of the thrones in a low-profile manner. Old Shui stood beside him but did not take a throne. More and more cultivators were sent over, one after another. They stayed behind with Xiao Qin and the others. The leading sovereign emperor flew into the starry heavens and sat on a throne. 1 hour later, more than 10,000 people filled the entire Dao platform. Many people guessed what the Heavenly Alliance's test would be like. At the same time, they felt shocked that so many people came to compete. Silence. The purple-haired old man suddenly said, and everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the purple-haired old man at the same time. Very good. I am Desolate City's city lord, Shangguan Yun. I am also the host of this Heavenly Alliance's test in Desolate City. There are 100 similar test zones in the Great Thousand Realms. This test has broken a record. More than 1 million sovereign personages came to compete for the Heavenly Alliance's test. 1 million sovereign personages. The crowd on the Dao platform immediately burst into a huge commotion, deeply shocked. Chapter 2090. More than 1 million? That's too exaggerated. I heard that there were only a few 100,000 people in the past few years. This is probably the Heavenly Alliance's test with the highest number of people since the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. Difficult, difficult, difficult. With more than 1 million people, it will be even harder to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The number of 1 million incited a huge discussion. Even the sovereign emperors on their thrones in the starry heavens conversed with each other, appearing somewhat incredulous. The Peach Blossom sovereign emperor frowned slightly. Actually, he did not care about the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if Xiao Qin, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao did not enter the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Qin would only be slightly disappointed. His emotions would not change much. In reality, the other sovereign emperors here were the Heavenly Alliance's outer circle elders. As long as they could bring disciples or members into the Heavenly Alliance, they would be rewarded. If Xiao Qin performed well, he could even continue climbing the ranks and enter the Heavenly Alliance's core elder circle. Unlike the other sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom sovereign emperor did not care about this. Back then, he had been a core elder. Now that he had retired, he was already indifferent. However, when Xiao Qin heard the purple-haired old man say that there would be more than 1 million cultivators participating in this test, his expression immediately changed. Such a large number means that the martial epic has already recovered from the destruction of the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, reaching a new peak. Since the Heavenly Alliance managed to recruit so many people, the other super factions will definitely be stronger. This is not a good thing. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought but did not say anything to the other sovereign emperors. The purple-haired old man swept his gaze around, and the place fell silent once more. The old man said indifferently, "Now, let me explain. All the cultivators participating in the first stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test have to go to the Heavenly Alliance. You will be randomly teleported to a special secret realm and stay there for a month. There are a total of 100 mystic realms. You can attack without worry in these mystic realms. The secret realm's Heavenly Dao rules will push you out at the moment of everyone's death, so your life won't be in danger. There are special spirit jades refined by my Heavenly Alliance in the secret realm. They contain the faux god mark, which cannot be faked. What you need to do is find the faux god spirit jades in there. The more the better. After 1 month, if the faux god spirit jades you possess do not rank within the top 100 of your secret realm, you will not be able to participate in the second stage." Xiao Qin fell into deep thought. There were 100 special secret realms, which meant that each secret realm had about 10,000 people. To put it simply, one had to be ranked in the top 100 among the 10,000 people in order to participate in the next test. How ruthless! After the first round, only 10,000 people would remain, and 990,000 candidates would be eliminated. Lei Hao gasped when he heard this and said softly, "It's too cruel." Yun Fei said gravely, "Random teleportation. At that time, the three of us might not be in the same secret realm." Lei Hao's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "No matter what, the three of us must pass this first stage. We'll meet again in the second stage." All right. Without giving the cultivators on the Dao platform much time to think, the purple-haired old man activated the Dao platform. After the dazzling white light, the more than 10,000 examinees on the platform disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, runes appeared on the platform, continuously condensing. Many light screens appeared on the Dao platform. There were exactly 100 light screens. The purple-haired old man casually waved his hand, and the light screens immediately expanded 1,000-fold. The light screens stood in the starry heavens, surrounding the many sovereign emperors seated on thrones. The light screens showed the scenes of the secret realms. As the examinees entered, not a single detail escaped the eyes of these sovereign emperors. At the same time, similar scenes played out in the other Heavenly Alliance test sites in the Great Thousand Realms. After the purple-haired old man did all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "We can rest for a while now. I hope that the disciples that everyone brought will not embarrass my desolate city. Same as before, I will reward anyone whose disciple passes the first stage." Little brother Peach Blossom, if I recall correctly, this is your first time personally leading a group here, right? Are there any disciples you are proud of this time? Right after the purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, spoke, his gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Clearly, the two had a close relationship. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied calmly, "I'm fine. I have not moved around for a long time, so I came out to take a look." Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, back then, you contributed greatly to the Heavenly Alliance. You were one of the strongest sovereign emperors in the Heavenly Alliance. How come after you retired for so many years, not a single disciple has entered the Heavenly Alliance? No matter what, you were once a core elder of the Heavenly Alliance. You can't retire too thoroughly. The one who spoke was Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Back then, he had some conflict with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor always suppressed him. It was rare for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to come personally, so he teased Xinggu. Up until now, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had brought 10 disciples into the Heavenly Alliance. Among City Lord Shangguan Yun's subordinates, he was considered the most incredible. When comparing the two, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, who had no accomplishments, did not have any advantage. The purple-haired old man smiled and said, "Xinggu did not let us down. He did not embarrass my desolate city too much in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Peach Blossom, you have to pay more attention to this matter. After all, if the Heavenly Alliance wants to continue developing, it needs fresh blood. In terms of outstanding talents, we are too far behind the other super factions. If we cannot even compare to the new disciples, the Heavenly Alliance will fall sooner or later." Lord Shangguan is right. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt helpless in his heart. However, this purple-haired old man was a peak faux god expert, the one who once led the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had no choice but to submit to this purple-haired old man. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor so humble made Sovereign Emperor Xinggu very cocky. "Peach Blossom, don't mind it too much. In recent years, Xinggu had indeed made a lot of achievements. He had to be a role model. It is rare for you to come here. Don't mind him too much. Just give in to him." The purple-haired old man's voice projection rang out in the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's mind. "I know. Don't worry, my lord." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor casually replied. However, the purple-haired old man's comforting words upset the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. "Elder Chui, where are Yunfei and the others?" Elder Chui pointed at the light screens and said, "Shao Qin is in Secret Realm 97, Yunfei is in Secret Realm 98, and Lei Hao is in Secret Realm 100. Right now, everyone is familiarizing themselves with the environment, and the rankings haven't been released yet." Not only could the light screen show the participants in the Secret Realm, but it could also show the ranking of all the participants. Inside Secret Realm 97, Shao Qin found himself in an ancient, dilapidated city. When he looked around, the entire Secret Realm looked boundlessly vast. There was not a single person in sight. Of course, he did not know if there were people hiding. "Participant Shao Qin, hello. I am the manager of Secret Realm 97. As Shao Qin familiarized himself with the environment, a small light figure made of energy essence appeared before him. The light gave off a faint divine might. "Hello," the confused Xiaochen replied softly. The small light figure's mechanical voice continued, "Every one of you can enjoy my service. I can provide you with your ranking in the secret realm. I can give you a map of the secret realm and tell you the ranking of the others. If you feel that your life is in danger, you can get me to send you out. However, the faux god spirit jades on you will remain in this secret realm the moment you leave." Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looks like this secret realm should be a world created by a faux god. The small light figure before Xiaochen was like an item spirit. However, it was much stronger than a regular item spirit. "Participant Xiaochen, I wish you good luck." After leaving Xiaochen a map, the small light figure vanished. Xiaochen unfurled the map and discovered that it showed not only the terrain of the entire secret realm but also the hiding techniques of the faux god spirit jades. As Xiaochen looked at the locations marked with the faux god spirit jades, he could imagine what kind of intense killing would occur. The locations with the faux god spirit jades might have other dangers. Xiaochen could sense the auras of terrifying ferocious beasts hidden in the secret realm, aside from the auras of human cultivators. However, compared to ferocious beasts, human cultivators were clearly more threatening. The rule of the entire first stage was to force the participants to kill each other and snatch the faux god spirit jades from each other. Just by searching, one would not be able to obtain the top 100 out of 10,000 people. "I have 1 month. There is no need to rush." Xiaochen made up his mind. He decided to bide his time and observe quietly. Chapter 2091. City Lord, the person with the best result among Peach Blossom City's disciples is Yun Fei. He is already ranked 5,000th in Secret Realm 98. Lei Hao is slightly weaker, ranked 7,000th or so. As for Xiaochen, he is 9,000th or so. He did not obtain many faux god spirit jades. There's no rush. It has only been 3 days. We can't make out much. However, I have high hopes for Yun Fei. Although this stage is cruel, I believe that he can clear it. The 13 wind controlling swords gives him an advantage over these sovereign personages. Xiaochen is still too young. The examinees who came to take the test this time are still too young. The main participants are great perfection sovereign personages 300 or 400 years old. There are very few who are under 100 years old. There's no rush for Xiaochen. He is still 50 years old and does not fight. He will definitely get a second chance. 3 days had passed since the first stage of the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Cui discussed the 3 disciples they valued the most. However, they could not make out much in these 3 days. Many experts were familiarizing themselves with the environment of the secret realm and would not rush to make a move. The current rankings did not matter too much. The changes happened too quickly. Soon, 10 days had passed since the first stage of the test. Of course, to these sovereign emperors sitting on their thrones in the starry heavens, 10 days was just the blink of an eye. Given their long lifespans, they had developed a patience that others did not have. 1/3 of the test had already passed. The sovereign emperors present started to make some progress. The rankings of the top cultivators in many secret realms were already fixed. Among them, many dazzling experts left a deep impression on the sovereign emperors present. This secret realm 8's Wu Meng is really strong. Meeting him is simply a nightmare for the other participants. So far, no one has lasted more than 10 moves against him. The weaker ones could not even last 3 moves. Wu Meng is also very murderous. Several people fell for his moves too quickly. The realm spirit nearly failed to rescue him. Secret Realm 50 Shimingxian is also incredible. There are many good seedlings this time. Unfortunately, each secret realm can only pick 100 people in the first stage. Everyone, don't rush to conclusions. It has only been 10 days. The sovereign emperors discussed among themselves. However, the purple-haired old man showed an unsightly expression. Because he found that among the 100 secret realms, only a few of the top examinees were from the Barren City assessment area. This was the largest test in history. If the desolate city couldn't even compare to some of the outer regions, it would be a great loss of face. Furthermore, Desolate City was one of the top 10 cities in the Heaven Alliance out of the 100 test zones. Fortunately, some of Xing Ji's disciples were rather eye-catching. One of them was ranked in the top 3 in the 6th secret realm and had the strength to fight for first place. City Lord Yun Fei is starting to show off. He's already in the top 1,000. Old Shui kept an eye on the secret realm where Xiao Chen's group was, reporting their rankings to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Lei Hao has also made it to the top 3,000, but Xiao Chen, what's wrong with Xiao Chen? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, finding this strange. Elder Chui said hesitantly, Xiao Chen's strength is declining instead of improving. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help saying, not advancing but retreating instead? He was already ranked more than 9,000. How could he retreat? Let me see. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's gaze fell on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. The last place was Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen, ranked 9873. As for the 100-odd people, they were all eliminated. Now, only 9,873 participants remained in Secret Realm 97. Brother Peach Blossom, what's going on? Even if you are not paying attention, there is no need to be so half-hearted. Your disciple is actually ranked last. This is the Heavenly Alliance's test. All the powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance are watching. Xinggu casually glanced at the light screen and discovered the ranking of Secret Realm 97. Then he immediately pretended to reprimand Xiao Chen. After Xinggu said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors immediately cast their gazes on Secret Realm 97. Xiao Chen? This person seems to be only 47 years old. He is rather young. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Even in a rank 7 sect, he would be an elite among elites. However, he is still too young. Compared to the other mature sovereign personages, there is still a large gap. Indeed, most of the people participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test are 300-year-old or 400-year-old great perfection sovereign personages. This is indeed difficult. He is a good seedling. We should let him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test after he is 100 years old. After all, he is too young. Whether he can be relied on is a problem. The accomplishments before 100 years old are too flashy, like the moon reflected in the water. One can truly see some things only after 100 years old. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is too impatient. Out of consideration for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's prestige, the surrounding sovereign emperors did not say anything unpleasant when they discussed in whispers. This evaluation was rather objective. If it was any other imperial monarch that had enmity with imperial monarch Xinggu, then the imperial monarch might say something unpleasant at this moment. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had a cold and proud personality. Even though these were objective evaluations, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was someone who did not care about fame and wealth. While he felt uncomfortable, he did not pay too much attention to it. Old Shui, do you think I was too impatient and overestimated Xiao Chen? Isn't this harming Xiao Chen? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor ignored the discussions of Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and the other sovereign emperors. Instead, he felt somewhat worried about whether Xiao Chen could endure this blow. After all, Xiao Chen was still a youth. He had traveled from the outer region until now and had not seen anything truly grand. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was tossed into the Heavenly Alliance's test to participate in the sovereign personage competition of the entire Great Thousand Realms. If Xiao Chen could not adapt and lose confidence, his mental state would not be able to endure it. That would be a huge problem. Old Shui did not know what to say. He could only console the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen is a pretty good child. His mental state is much better than that of the other youths. There should not be any problems. City Lord, there is no need to worry. I hope so. At this moment, in Secret Realm 97, in the same dilapidated city, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating the 10,000 dragons picture. For the past 10 days, Xiao Chen had not moved at all, remaining in this dilapidated city. This dilapidated ancient city was incredibly remote, and there were no faux god spirit jades. During the past few days, Xiao Chen had seen many figures flying in the air. However, no one noticed Xiao Chen in the city. In reality, there was nothing worth paying attention to. A scarlet figure flew over in the sky. It was Xiao Chen's demonic pet, the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture circled around before landing. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the demon blood vulture appeared before Xiao Chen. Then, it opened its beak and spat out a few spirit jades radiating divine light. Although Xiao Chen had not moved during the past 10 days, he had relied on the demon blood vulture to familiarize himself with this secret realm. It was a Xiao Chen guessed. Most places with faux god spirit jades had ferocious beasts. Some ferocious beasts even had faux god spirit jades in advance. After killing them, one would obtain a large number of faux god spirit jades. Now, nearly all the faux god spirit jades that could be found on the map were gone. In the remaining 20 days, there was only one way to obtain more faux god spirit jades: snatch them. The curtains to the true tragic battle were about to officially begin. I have already waited too long to rest and build up my strength for 10 days. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he toyed with the faux god spirit jades that the demon blood vulture delivered. Then he muttered to himself, "It is time to take action." Xiao Chen spread out his spiritual sense. Then he sensed cultivators within 50,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen sensed those with the most faux god spirit jades. The light coming from their bodies intensified. As long as one carried faux god spirit jades, one could forget about hiding in this secret realm. You it is. Someone within 50,000 kilometers shone with a bright light. Xiao Chen estimated that there were at least 3,000 faux god spirit jades on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. After 15 minutes, he found his target on a mound. That was a black-clad Great Perfection sovereign personage. He leaned leisurely on a rock with a sword stabbed into the ground, easily within reach. This black-clad man was in no rush to take the initiative to attack. The faux god spirit jades on him would attract many participants. He could no longer remember how many fearless people came over to snatch his faux god spirit jades. However, this black-clad man ended up killing them instead, increasing the number of faux god spirit jades on him. The black-clad man glanced around and saw Xiao Chen on the mound. He could not help smiling. Interesting. To think that a small perfection sovereign personage is targeting me. Scram far away. I have no interest in playing with you, pauper. The black-clad man's soul energy detected no light coming from Xiao Chen's body. With one look, it was clear that someone had already ransacked him. Such trash was worthless. The black-clad man could not even be bothered to look at him. This was a great perfection sovereign personage who comprehended the sword Great Tao. His sword intent was very strong, but he was still far from comprehending a Tao domain. Compared to Yun Fei, this black-clad man was at least 50% weaker. Given his carelessness, he should be able to deal with him in 2 moves. On the mound, Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he quickly made a rough estimate of the other party's strength. Eye technique, Candle Dragon Eyes. A candle dragon image immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. In the next moment, a boundless, cold candle flame started burning on the black-clad man without any warning. Kasi. Nearly at the same time the black-clad man executed the eye technique, Xiao Chen leaped forward. Before the black-clad man could scream, a resplendent saber light appeared on his neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. The black-clad man looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the seemingly weak Xiao Chen would erupt with such strong combat prowess. However, it was already too late. The black-clad man's body slowly immaterialized as the realm spirit sent him out. After the black-clad man was sent out, a large pile of faux god spirit jades flickering with a divine nature remained in the air, a total of 3,800 pieces. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and gently beckoned. Without standing on ceremony, Xiao Chen put all the faux god spirit jades into his storage ring. Then he calmly searched for his next target. Up in the starry heavens on the Tao platform, the somewhat dispirited old Chui's expression suddenly changed. He rubbed his eyes and looked around 3 times before daring to confirm it. City Lord! City Lord! This is incredible! What's wrong? Why are you making such a big fuss? Xiao Chen is he eliminated? No, I saw his name jump 800 places earlier. Then, it jumped another 1,000 places. He is already in the top 3,000. This news startled the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor when he heard it. Half a day ago, Xiaochen was still ranked last. How could it be so exaggerated in just half a day? When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the light screen for number 97, he was shocked to discover that Xiaochen's name had jumped again. Xiaochen's name had jumped from the top 3,000 to the top 1,500. Am I seeing things? Or is there something wrong with the Realm Spirit's ranking? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt some disbelief. Chapter 2092. Everyone look. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower jumped by 5,000 ranks in half a day. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor suspected that he saw wrong, the other sovereign emperors on the thrones in the starry heavens cried out in shock. After all, everyone had a rather deep impression of Xiaochen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was ranked last. Furthermore, Xiaochen was so young. It was impossible not to have an impression of him. Anyone would be shocked to find out that the person who had been ranked last had suddenly jumped to the top 2,000th place. How strange. How did he do it? This is too shocking. He jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. Was he hiding his strength all this while? That is very possible. However, even if he was hiding his strength, he should not have jumped by 5,000th rank in half a day. This is too exaggerated. It is still jumping. He is already ranked 1,800th. My goodness! How long has it been since we spoke? Lord Shangguan, please adjust Secret Realm 97 to Xiaochen's scene. Everyone here was a sovereign emperor and had seen many major scenes. Many things were no longer strange. The Heavenly Alliance's test had taken place several times already. However, they had never seen such a strange scene before. Xiaochen's ranking jumped so quickly that no one could react. The most crucial thing was that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower was only 47 years old. If one counted carefully, Xiaochen was probably the youngest of the participants in this test. The many sovereign emperors immediately requested the purple-haired old man to get Secret Realm 97's Realm Spirit to lock the light screen on Xiaochen. Previously, the Realm Spirit controlled the light screen. However, if the purple-haired old man interfered, he could get the Realm Spirit to lock the light screen on a specific participant. Peach Blossom, your follower is rather interesting. After he comes out, introduce him to me. The purple-haired old man smiled and fulfilled everyone's wish, locking the light screen on Xiaochen. Definitely. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly. Initially, he did not hold much hope for Xiaochen. To think that he managed to attract Lord Shangguan's attention, gaining some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This was great. Even if Xiaochen did not pass the test, the purple-haired old man had the authority to let him enter the Heavenly Alliance. Of course, this was only a possibility. Emperor Jianghu pursed his lips and said, "It's no big deal. I didn't even make it into the top 1,000. At the end of the month, whether or not I'll be able to make it into the top 100 is still a question. My disciple, Nangong Feng, already made it into the top 10 in Secret Realm 10. He will definitely pass this stage." The purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, smiled and said, "Jianghu, you can't say that. The most important thing about Xiaochen was that he was young. He was not even 100 years old, but he already had such strength. Compared to the other factions, our Heavenly Alliance lacks such powerful demonic geniuses. If he really has perseverance, even if he does not show any results now, he would be worth the Heavenly Alliance nurturing. After all, compared to the other superpowers, the Heavenly Alliance was only an alliance formed by a group of peak chambers of commerce. Although the Heavenly Alliance was already in existence that superpowers could not afford to underestimate, the Heavenly Alliance was still in existence that could not be underestimated. However, in terms of accumulations of the martial Dao, the Shuawu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, the Tianwu dynasty's Universe Origin Sect, the Yanwu dynasty's Hidden Spirit Temple, the Shenwu dynasty's Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushin Palace that controlled the 8 great empires. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance was not as attractive to powerful demonic geniuses. Look, Xiaochen is now ranked 900th. Just at this moment, the scene of Shao Chen killing a great perfection sovereign personage appeared on the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Densely packed faux god spirit jades immediately filled the light screen with the starry heavens. The eliminated person who was sent out before he died left behind a sky full of faux god spirit jades. This scene was very shocking. Shao Chen, who was below, stretched out his hand and collected all the faux god spirit jades. Then his ranking jumped up. Shao Chen charged into the top 1,000, rising to 900th. So, that is the case. His spirit jades are all obtained by killing experts and robbing them. What a domineering brat. This was probably his plan from the start. He let the others search for spirit jades first and fight for them first. Then he rested and built up his strength. When most of the spirit jades in the secret realm are gone, he will make his move and kill whoever has the most spirit jades. Ha! This little fellow Shao Chen has the air of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor from back then. He is direct and decisive. What an interesting fellow. This is also based on his own strength. If he dared to do this without being strong enough, he would have been killed long ago. How incredible! Who could have imagined that he would charge into the top 1,000? Jianghu, who had just said that Shao Chen was nothing, not even entering the top 1,000, showed a stunned expression, immediately feeling embarrassed. Although the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was not as petty as Jianghu, the more indifferent the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was, the more upset Jianghu felt. Right now, this Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor must be mocking me in his heart, Sovereign Emperor Jianghu thought indignantly. Damn it! Why hasn't someone come and killed this fellow yet? Is everyone in Secret Realm 97 trash? City Lord, Yun Fei's and Lei Hao's results are pretty good. The two of them also made it into the top 1,000. This is especially so for Yun Fei. He already made it into the top 300. It looks like he has a good chance of making it into the top 100. Old Chui took some time to pay attention to the results of the other participants in Peach Blossom City before reporting the good news to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. It was worth it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had been very indifferent in the first place. He already felt very satisfied with these unexpected results. This was how the human heart was. When one was content, one would always be happy. Sovereign Emperor Xingji's disciples all made it into the top 10, but he did not feel happy at all. Inside the secret realm, after Shao Chen reached the 900th rank, his ranking started to slow. The secret realm was filled with sovereign personages in the first place. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all experts without exception. They all had many faux god spirit jades. Shao Chen could not surpass them in a short time. Furthermore, Shao Chen had been inconspicuous at the start, which was why he managed to succeed. However, Shao Chen's ranking now jumped wildly, jumping more than 8,000 places from the last to the top 1,000. This had already caused a huge commotion in Secret Realm 97. It was no longer possible for him to keep a low profile. Shao Chen called out to the realm spirit in his heart. Immediately, a small light figure giving off a divine light appeared before him. Congratulations, participant Shao Chen. You jumped from the bottom to the 900th rank in half a day. Earlier, I received a request from Desolate City's City Lord. The light screen for Desolate City's Test Zone 97 has already locked onto you. After the realm spirit appeared, it spoke before Shao Chen could say anything. When Shao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Being noticed was not a bad thing. Thank you. However, there is no need to congratulate me. It is pointless if I do not enter the top 100. The little light figure corrected Shao Chen. Even if you do not enter the top 100, you still deserve to be congratulated. After the competition, you can exchange your faux god spirit jades for all sorts of resources and treasures from the Heavenly Alliance. Why do you think everyone risked their lives to protect their faux god spirit jades? Even if you do not exchange them, you can absorb them for many benefits. Furthermore, do you think it is that easy to enter the top 100? All the sovereign personages of the Great Thousand Realms are gathered here. Those who can enter the top 100 in any secret realm are absolute experts among experts, existences who can preside over an astral region. It turned out that the faux god spirit jades had such wondrous uses. In that case, even if one did not enter the top 100, it would not be a loss. Xiaochen nodded and said, "Coincidentally, I called you out to see who the people in the top 100 are." The little light figure said softly, "All right. I will tell you how many faux god spirit jades the top 100 participants have, their cultivation, the weapons they use, their appearance, and their age. However, I cannot provide you with any other information." "All right, that is enough. Sorry for the trouble." Soon, the little light figure presented the information of the top 100 participants in Secret Realm 97 to Xiaochen. After Xiaochen looked through the list carefully, his expression turned somewhat grave. These were the top 100 participants. Most of the participants in the top 100 were peak sovereign personages, and they were more than 300 years old. Many of them were more than 400 years old, at least 10 times older than Xiaochen. However, the people in the top 100 who had not reached peak sovereign personages could not be underestimated either. For these people to be able to push other peak sovereign personages out of the top 100, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. They might even have comprehended a Dao domain. The one that caught Xiaochen's attention was the person ranked first. That person had a startling number of faux god spirit jades, more than 2 million, double that of the person in second place. Gong Liangyu. Xiaochen wondered how this person obtained his faux god spirit jades. Xiaochen looked at his own faux god spirit jades. He barely had 100,000, 20-odd times less than the person in first place. Even the last 100 had more than 400,000 faux god spirit jades. He still had a long way to go. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had said the same thing about the little light figure. This was a test from the entire Great Thousand Realms, a grand scene that he had never experienced before. This was a completely different experience from the arena battles that he had experienced in the past. This was not a stage for people of the same generation. Being young was Xiaochen's greatest disadvantage. There was no need to say that this was unfair. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rules. One could come back in a few hundred years. Since one was already here, one should not complain about being wronged. "Can you tell me how this Gong Liangyu obtained the faux god spirit jades he has?" Xiaochen asked the little light figure, sensing that this person had an abnormal amount of faux god spirit jades. The little light figure explained, "He killed the 10 strongest ferocious beasts in the secret realm. At the same time, 10 peak sovereign personages died at his hands. Now no one dares to offend him. I advise you not to target him. What a ruthless person. Someone is heading towards you. Good luck." The little light figure vanished. Xiaochen looked around and could not help frowning slightly. There were a total of 5 groups of people, and each group had at least a dozen examinees. It seemed that the abnormal jump in his ranking had caused some trouble. Chapter 2093. Not long after the little light figure vanished, figures flickered in Xiaochen's vision. In the next moment, 60-odd participants appeared before Xiaochen. Peach Blossom City's Xiaochen? The light on his body is very strong. He probably has at least 100,000 faux god spirit jades. That's more than all of us combined. He truly lives up to being someone who jumped more than 8,000 ranks in one day. When the close to 70-odd participants arrived before Xiaochen, greed appeared in their eyes. The leader of the group wore blue robes and held a sword. He showed a ferocious expression as he said, "Cut the crap. If you want to remain in this secret realm, hand over all the faux god spirit jades on you." The 70-odd participants' auras merged into one. Their Dao might spread out, appearing very vast and terrifying. Countless auras locked onto Xiaochen. As long as he made any strange movements, all sorts of killing moves would await Xiaochen. Xiaochen took a quick look and felt somewhat disappointed. Even the strongest 5 of these people did not rank in the top 1,000. Can more people decide the outcome of the battle? Xiaochen smiled faintly, and a dragon roar erupted from his body. This dragon roar shook the surroundings. At the same time, Xiaochen's blue dragon divine might spread out together with this dragon roar. The 3 layers of Dao might behind him layered over each other, making his dragon might look solid and very impactful. Compared to this, The opponent's seemingly massive aura and stacked layers of Dao might were like paper. The aura that Xiaochen erupted with easily shattered the other side's aura. The group of people immediately turned somewhat flustered. They were forced to scatter and stabilize their auras. However, Xiaochen's attack was already like a great flood or ferocious beast. How could he give them a chance to regain their auras? None of you can leave. An indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiaochen. Then he shouted and quickly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. Right now, Xiaochen's execution of the Supreme Dragon Fist was completely different from when he executed it in the Divine Dragon Empire. As Xiaochen attacked, he executed 3 moves of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Heart of Clouds and Water. The mighty group of dragons roamed the heavens and the earth, ascending to the heavens and diving into the sea. Who was supreme? In the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the dragons were leaderless. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon was in power. How could he be respected? Bad luck? Life is thin as paper? What is a supreme being? What is a venerable being? I am the supreme, only I am supreme. When Xiaochen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, he combined it with his surging killing chi and the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind. The 60-odd great perfection sovereign personages were mercilessly suppressed by Xiaochen, unable to advance or retreat. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky, following him like shadows. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and he couldn't win even if he wanted to. The rage in the sky was the heaven dragon roaring. The murderous chi filling the sky was the hot-bloodedness burning in Xiaochen's body. Miserable shrieks rang out. The realm spirit continuously sent out participants, leaving behind faux god spirit jades. Xiaochen turned into a killing god, moving like a roaming dragon. As electric light flashed, he continuously punched, chasing after the participants who tried to flee. When Xiaochen punched, 10,000 dragons roared. The sky shook, the ground trembled, and mountains and rivers exploded. This group of people, who were already frightened out of their wits, could not block the berserk Xiaochen at all. Just a moment ago, these people were incredibly arrogant, wanting Xiaochen to hand over their spirit jades. In the next moment, they fell into hell, screaming endlessly. When the several participants in the distance saw this scene, their bodies trembled slightly, horror appearing in their eyes. How ruthless! It is best not to casually offend this person. For him to jump more than 8,000 ranks in one day, how can he be someone that can be trampled on? Indeed, these fellows are too naive. When they saw that Xiaochen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, they wanted to come and bully him. The facts have proven that the lower the cultivation of the people in the top ranks, the more terrifying they are, just like the great perfection sovereign personages in the top 100. At the same time, the sovereign emperors watching the light screen in desolate cities' starry heavens felt shocked. That is the Supreme Dragon Fist. It is one of the 3 strongest offensive martial techniques in the world. How incredible! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really chose a powerful demonic genius this time. He is too strong. Letting him participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test was the right decision. Such a powerful, outstanding talent can only truly grow after experiencing such battles. That's right. The Heavenly Alliance's test gathers all the sovereign personage experts of the Great Thousand Realms. Even if he loses in the end, it will be very beneficial to this Xiaochen. When Sovereign Emperor Xingge heard the group of sovereign emperors praising the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's choice of disciple, he showed an unsightly expression, feeling upset in his heart. These fellows only know how to flatter the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even when my disciple, Nangong Feng, made it into the top 10, I did not hear you say that. Up on the light screen, Xiaochen withdrew his hand and collected all the scattered faux god spirit jades in the air. Xiaochen's ranking jumped from 900 to 800. Now that he was in the top 1,000, it would be somewhat difficult for him to make such a large jump like before. Xiaochen was already very satisfied with advancing 100 ranks. One got away. After collecting the faux god spirit jades, Xiaochen looked around and discovered that it was the ferocious-looking blue-clad cultivator who shouted at him at the start. After him, Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he executed Light of Freedom. Then he turned into a lightning bolt and gave chase. Damn it! Damn it! The blue-clad sovereign personage wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. As he looked at Xiao Qin, who was chasing after him, he cursed continuously. The blue-clad sovereign personage had not expected a small perfection sovereign personage to erupt with such terrifying combat prowess. Not only that, but the combat experience that the blue-clad sovereign personage showed was also seasoned and calm, surpassing that of these sovereign personages who were only a few hundred years old. The blue-clad sovereign personage was truly a 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage. Pu Ci. The blue-clad cultivator, who was concerned about whether he could escape from Xiao Qin, suddenly discovered a spear stabbed into his chest. A terrifying force surged out from the spearhead. This force would destroy his physical body in the next moment. At the crucial moment, the realm spirit made a move and directly sent the blue-clad sovereign personage out. Whoosh! Xiao Qin's figure appeared, and his gaze fell on a spear-wielding cultivator in front. This person had soared through the air and instantly killed the blue-clad sovereign personage with one spear strike, snatching away Xiao Qin's target. This person exuded an aura that far surpassed that of a great perfection sovereign personage. The strong aura contained an even stronger sovereign personage will. A sharpness radiated from this person's face, deterring others from looking directly at him. The peak sovereign personage. This spearman before Xiao Qin was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Qin recalled for a while and knew who this person was. The Ink C Cluster's Qiong. This person ranked 358th on the list that the little light figure gave Xiao Qin. He was a peak sovereign personage and there was a portrait of him on it. Qiong held a black spear in his hand as he slowly collected the scattered faux god spirit jades in the air. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qin. Qiong's gaze contained strong pressure. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Xiao Qin knew that this was the pressure from the difference in cultivation. Unfortunately, although Xiao Qin's cultivation was not high, his will of soul already rivaled that of a peak sovereign personage. Under the boundless pressure of the other party's aura, Xiao Qin's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the other party. Since coming out of the land of the blood moon, Xiao Qin had not met such a strong opponent before. Xiao Qin's breathing turned somewhat ragged. It was not nervousness but excitement. He discovered that he had started to like this secret realm. This was the place of battle that Sang mentioned. This is interesting. Brother Peach Blossom, this little fellow under you should quickly run. Otherwise, he will be killed. Sovereign Emperor Xingji's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. What a fellow! I finally met an opponent who can deal with you. The other sovereign emperors had noticed this scene long ago. This was truly interesting when facing a peak sovereign personage. The previously strong Xiao Qin had finally run into an existence that was not easy to offend. At this moment, one could either fight or run. No matter what the choice was, one just had to be decisive. The worst thing to fear was hesitation, not knowing how to make a decision. Dang! Right after Sovereign Emperor Xinggu spoke, Xiao Qin stabbed the unsheathed tyrant saber into the ground in the light screen. Xiao Qin's battle hunger blazed like a fierce flame. Even through the light screen, everyone could feel his surging hot-bloodedness. What a fellow! He has a temper. The purple-haired old man could not help praising softly. Xiao Qin's decisive decision was simply delightful. Chapter 2094. Qiong was the top expert of the Ink C cluster. He was 400 years old and had already reached peak sovereign personage 100 years ago. He excelled at using the spear. When Qiong felt the battle hunger that erupted from Xiao Qin, he felt slightly surprised. Originally, he would not bother making a move against a small perfection sovereign personage. However, when his soul energy sensed the light of a faux god spirit jade on Xiao Qin's body and his ranking, his expression slowly turned grave. A 47-year-old small perfection sovereign personage, a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, ranked 800. This was a demonic genius. Qiong was already 400 years old. He had seen all sorts of geniuses and outstanding talents. Many great perfection sovereign personages had already eliminated peak sovereign personages in this secret realm. Everyone in the secret realm knew this principle. The great perfection sovereign personages of the top 100 were even more horrifying than peak sovereign personages. Similarly, those who could make it into the top 1,000 as small perfection sovereign personages definitely had extremely strong trump cards. They could not be underestimated at all. "Are you challenging me?" Qiong asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's battle hunger soared. Naturally, the answer went without saying. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. This is the first stage of the test, and it is not time to show our true strength yet. The people in the top 100 are already avoiding fighting each other to prevent others from taking advantage of them. Think about it carefully. At this point in time, challenging me is not a wise decision. Qiong showed a calm expression. Not only did he not show the arrogance of a peak sovereign personage facing a small perfection sovereign personage, but he also lowered his status and discussed things with Xiao Chen. There is no way to withdraw a drawn saber. The battle hunger that has been ignited can only grow stronger. It cannot be extinguished. The other party's words made sense. If both sides ended up injured, it would be easy for others to take advantage of them. Only 10 days had passed. It was not time to go all out yet. However, right now, Xiao Chen was not thinking about how to pass the test. He just wanted to fight once, to fight to his heart's content. Ink C clusters Qiong, make your move. You will regret it. Qiong eyes slowly turned cold. Previously, he had been as calm as still water. Now, he suddenly erupted with a terrifying chill. Thousands of cold lights appeared behind him like stars, densely packed and flickering, materializing a vast and boundless mysterious phenomenon. Boom! Amidst the explosion of thousands of icy stars, the long spear in his hand pierced toward Xiao Chen at a speed faster than light. The spear moved, and the vast and boundless cold stars came pressing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Xiao Chen did not retreat. He took a step forward and pulled out the tyrant saber stabbed into the ground. The instant Xiao Chen drew the saber light, countless electric lights flickered in the sky. 3 layers of Dao might layered over each other behind him. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's chest. Then, like a divine dragon, he charged forward fearlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them manifested different auras as they fought against each other. Their figures flickered as they clashed with their weapons. In just a short moment, a battle of wits and courage had already passed 100 moves. Qiong eyes were always as calm as ice, and his feet were as steady as an iceberg. His every move was flawless and flawless. Xiao Chen was obviously unable to remain calm in the face of someone whose cultivation was 2 realms higher than him. He could only go all out and strive to exert 110% or even 120% of his combat power with every move. When a person was at the edge of a cliff, he could only force himself to continuously outperform himself. However, Xiao Chen's opponent did not need to do so. He only needed to remain calm and not make any mistakes, waiting for his prey to make a mistake. As the two fought, one was steady and the other ferocious. It looked like Xiao Chen's might was vast, and his attacks were like the tide. His saber light flickered with an overwhelming aura. However, in reality, the spectating sovereign emperors knew that the one holding the upper hand was the Ink C cluster's spearman, Qiong. It was impossible for one to always outperform oneself. There would always be mistakes. It was just a matter of size. If Xiao Chen, who continued to erupt with power, could not break Qiong aura and gain a true advantage, the battle might end the instant Xiao Chen made a mistake, ending in one move. Reckless fool. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said indifferently from above desolate city's starry heavens. In reality, most of the sovereign emperors felt the same way. However, they would not say it out loud. After all, no matter what, Xiao Chen's courage was already worthy of praise. There was no need to ask for more. No matter what, the other party was a peak sovereign personage. Xiao Chen did not have much chance of victory in the first place. Boom! Just at this moment, the situation between Xiao Chen and Qiong suddenly changed. Qiong, who had been fighting steadily, suddenly erupted, bringing out 130% of his combat prowess. A cold light flashed in the starry heavens. Qiong roared ferociously and thrust his spear forward, making the starry heavens flicker and look like they were burning. Damn it. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Before he could change his move, Qiong-ing forcefully broke his aura. The cold light at the tip of the spear burst forth with a light comparable to that of the sun. Whoosh! The spear got closer and closer. Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. The light from the other party's spear tip was already so piercing that he could not see it clearly. Die! Qiong-ying's aura soared continuously as he took a ferocious step forward. With every step he took, 5 kilometers of ice appeared. A dazzling cold light burst out of Qiong-ying's body. Before the spear tip arrived, the vast aura forced Xiao Chen to continuously retreat. While at a disadvantage, the other party's peak sovereign personage will of soul pressed down. Qiong-ing wanted to kill Xiao Chen in one strike, not giving him any chance or hope of turning the situation around. Qiong-ing could not retreat any further. If he did, only death awaited him. Desperate situation. This was a desperate situation. Xiao Chen was at the edge of a cliff. If he took another step back, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. However, in this desperate situation, while Qiong-ing looked like he had a slim chance of survival, the other party was frantically erupting in order to kill him in one strike. His moves would not be as flawless as before. This was a desperate situation but also an opportunity. Should I use a secret technique? It is not time yet. Not to mention that the other party might not have a secret technique. Xiao Chen's purpose in this battle was not to win. It was to stabilize himself between life and death, to find the saber Dao that he once lost. Sun and moon shining together. The frantically retreating Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, and his sole mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together, appeared. Instantly, the pressure that the other party's will of soul placed on Xiao Chen vanished. Flawless Dao, heartbreaking chop. Xiao Chen had not experienced the pain of a broken heart for a long time already. His old wounds had already healed. If his heart shattered again, the pain that it brought would be several times more intense than before. He had tried several times in the past, but he could not persevere. Xiao Chen made his choice. Kasi. His heart shattered, and his complexion instantly paled. However, the instant his heart shattered, his physical body also brought out its boundless potential amid the boundless pain. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's momentum plummeted. Then he suddenly erupted. A shattered bright moon soared out from his body. Clang! Xiao Chen swung his saber light, and a loud, melodious sound shook the surroundings. At the crucial moment, the tyrant saber's blade forcefully blocked the other party's resplendent sun-like sharp attack. The moment the saber light clashed, the ground of this special secret realm shattered. The two were forced to their limits. He blocked it. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors watched this scene incredulously, feeling shocked. He actually blocked this spear strike? I thought that this spear strike would blast him into bits. I was even worried about whether the realm spirit could save him or not. To think that he blocked it. Inside the secret realm, Qiong-ing was similarly shocked. His thoughts raced as he quickly made a decision. He could not let the other party counterattack. He withdrew his spear and soared into the air. The countless burning cold stars in the sky instantly entered his body. Secret technique, boundless burning stars. This Qiong-ing was also a ruthless person. He knew that if he gave Xiao Chen a chance to counterattack after blocking the spear strike, he would be in for a hard time. Thus, he might as well use the advantage he still held to decide the victor in one move. Outside the light screen, the many sovereign emperors, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, had to hold their breaths again. The two's battle was simply extremely fascinating. Thousands of changes happened in an instant. One could not miss a single second. Qiong-ing, who soared into the air, let the boundless burning cold stars enter his body. Then he thrust his spear forward with an even more ferocious aura. This thrust was boundlessly ferocious. The boundless aura seemed to sweep through the world, barring all life and leaving nothing behind. Rumble. Amid loud sounds, the ground around Xiao Chen continuously exploded. The shock waves surged out, shocking everyone. When the participants watching from afar saw this scene, they were startled. If they got struck by the shock waves, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Xiaoqun, who was in the center of the storm. The kind of pressure he faced was easy to imagine. Holding the tyrant saber, Xiaoqun did not panic. He swept away the shock waves around him and pushed off with his feet, calmly retreating. What is he doing? Trying to flee. He is too naive. He has been smart all his life, but in the end he made such a foolish mistake. Upon seeing this scene, several sovereign emperors nearly could not hold themselves back, wanting to jump up. At this crucial moment, Xiaoqun could decide the victor in one move, yet he still wanted to retreat. This was simply incomprehensible. Xiaoqun gently leaped up and retreated 50 kilometers, landing on a mound. As Xiaoqun retreated, Qiangying's spear strike, powered by the secret technique, was already twice as strong as before he retreated. In the next moment, Xiaoqun would have to face the peak strike of this secret technique. He could no longer retreat. This was the price of retreating earlier. However, retreating was not fleeing or giving up. It was just to bring out his strength more perfectly. If Xiaoqun had no fear in his heart and victory was in his grasp, what harm was there in taking a step back? Martial and soul as one, entering hell. The white-clad Xiaoqun showed a calm expression as he faced the spear strike that could tear him to shreds in the next moment. He calmly entered the state of martial and soul as one. While retreating, he silently circulated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and swung it. Whoosh! The swastika on Xiaoqun's forehead erupted, and an endless purgatory swallowed up Xiaoqun. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they saw the world suddenly lose all color, leaving only black and white. The white-clad Xiaoqun held an evil world-destroying dragon as he clashed with Qiangying's sure-kill spear strike in this black and white world. Martial and soul as one. This time, the sovereign emperors who could no longer hold back jumped up. They looked at the light screen with the starry heavens as the background in shock. This was a technique that even sovereign emperors dreamed of grasping. To think that it appeared in the hands of a small perfection sovereign personage. Chapter 2095. Martial and soul as one, the merging of one's martial Tao, allowed one to enter the perfect state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. As Xiaoqun casually waved his hand, he could easily bring out any cultivation technique or martial technique to their limits. For example, Xiaoqun needed to put in a lot of effort before he could bring out 11% or 120% of his combat prowess. During this time, it was easy for him to expose his flaws, creating openings. However, after Xiaoqun entered martial and soul as one, he could easily bring out his limits with a casual strike, perfect and without any openings. More importantly, after Xiaoqun executed martial and soul as one, he could perfectly merge with the world. Every move and move contained the might of the world. The stronger one was, the more horrifying the might of the world that one could bring out after martial and soul as one. Just being able to casually bring out the limits of one's body was already enviable. When one executed a martial technique, one could bring out the heavenly might, inspiring envy. Very few sovereign emperors could grasp martial and soul as one. Of the more than 100 sovereign emperors present, only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could do so. Why did the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor receive so much respect? No one dared to underestimate him. Grasping martial and soul as one was one of the reasons. This Xiaoqun really hid himself deeply, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor muttered. He had not expected Xiaoqun to grasp martial and soul as one. Congratulations, Brother Peach Blossom. You accepted a good disciple. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor enviously. He was very unconvinced of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, but he had to admit that this fellow's potential was indeed limitless. Even Sovereign Emperor Xinggu had only touched the threshold of martial and soul as one in the past few years. This realm had to do with comprehension ability. Without sufficient comprehension ability, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, it would be pointless. You are too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. Haha, good. This Xiaoqun is incredible. Whether he can clear the first stage or not, headquarters will definitely pay attention to him. For so many years, our desolate city test zone has never sent a powerful demonic genius to the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, you brought me great honor. If I want to reward you, I will reward you now. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly, appearing in a good mood. He rejoiced and wanted to reward the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor quickly said, Lord Shangguan is too serious. We have not reached the final juncture yet, there is no need to rush. Let's see how far Xiaoqun can go in the end. If he can pass all the tests and join the Heavenly Alliance, it will not be too late to talk about rewards then. The purple-haired old man calmed down. As he stroked his beard, he smiled faintly and said, I was somewhat anxious. However, the number of cultivators in this Heavenly Alliance's test is the highest in history, exceeding 1 million. If it was in the past, I would have definitely passed the final test. However, it's hard to say whether I can pass the final test this time. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Someone who can comprehend spirit and martial arts as one has already proven his worth. The other super factions are very interested in such geniuses. They absolutely cannot let go of such a good seedling. City Lord, look. The outcome has been decided. The reminder drew everyone's attention to the light screen 97. Many faux god spirit jades exploded in the sky above the light screen. Qiong-ing, who was holding the spear, slowly turned immaterial. In the final confrontation, he did not expect his opponent to enter the state of martial and spirit as one. It was a pity that if he had known that the other party had grasped martial and soul as one, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Fighting against Xiaoqun, who had grasped martial and soul as one, in a single move was probably what the other party wished for. If he changed his strategy and continued to compete in martial arts techniques, he still had a chance of winning. Congratulations, the lucky fellow who comprehended the fusion of martial arts and soul. The Ink Sea Cluster's spearman, Qiong-ing, said softly as he looked at Xiaoqun with some envy. The outcome had been decided. In this battle, Xiaoqun had learned many things. No matter what, this Qiong-ing before him was a worthy opponent. He said, Thank you. Will we have a chance to meet again? Qiong-ing said sullenly, in the past Heavenly Alliance's tests, there would be a loser's arena battle. If there is one this time, I believe we will definitely meet again. Boom. After saying that, Qiong-ying's figure vanished. He had been eliminated by Xiaoqun in Secret Realm 97. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and waved. Then he collected all the faux god spirit jades in the air. The number of faux god spirit jades on him immediately increased from more than 100,000 to 400,000. Congratulations, participant. You are currently ranked 287th in Secret Realm 97. On another note, among the top 300, you are the only participant who is over 100 years old but is not a great perfection sovereign personage. Xiaoqun called out the realm spirit and checked his ranking. Then, the little light figure's mechanical voice rang out, congratulating Xiaoqun. 287th was already an extremely high ranking. It would be difficult for Xiaoqun to raise it within a short time. Xiaoqun looked around and sensed many strong auras rushing over. In his current state, Xiaoqun was not suited to continue fighting experts. His figure flashed as he fled far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Xiaoqun left, several figures appeared one after another. As these people looked at the damaged ground and the lingering battle marks in the air, they showed cautious expressions. What a fellow! He actually eliminated Qiong-ing. There is another competitor. We cannot underestimate this small perfection sovereign personage fellow. If I did not see wrong, he executed martial and soul as one earlier to defeat Qiong-ing. Qiong-ying's defeat is not undeserved. This serves as a reminder to us. Let's go. More people arrived one after another and quickly scattered. Now, all the peak experts in Secret Realm 97 knew that the white-clad bladesman named Xiaoqun was already a strong competitor for the slots. Another 10 days passed. After the initial intense killing, the Secret Realm entered a relatively peaceful period. This was the case in the other Secret Realms as well. That was because there were less than 5,000 people left in the Secret Realm. Most of these people were familiar with each other, so they could avoid many fearless battles. When the weaker ones saw the experts, They would immediately turn and flee, not linger in a fight. These people only hoped to be alive before the secret realm ended so that they could keep their faux god spirit jades to exchange for treasures. When the true experts met, they would be even more cautious. They could not attack rashly at this moment. Otherwise, if both sides ended up severely injured, who knew how many pairs of eyes would be watching? During the 10 days, Xiao Chen felt rather depressed. Right now, everyone in Secret Realm 97 knew the strength of the white-clad bladesmen. The weaker ones did not dare to provoke him. The higher-ranked ones would not fight him at all. Sometimes, one day passed without even seeing a single person. The number of people who dared to fight with him could be counted on one hand. His ranking rose very slowly. Over the past 10 days, the number of participants Xiao Chen killed was not even as many as the number of ferocious beasts he killed. However, Xiao Chen also knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As the end of the secret realm approached, the most intense competition would erupt. Until the very last moment, all the rankings were fake. Even those in the top 100 would not be unable to hide their strength at the very last moment and have no choice but to show themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt an extremely well-hidden soul energy sweep past him. He quickly put down what he was doing and started to track this soul energy without batting an eyelid. Xiao Chen immediately felt somewhat shocked. The range of this soul energy was frighteningly vast. However, since this soul energy was not specifically targeting him, Xiao Chen did not bother with it. At this moment, many eliminated participants had already appeared on the desolate city's starry heavens Dao platform. Lei Hao, whom the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor thought highly of, was among this group of eliminated participants. Lei Hao felt somewhat depressed. He had run into the strongest person in Secret Realm 8, Wu Meng, whom the others called the Saber Demon. Before Lei Hao could react, the other party instantly killed him with one saber strike and eliminated him. Lei Hao did not even manage to see the other party's appearance. He only saw a somewhat blurry face with a sinister smile. Damn it! I hope there will be a loser's bracket again. Otherwise, I will not have any chance at all. Let's see how little brother Xiao Chen and little brother Yunfei are doing. Lei Hao sorted out his emotions and looked for Yunfei's ranking on the light screen for Secret Realm 98. Not bad, he was ranked 403rd. If he maintained this ranking and lasted until the last 3 days, he might make it into the top 100. Second brother is still second brother. The 13-wind controlling swords is indeed strong. Lei Hao laughed as he looked at the light screen for Secret Realm 98. When he glanced at the ranking, he was immediately stupefied. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen was ranked 108th. After a long time, Lei Hao said in a daze, "How did little brother Xiao Chen make it all the way to the top 200? Only at this moment did Lei Hao notice that the eliminated participants around the Dao platform were all looking at the light screen for Secret Realm 97. Their expressions were similar to Lei Hao's, all of them showing shock. A 47-year-old participant actually made it into the top 200. Chapter 2096. I heard that an incredible demonic genius appeared in our desolate city test zone. He managed to make it into the top 200 in Secret Realm 97 at the age of 47. That is the truth. 10 days ago, I personally saw him kill a peak sovereign personage. He grasped martial and soul as one. You did not see it. Those sovereign emperors in the starry heavens jumped up in shock. Damn! Martial and soul as one. This is too demonic. He is only 47 years old. My goodness! Comparisons are odious. However, it is still somewhat difficult for him to make it into the top 100. This test is simply too difficult. There are more than 1 million participants. This is the most intense test in the Heavenly Alliance's history. We can still look forward to it. After all, he came out of our desolate city test zone. I think that City Lord Shangguan is very happy. Who knows, if his results are better, we might even be rewarded. Right. There are still 10 more days. There is still a chance. When Lei Hao heard the discussions around him, he slowly revealed a smile after his shock. His brother really became famous now. He had gained some face for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Even though he had been eliminated, his gloominess had lessened by a lot. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Only 2 days remained in the first stage. At this moment, many secret realms finally erupted with the final decisive battle after a long period of peace. Everyone who had a chance to make it into the top 100 went even crazier, frantically fighting for faux god spirit jades. At this point, if they still did not fight, they would not have another chance. The final madness officially began. A reign of terror spread throughout every secret realm. This was unavoidable in Secret Realm 97 as well. Congratulations to participant Xiaoqin. You have risen to the 178th rank in Secret Realm 97. Congratulations to participant Xiaoqin. You have risen to the 176th rank in Secret Realm 97. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any warning, Xiaoqian's ranking jumped from 180 to 170. However, Xiaoqian's faux god spirit jades did not increase. He did not kill any other participants either. Xiaoqian, who was preparing to move and do his best, looked at the little light figure in confusion. There must be a mistake. My faux god spirit jades did not increase. Please do not doubt Realm Spirit's words. Congratulations, examinee Xiaoqian, your ranking has risen to 165. The mechanical voice of the little light figure did not fluctuate in the slightest as it calmly narrated. Not good. Someone had started a massacre. The examinees in front of him were continuously killed and eliminated. His ranking was passively rising. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. This was not a good thing. There were no weaklings in front of him. More than a dozen people were eliminated so quickly. What kind of enemy did they encounter? Just as Xiaoqian was feeling bewildered, he noticed that there were many candidates fleeing into the distance with fear on their faces. Xiaoqian was puzzled and hurriedly stepped forward to stop one of them. Brother, what's going on? Why is everyone fleeing? Scram! Don't block my way. That person threw a palm strike at Xiaoqian, trying to push Xiaoqian back. When Xiaoqian received this palm strike, he revealed a startled expression as he recognized Xiaoqian. Sorry, it turns out to be the white-robed bladesman, Xiaoqian. Sorry for the offense earlier. After this person recognized Xiaoqian, his attitude immediately became much better. However, he still occasionally looked back, appearing somewhat anxious. What happened? Did a ferocious beast appear? That person quickly replied, it's even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. The top 10 participants of our secret realms split the participants for the overall ranking. They've divided up the participants of the entire mystic realm, and the area we're in right now is the territory of the number 1 Gong Liangyu. Don't you think it's scary? I'll be leaving first. You should leave quickly as well. Although the other places are also filled with the top 10 participants, it is at least much better than facing Gong Liangyu. After that person spoke, he immediately fled, leaving in a hurry. After that person went far away, just as he was about to vanish from Xiaoqian's sight, his body suddenly exploded, filling the air with faux god spirit jades. Xiaoqian vaguely saw a blue figure waving its hand and collecting the faux god spirit jades before disappearing. Xiaoqian vaguely felt that the other party had glanced at him. With just one glance, Xiaoqian felt immense pressure, like he was imprisoned. Realm Spirit, what's going on? Xiaoqian quickly asked, feeling some lingering fear as he summoned out the little light figure. The little light figure answered mechanically, those who can enter the top 100 of the overall ranking in the first stage will have the advantage of being seeded in the second stage. How come I don't know about this? Only the top 10 participants of the various secret realms can receive the information I send them. No wonder. When Xiaoqian heard that, he understood. No wonder he felt an extremely vast soul energy probing the entire secret realm. It turned out that 10 days ago, the top 10 participants had started discussing their respective territories. This was really not good. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 were definitely examinees who had an overwhelming advantage in their respective secret realms. If not for the Realm Spirit's reminder, the top 10 participants might not have erupted in advance for the sake of preserving their strength. For the other examinees, the pressure on them would be much less. However, now that they knew about seeded participants in the second stage, they would definitely fight for it with all their might. This would simply be an apocalyptic disaster for the other participants. With the meticulous planning of these people, the participants below the top 10 became lambs to be slaughtered. The expressions of the many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens changed somewhat. The expressions of the many eliminated participants on the Dao platform changed dramatically. As they watched the top 10 participants being slaughtered on the light screen, they felt that this was simply too cruel. Lord Shangguan, what's going on? A sovereign emperor could not help asking the purple-haired old man. With this, the difficulty of passing the first stage increased several-fold. Furthermore, it became even crueler and cold-blooded. The purple-haired old man replied sullenly, "I just received the news. This is a last-minute decision by the Heavenly Alliance. There are simply too many participants this time. The Heavenly Alliance needs to use a stricter method to select participants. Otherwise, it will still be the same as before, unable to keep up with the other super factions." When the number of participants in the various secret realms reaches 100, the first stage of the test will end early. We can only wish them good luck now. The top 10 participants of the various secret realms were all incredibly strong existences. They had a suppressive advantage over the other participants. From the light screen, it could be seen that the top 10 candidates had all been eliminated. When the other participants erupted with their full power, it was simply a massacre. There were few exceptions. The number of participants in the various secret realms rapidly decreased. This was very scary and unbearable to watch. This was too cruel. The number of participants in this Heavenly Alliance's test exceeded 1 million. This was already the most difficult part. Now, the Heavenly Alliance suddenly made such a move. This caught everyone off guard and was not easy to deal with. City Lord, things are not good. The strongest participant in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, has taken over Shao Chen's territory. Gong Liangyu? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. He had an impression of this person. Gong Liangyu was the disciple of an old friend. At the age of 380, Gong Liangyu had already advanced to peak sovereign personage at the age of 100. His veritable essence energy, will, martial techniques, and various other aspects had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage. Gong Liangyu lacked only one fortuitous encounter to undergo his tribulation at any time and become a divine vein realm sovereign emperor. Gong Liangyu was far stronger than the previous Jianghu. Even if Shao Chen grasped martial and soul as one, he would not be a match for Gong Liangyu. Gong Liangyu was too young. Gong Liangyu had been a peak sovereign personage for 280 years. If Gong Liangyu fought with Shao Chen, Gong Liangyu would hold a huge advantage in all aspects. If Shao Chen had another 50 years, he might not have feared Gong Liangyu. However, now, no matter what, Gong Liangyu was Shao Chen's senior. When Gong Liangyu advanced to sovereign personage, Shao Chen might not have been born yet. It would not be fair for the two to fight. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said sullenly, "If you run into Gong Liangyu, your chances of advancing are too slim. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too cruel. Even I cannot bear to watch." Old Shui sighed softly, "How unfortunate. The Heavenly Alliance's last-minute change is too fatal." When the top 10 participants fought for the faux god spirit jades with their full power, some of the participants did not even have time to be rescued by the realm spirit and died in the secret realm. Such a situation was very rare in the past examinations. However, it happened in nearly every secret realm now. The eliminated people on the Dao platform suddenly rejoiced, rejoicing that they were eliminated early. The participants who lasted until the last 2 days were simply too miserable. Chapter 2097. Inside the secret realm, Shao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked around, taking in the scene for 500,000 kilometers around. Gong Liangyu. Shao Chen finally saw this person clearly. Gong Liangyu wore azure-colored profound robes with threads of golden thread. He looked elegant and graceful, noble and extraordinary. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. After Gong Liangyu chased after the other participants who wanted to flee, they would lose in 3 moves at most. Was this exaggerated? It was not. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, one would have a suppressive advantage. Take Xiao Chen for example. If the other small perfection sovereign personages stood before him, they would die within 10 moves. Even a regular great perfection sovereign personage would end up getting crushed. However, the roles were reversed. As a sovereign personage, this Gong Liangyu stood even higher than Xiao Chen. This Gong Liangyu was not just a simple peak sovereign personage. The combat prowess that he displayed far surpassed that of other peak sovereign personages. Even that Qiong Ying might not last more than 10 moves if Gong Liangyu unleashed his full power without holding anything back. Cultivation realm was only one of the factors that measured a cultivator's strength. Even if one's cultivation was the same, there might be a huge difference in strength. As Xiao Chen watched a participant getting massacred, he felt a little emotional. At the same time, he thought of a countermeasure. Under the observation of the heavenly eye, the faster those who fled, the faster they died. Gong Liangyu's movement technique was extremely strange. He was always one step faster than others, catching up to the fleeing people and mercilessly killing them. What movement technique does he cultivate? He is so fast that it is somewhat scary. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that this was not easy to deal with. Being in the range of Gong Liangyu's massacre inspired despair. If Xiao Chen faced the other top 10 experts, the situation might be much better. I'm not running anymore. I'll fight it out with him. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye saw that some people could not flee, so they roared and gathered 10-odd people to charge at Gong Liangyu. They should have done this long ago. Instead of running, they might as well counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When one was in despair, the potential that burst out of one's body would terrify even oneself. With nowhere to run, the 10-odd sovereign personages turned and charged at Gong Liangyu at the same time. There were all sorts of killing moves, continuous mysterious phenomena, and boundless Dao might. Xiao Chen, who was watching with his heavenly eye, felt that all these attacks had sealed off all the possible escape routes for Gong Liangyu. Facing more than 10 killer moves in the sky and on the ground, Gong Liangyu showed no expression as he stretched out his right hand. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen Gong Liangyu's hand clearly. It was as white as jade and was even more beautiful than a woman's hand. Rumble. All sorts of killing moves arrived. The world changed color from the desperate counterattacks of these 10-odd sovereign personages. All sorts of phenomena appeared one after another. This battle represented the peak attack of these candidates. At this point, he could no longer hold back. If it was Xiao Chen facing such an attack, he would temporarily retreat, because there was no need to fight against a group of life-saving killer moves. The examinees who made a move only hoped to force Gong Liangyu back, not to win. He only hoped that he could force the other party to retreat and give himself a chance to escape. However, Gong Liangyu remained expressionless. He spread open his jade-white palm and grabbed. Then, something strange happened. Many mysterious phenomena in the sky fell down like meteors. The weapons in many people's hands even fell to the ground with a shwa sound. The world spun, and the targets of many people's killing moves changed for no reason, landing on the ground. That space seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Countless killer moves were instantly broken by Gong Liangyu. The Earth Great Dao, this is a Dao domain. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, these people are all going to die. The 10-odd sovereign personages paled in fright. They immediately turned around and fled. However, they were horrified to discover that the sovereign personages had already fled. However, they were horrified to discover that while they were in the air, they felt like their feet had sunk into a swamp. They had clearly brought out their movement techniques at full power, but they were like clowns swimming slowly in the air. Gong Liangyu's expression remained expressionless as he flicked his finger. A thick strand of black sword qi tore through the air. The sword intent was dense, and the sword aura was vast. Everywhere it passed, the other examinees died on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heavy rain fell from the sky. It was the faux god spirit jades continuously falling. With a wave of his hand, Gong Liangyu collected all the faux god spirit jades in the air. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as if he had just done something insignificant. Xiao Chen withdrew his heavenly eye and closed his eyes. After resting for a while, he opened them again. Xiao Chen could not think about leaving. The faster he went, the more likely Gong Liangyu would target him. The other party grasped the Earth Great Tao and a strange movement technique. If Gong Liangyu targeted him, there was no hope of escaping. Xiaochen summoned out the little light figure and looked at his ranking. It had already jumped to 130th rank. If one could understand the meaning behind this ranking, they would be as startled as Xiaochen. There was no point in thinking too much. Since Xiaochen could not leave, he would just fight with his full power. Xiaochen had more than 600,000 faux god spirit jades on him. For the sake of the overall ranking, the other party would not let him off. Dang! Xiaochen stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground beside him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his mental state. He continuously copied the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, storing up power and waiting to take action. Right now, Xiaochen no longer thought about the Heavenly Alliance's test. He only hoped to go all out before an expert like Gong Liangyu, not leaving any regrets. Victory or defeat did not matter. As long as he did not get defeated in 10 moves and get eliminated before he could bring out anything, it would be too regrettable. Xiaochen only wanted to fight to his heart's content, not leaving any regrets. At Desolate City's Starry Heavens Dao platform, Yun Fei appeared in the crowd with a slightly pale complexion. At the very last moment, he had managed to charge into the top 100 after much difficulty. In the end, he ran into the top 10 of Secret Realm 98, who did not give him a chance to execute the 13 wind controlling swords. Second brother, come over here. It was Lei Hao's voice. Yun Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lei Hao waving at him from not far away. You got eliminated as well? Yun Fei asked as he looked at Lei Hao after walking over. He could not help feeling even more depressed. At the same time, he blamed himself. Both of them were eliminated. It was over. Peach Blossom City's people did not even pass the first stage. Lei Hao consoled, don't blame yourself too much. This Heavenly Alliance's test is too ridiculous. It is good that you survived and got eliminated. Furthermore, we still have a chance to enter the Loser's Arena. Don't be too disheartened. Loser's Arena? The Loser's Arena was even crueler. In previous years, the Loser's Arena had tens of thousands of people fighting in a chaotic battle royale. The remaining people would go on to the next round. This time, it would probably be a chaotic battle royale with 1 million people fighting for 100 spots. Yun Fei could only think about it. The requirements for strength and luck were too high. How is little brother Xiaochen? Why don't I see him? Yun Fei looked around and did not see Xiaochen on the Dao platform. He immediately felt somewhat worried. Several people had died in this Heavenly Alliance's test. Lei Hao pointed to a light screen and said, "Look over there. Little brother Xiaochen has gained glory for master this time. Even Lord Shangguan is full of praise for him. I heard that he grasped martial and soul as one. He even defeated a peak sovereign personage and made it into the top 210 days ago." When Yun Fei heard that, he could not help feeling startled. When he fought with Xiaochen, although he knew that Xiaochen held back some trump cards, Yun Fei knew that he had grasped martial and soul as one. However, Lei Hao thought to himself, even if Xiaochen brought out all his trump cards, he should be undefeatable. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was so ferocious, grasping martial and soul as one. Lei Hao sighed softly. Unfortunately, he is in Gong Liangyu's range. He is probably going to enter the Loser's Arena like us. Is this Gong Liangyu very strong? Very strong. He is on the same level as that Wu Meng in my secret realm. He was already a peak sovereign personage 200 years ago. Furthermore, he grasped the Earth Dao domain. Little brother Xiaochen is in trouble. Lei Hao hoped that Xiaochen could defeat this Gong Liangyu. However, reality told him that it would be too difficult. This Gong Liangyu had reached the limits of a sovereign personage in every aspect. Furthermore, he grasped a Dao domain. Based on the mysterious movement technique Gong Liangyu executed, he clearly had a fortuitous encounter and possessed great luck. It seems like he is targeting Xiaochen. Yun Fei's expression changed slightly. Then he saw an azure figure approaching from afar on the light screen for number 97. Immediately, The nearly 10,000 eliminated people on the desolate City Dao platform focused their gazes on the light screen for number 97. Even the many sovereign emperors stopped chatting at this moment and looked over with grave expressions. After all, Xiao Chen came from the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's faction. He represented their desolate city test zone. No matter what, they hoped that Xiao Chen would perform well. Chapter 2098. Gong Liangyu frowned slightly. His 10 moves were each more ferocious than the last, not holding back at all. Xiao Chen's heart was pure, straightforward, and magnanimous. As expected, the Earth Dao domain had already spread out while Xiao Chen spoke. Boundless heaven and earth, body as a cauldron, sharp spirit finger. Just as that strand of sword chi was about to arrive, Xiao Chen calmly swung his tyrant saber. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, an azure figure slowly descended at the limits of his vision. This scene frightened the onlookers. Their hearts skipped a beat. It's over. Xiao Chen, who had seen Gong Liangyu make a move before, had already expected all this. No one had ever seen or heard of Xiao Chen's method of blocking the other party's attack, startling everyone. City Lord Shangguan frowned slightly, thinking about something. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He remained silent as his figure flashed forward and threw another palm strike. Xiao Chen showed a cold and expressionless expression as he walked over step by step. His aura, which had already fallen, slowly soared as he walked. A strong wind howled, and the sky changed color. When the saber and sword chi clashed, a dazzling and resplendent light burst out, instantly illuminating the light screen for Secret Realm 97 in a piercing white. Gong Liangyu's blurry figure gradually turned clearer in Xiao Chen's vision. Finally, he landed 1 kilometer away. Xiao Chen immediately felt heavy pressure. The spreading Earth Dao domain restricted his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's palm strike landed, the layered mountain images gathered into a heavy and ancient stone steel. Then, it smashed down with absolute pressure. The strong contrast made Gong Liangyu look even stronger. Xiao Chen not only looked miserable but also humiliated. On the light screen for Secret Realm 97 with the starry heavens as the background, Gong Liangyu stood upright with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Only Xiao Chen's head remained on the barren ground in front of him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. At such a close distance, he felt the horror of this sword chi. Xiao Chen was not wrong. He would not lower his head or bend his back. No matter how difficult it was, he did not feel fear or regret. 200 years ago, Xiao Chen was already a peak sovereign personage. His strength went without saying. The eliminated cultivators on the desolate City Dao platform couldn't bear to watch such a humiliating scene. Why was this child so persistent? All the other candidates in this area had already been eliminated, leaving only Xiao Chen. But even so, he still felt pressured when facing them. That deadly sword light was already less than 10 meters away from Xiao Chen. However, not only did Xiao Chen not move, he even sheathed his saber. Even those sovereign emperors had grave expressions on their faces. They stared unblinkingly at the light screen 97, not willing to miss even the slightest detail. Even in such a situation, he still wanted to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen and not give him any chance to turn things around. Primordial divine eyes, bloodline activation, life ceaseless, battle ceaseless. The purple-haired old man also couldn't help but praise. Gong Liangyu flicked his finger, and a strand of dense sword chi shot toward Xiao Chen. However, there was no fear in his heart. At most, he would just lose. Who could remain undefeated in this world? One only needed to be fearless and fight with one's full power. This move was too exquisite. Gong Liangyu showed everyone how to perfectly merge the Earth Dao domain with the sword chi. However, this move perfectly demonstrated what it meant to multitask, leaving no way out. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then he merged all his veritable essence energy, vital chi, and soul energy into one, silently circulating them. When the many eliminated cultivators on the desolate City Dao platform saw this scene, their hearts clenched. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious saber hum ignited the hot-bloodedness in Xiao Chen's body. In that instant, a boundless battle hunger soared into the sky. The scene reappeared. Xiao Chen held his saber with one hand, dressed in white. His complexion was slightly pale, and dragon images circled him. His aura did not seem affected at all. Clearly he was not injured. Good. When everyone saw Gong Liangyu make his move, they all sucked in a deep breath. Gong Liangyu could not be bothered to waste time. While his aura reached its peak, he threw a palm strike with his left hand. Then he placed his right hand on the back of his left hand. What was even more unbearable was that even at this moment, Gong Liangyu still did not show mercy. Gong Liangyu found this slightly strange. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, containing envy and disappointment. He said softly, "Who would underestimate a sovereign personage who grasped martial and soul as one? I can feel your surging battle hunger and the hot-bloodedness burning in your body. This mental state and will are truly rare." Xiao Chen faced Gong Liangyu calmly. Then, he said calmly, "This should be the first thing you said in the past 3 days. It looks like you still think highly of me. Many thanks. However, there is no need to pressure me with words. They are ineffective against me." Bang. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chen lay on the ground with only his head remaining. His eyes were as clear as water and as bright as gems. From the start to the end, he did not show any fear or weakness. Xiao Chen smacked his left hand above his head. The instant he turned into a cauldron, he blocked the other party's sword chi and the stone steel image's suppression. "Did you block it?" Xiao Chen perfectly merged with the Earth Great Tao. There was nothing fancy about it, just a heavy and imposing aura. "It's coming." Dragon Might and Tao Might merged into Xiao Chen's aura and erupted. Xiao Chen focused all his attention. How can it be like this? He actually wasted it at the crucial moment. Naturally, Lord Shangguan hoped that Xiao Chen could go further away from such an outstanding talent, gaining some face for Desolate City's test zone and Shangguanguan. The most helpless thing was that Xiao Chen remained in the other party's Earth Great Tao. His movement technique was restricted, and he could bring out less than 80% of his strength. Gong Liangyu looked at Xiao Chen expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "You are rather smart. You are not like the others, jumping around, knowing that the faster you flee, the faster you die. You are also not like the other fools, taking the initiative to seek death. I am honored to tell you that you will be the last person I will kill in Secret Realm 97. However, since Xiao Chen was here, there was no need to complain. This was the path he chose. Even if he had to kneel, he had to persevere. He would not lower his head or bend his back. Even if someone trampled him into the dust, he would not give up on his perseverance. It's over. The horrifying explosive force did not even give Xiao Chen time to react. Gong Liangyu's palm wind slammed him into the ground. When the two palms layered over each other, the might that erupted from this palm strike surpassed the previous 9 moves combined. I can still breathe. Why do you think it's over? Only Gong Liangyu's head remained on the ground. Only the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could guess that Xiao Chen, a powerful demonic genius, had been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire in a humiliating manner. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen had been suppressing his anger. He wanted to prove himself, to return to the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! No one understood why Xiao Chen was so insistent. Not only did Xiao Chen block the sword strike, but he did so without getting injured at all. This immediately elicited cheers. This surpassed many people's expectations. Gong Liangyu's sword chi looks casual. In reality, every strand of it is his full power. The Earth Great Tao is naturally dense and dense. It looks ordinary, but in reality, it is boundlessly vast, as heavy as a mountain. Almost all of the candidates were defeated by a wisp of his sword chi. Bang! Gong Liangyu did not give Xiao Chen any chance to catch his breath. In the next second, he retreated and arrived before Xiao Chen. I blocked it. Unfortunately, the more it is like this, the more serious I have to deal with it, the faster you will lose. It is destined that things will not go as you wish. After 10 moves, Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak. After that, his aura could no longer rise and slowly stabilized. It was like now, even though Xiao Chen knew that the Heavenly Alliance's test was unfair, he could not do anything about it. Boom! The realm spirit had not forcefully sent Xiaochen away yet, which meant that he still had the strength to fight. If not for the Dao domain spreading out on the ground, the might of this palm strike could have reduced the land for 500,000 kilometers around to nothing. Whoosh! This Gong Liangyu is really not giving him a way out. Fortunately, this beautiful light lasted for only an instant before quickly fading. However, others could roughly guess what had happened. Xiaochen was a rare demonic genius. Furthermore, he happened to come from the desolate city test zone. When Xiaochen stubbornly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat Qin Ming, who used the Emperor Dragon Fist, in Divine Dragon City, he had already expressed his stance. Xiaochen's palm technique looked simple, but it was heavy and dense. It was like he had thrown out many tall mountains. The dragon race bloodline in Xiaochen's body made him yearn for the empire that chased him out. Xiaochen was not done yet. At this moment, his left hand moved as well. He held two fingers together and formed a sword light that pierced into Xiaochen's face. Right after Gong Liangyu spoke, he ferociously raised his hand. That jade-white hand looked even more beautiful at close range. This was a hand that countless people envied. It was a hand of uncanny workmanship, meticulously carved yet natural. This is the final move. I'll send you out. Xiaochen's hand slowly turned golden. The Dao platform set the place abuzz. Everyone felt incredibly anxious, eager to know what would happen next. Was there a need to risk his life in a battle that he was sure to lose? Could he not admit defeat? Retreat, Gong Liangyu said indifferently. Then he stepped forward and stomped, trying to crush Xiaochen's head. The most crucial thing was the sword light that Xiaochen's left hand had pierced into Xiaochen's face. Sensing that he could not get close at all, Gong Liangyu decisively scattered the stone steel and the sword qi before retreating. No matter how difficult it was, he would persevere on the path he chose. In the future, he would use his own method to return to the empire and prove himself. He is not dead yet? A sovereign emperor on the throne sighed softly. Clearly, this Gong Liangyu did not want to waste time with Xiaochen. He used his full power, not underestimating Xiaochen at all. Wuxia. Xiaochen was only 47 years old. He had advanced to sovereign personage only a few years ago. His innate disadvantage already sealed his fate. If Xiaochen tried to dodge the sword qi with his movement technique, he would definitely die. Xiaochen blocked this attack with some difficulty. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 3 steps back. This works? Xiaochen slowly stood up. Gong Liangyu's words contained absolute confidence. However, the deeper meaning was somewhat terrifying. Xiaochen, who was recuperating with his eyes closed, felt a strong aura slowly approaching him from afar. Amid the chain of palm images, Xiaochen occasionally switched to a sword technique to attack, which was even more crafty and sinister. When Xiaochen's veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi all merged into one and filled his entire body, he stretched out 2 fingers. To everyone's surprise, he used these 2 fingers to clamp down on that sword light. In mere moments, 10 moves passed. Xiaochen's white robes were already stained with blood. His wounds were a ghastly sight, inspiring heartache. Xiaochen did not bother saying anything. His coldness and ruthlessness inspired despair. Everyone who saw him felt a chill run down their spines, feeling like they had fallen into an ice cave. The descending stone steel thoroughly suppressed Xiaochen. If not for his innate divine body, his physical body would have been crushed. Everyone felt heartache. Even the purple-haired old man, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, felt his eyes moisten. Palm strike after palm strike, Gong Liangyu continuously sent out palm strike after palm strike. With each palm strike, the scene on the light screen shook for a long time. This battle had been unfair from the start. Gong Liangyu, who had lived for more than 400 years, had already reached the limits of a sovereign personage in all aspects. Chapter 2099. With a thought, Xiaochen extended his hand, and a vast, boundless, blurry picture of 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky appeared. Gong Liangyu, who felt that it was over, relaxed for a moment. His perfect aura revealed some openings. Such a scene was very exciting, making one's blood boil. Everyone in Secret Realm 97, no matter where they were, could see this shocking scene when they raised their heads. The moment Xiaochen activated his bloodline, it instantly blasted apart the Earth Dao domain that covered the ground. At the same time, 3 Dao might layered over Xiaochen's body, working with his bloodline power. One could see a trace of scarlet shadow coalescing in the thousands of sword images. The rubble, and dust from the explosion piled up like a mountain. Gong Liangyu was in there, his status unknown. However, this thought only lasted for an instant before Gong Liangyu's expression changed. The surging dragon might gathered on Xiaochen's body, causing Xiaochen's aura to erupt again, continuously climbing. Even a fool could tell that this was not the right time to clash head-on with Xiaochen. Gong Liangyu felt sullen and upset. However, his shocking rationality suppressed all rash actions, remaining incredibly calm. Right now, if Xiaochen did not admit defeat and let the realm spirit send him out, he might die to this 10,000 swords returning to the heart. After awakening the blue dragon divine body, Xiaochen could endure even more of the ancient energy from his great desolate Ian bloodline. Is that it? Xiaochen roared, and the berserk dragons quietened down. The earlier ferocity and berserk instantly vanished. Gong Liangyu had not expected his sure-kill trump card to be so useless before Xiaochen. By the time Gong Liangyu recovered his wits, the picture suddenly descended and suppressed him. The golden light in Xiaochen's eyes vanished completely. Dressed in white, he fell to the ground somewhat weakly. Although this was his first time encountering the Earth Dao domain, Xiaochen was more than 70% confident of breaking this Earth Dao domain. How can it be like this? Boom, 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 boom. Heaven's unfairness. Only I am supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the scene in the secret realm was earth-shattering. The examinees on this side were all scared silly. A foot as large as a mountain trampled him down. Kacha! Kacha! Xiaochen crushed the image of the mountain behind him as it rose up from the ground. When the scroll was unfurled, the entire sky was filled with dazzling golden light. Gong Liangyu did not panic in the face of danger. His figure moved backward, trying to buy himself some time to come up with a plan. Xiaochen snorted coldly. Buddhist divine ability, Dharma world. Seeing that Xiaochen had no intention of admitting defeat, Gong Liangyu's eyes flashed with hostility as he spoke coldly. The reason why it had never been broken. Xiaochen broke the restrictions of Gong Liangyu's Earth Dao domain on his movement technique. Xiaochen instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's leaderless dragons. Immediately, 10,000 dragons soared into the air behind him, roaring. Furthermore, with the support of Xiaochen's bloodline, the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist reached a horrifying level. Anyone would feel unbearable pain as Xiaochen stomped down. An ordinary sovereign personage would probably turn into meat paste with one stomp. In 3 seconds, Xiaochen stomped a total of 100 times. After 100 stomps, Dharma world came to an end. After enduring the final strike of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who had been suppressed for a long time, erupted. A terrifying aura soared up from his body, and the image of an ancient mountain rose up from the ground behind him. Gong Liangyu showed doubt for the first time since the fight started. He was stunned for a moment. Gong Liangyu brought out his Earth Dao domain to its limits. However, just as the mountain was about to soar into the clouds, oh no! The might of this secret technique already rivals that of an ordinary strike of a divine vein realm's sovereign emperor. Congratulations to all the participants. The 100 spots for Secret Realm 97 have been decided. Those who survive will be qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Gong Liangyu felt suspicious in his heart. Did Xiaochen's attack end here? Just as Gong Liangyu's foot was about to stomp down, Xiaochen's great desolate Ian bloodline instantly activated. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He moved his hands unhurriedly, sending out dense sword images. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content, fighting to the death. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. Why did Ancestor Dragon City not take him in? With the support of the 10,000 Dragons picture, although Gong Liangyu fought steadily, he was still forced back step by step. This was a scene that no one expected. The strongest expert in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, slaughtered all the participants within 500,000 kilometers. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change, but his murderous intent soared in his heart. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can erupt for. He could no longer tolerate this kind of entanglement with Xiao Qin, a 47-year-old sovereign personage. Not admitting defeat? In that case, die. This was definitely a trump card that Gong Liangyu planned to use in the second stage of the test. Gong Liangyu, who originally thought that he would be severely injured, executed his killing move the instant Xiao Chen's Dharma world came to an end. Amidst the loud noise, one mountain peak after another was snapped in half. The scene on the light screen trembled endlessly. One could only see Xiao Chen's gargantuan feet descend mercilessly over and over again. Bang! The spectators were flabbergasted, feeling incredibly shocked. After receiving this punch, Gong Liangyu felt his internal organs crack as he got knocked back 500,000 kilometers. 10,000 tall mountain peaks rising from the ground. Gong Liangyu continuously shattered the dragon images flying at him. Because time was limited, Gong Liangyu needed to wait for the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gong Liangyu was too unfathomable. The thousands of sword lights filled with scarlet images bounced back with tinkling sounds, unable to break this painting. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame turned into a pair of yin and yang fish, chasing each other in the starry heavens of the secret realm. The reversal of the situation on the light screen for Secret Realm 97 excited all the participants and the sovereign emperors in the entire desolate city. The thousands of dragon images looked solid, carrying Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness and pride as they charged endlessly at Gong Liangyu like a torrential storm. The Supreme Dragon Fist was one of the three most ferocious offensive fist techniques in the world. Xiao Chen could not clash head-on with it. A resplendent and dazzling sun-like light burst out from Gong Liangyu's chest. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights shot out from his chest. Even though Xiao Chen already held a huge advantage, he did not relax at all. He was cold and emotionless, inspiring despair. Gong Liangyu was forced back by Xiao Chen. After enduring the full set of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who felt incredibly sullen, seized the perfect opportunity after Xiao Chen finished executing his fist lights to erupt with power. A painting appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then he unhurriedly tossed it into the air. However, Xiao Chen forced Gong Liangyu to execute it in this stage of the test. Heaven Dragon Regrets. Commanding the Dragons. A vast and boundless Taiji yin-yang flame diagram covered the starry heavens, spreading throughout the secret realm. Furthermore, Gong Liangyu was forced into such a situation. He did not dare to imagine how the powerhouses of his test zone would view him. When Gong Liangyu executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had already been knocked back 500,000 kilometers, arriving in the territory of another one of the top 10 participants. A figure covered in wounds and disheveled hair charged out of a pile of rubble, looking very miserable. When this foot landed, the surrounding tall mountains all flew away. The ground cracked, and countless peaks appeared. 10,000 Dragons Picture, Supreme Dragon Fist. The little light figure appeared before everyone in the secret realm's void and announced the end of the test. Great desolate divine eyes, bloodline activated. Endless life, endless battle. Gong Liangyu's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-long saber. Gong Liangyu looked up, stunned. Punch after punch, Gong Liangyu showed a bitter expression as he clenched his teeth and held on, continuously getting pushed back. Yin-yang burst. Rumble. Everyone said that Gong Liangyu was ruthless, cold, and emotionless. However, when this Xiao Chen showed his ruthlessness, it was even more chilling. My goodness! This truly lives up to being one of the three most ferocious fist techniques in the world. Even Gong Liangyu does not dare to challenge its sharpness. Xiao Chen revealed his true form and hovered in the air. The golden light in his eyes had already dimmed. The duration of his bloodline was about to end. 10,000 swords returning to the heart. The offensive aura coming from Xiao Chen was incredibly terrifying. It was like an ancient great desolate Ian roaring at him. Every sword strike contained a drop of Gong Liangyu's heart blood. This terrifying killing move made the cultivators outside the light screen suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Chen did not give up. He continued to wait. Now, this opportunity finally appeared before him. As Xiao Chen pointed with one hand, this vast Taiji yin-yang flame diagram descended on Gong Liangyu. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura suppressed Gong Liangyu for the first time. After fighting with the black and white eggs for 4 years, Xiao Chen was no stranger to the Dao domain. I can still breathe. Why do you say that it's over? However, how could Xiao Chen give Gong Liangyu this opportunity? He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, the strongest martial technique of the dragon race. Xiao Chen grabbed ferociously with his right hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. The terrifying might of the flames radiated out, killing many of the participants who could not dodge in time. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his blood surged. As a vast dragon roar rang out, 10,000 dragons attacked when he punched. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen activated his bloodline and unleashed his full power. For a short time, his cultivation was no weaker than a peak sovereign personage. Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Upon seeing the terrifying secret technique that Gong Liangyu executed in the secret realm, the sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens immediately saw how extraordinary the 10,000 swords returning to the heart was. Chapter 2100. The first stage ended. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiao Chen looked at his ranking, 98th. Gong Liangyu, who ranked first, had 4 million Faux God Spirit Jades, still ranked first. He is not dead yet? As Xiao Chen looked at the 3-kilometer-tall pile of rubble, he entered deep thought. Of the elemental great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the earth great Tao was the most resilient. The saying, as firm as a boulder, or as stable as a mountain, described cultivators who cultivated the earth great Tao. Earth was also the foundation of many elemental great Tao. The many great Tao in the world evolved from the earth great Tao. The elemental great Tao did not differ in strength. However, one had to admit that cultivators who grasped the earth great Tao were more difficult to deal with. The earth great Tao was also one of the more difficult elemental great Tao to cultivate. It was extremely incredible that Gong Liangyu could break through the earth great Tao to the Tao domain. Whoosh! The rubble in front flowed like water, and Gong Liangyu slowly emerged from it. Participant Gong Liangyu, congratulations. You rank 13th overall in the first stage. Ranking 13th meant that Gong Liangyu would not be a seeded participant in the second stage. This was a significant blow to Gong Liangyu, who was determined to rank within the top 10. You should rejoice that the test is over. Gong Liangyu looked coldly at Xiao Chen. It was all because of this person. If not for Xiao Chen would have been able to rank within the top 10. Indeed, when the great desolate Ian bloodline vanished, the test ended. You are overthinking. Luck is also a part of strength. No matter how lucky I am, I obtained this result through hard work and perseverance. It had to be said that this was Xiao Chen's luck. However, this was also the result he obtained after persevering. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not feeling as conflicted or dissatisfied as Gong Liangyu. To Xiao Chen, it was already a pretty good result to be able to enter the next stage. More than 1 million participants gathered in the entire martial epic. This was a super test for sovereign personages under 500 years old. The first stage eliminated more than 900,000 participants. Xiao Chen already felt satisfied that he did not get eliminated. As for talking about luck, it seemed a little petty. Without perseverance and doing everything he could, he would not be able to enjoy luck. Humph, I hope you won't run into me in the next round. Gong Liangyu snorted coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Now, he felt that Gong Liangyu wasn't that scary anymore. If he really felt that he had only relied on luck to pass this stage. If he were to meet the other party in the second test, he might not have to put himself in such a sorry state. In the secret realm, The bodies of the remaining 100 people started to fade as they were teleported out by the realm spirit. Xiao Chen's body flickered as he appeared on the starry sky Dao pillar in Desolate City. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to find that he was surrounded by nothing but empty land. The examinees who had been eliminated had already taken the initiative to make way for Xiao Chen and the other examinees. Apart from him, there was only one person in the entire Barren City assessment area who had passed the first test. Everyone else would have to go through the loser's bracket and undergo rounds of cruel battles to obtain a limited number of spots. Nangong Feng, Sovereign Emperor Xingji's disciple. A person at the side greeted Xiao Chen and reported his name. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "Xiao Chen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple." At the mention of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, a strange look flashed in Nangong Feng's eyes. When Xiao Chen discovered that only he and Nangong Feng had passed the first test, he found it somewhat strange. This Desolate City assessment area is too unlucky. Nangong Feng glanced at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Desolate City is just a transit point. There are not many experts here, so it is only average in the first place." The results of this test are very polarized. The three dynasties' assessment areas occupy 60% of the spots. The special astral zones assessment areas account for 20%. Many of the other assessment areas were even completely wiped out. The Heavenly Alliance was a super faction that spanned the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, the three dynasties which occupied Great Luck had more true experts. As for the so-called special astral zones, they were only those that were far from the central Great Realm. However, due to many factors, the spiritual energy of these outer regions was no weaker than that of the central Great Realm. They even gave birth to special secret realms that could nurture many experts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The thrones of the purple-haired old man and the group of sovereign emperors flew to the two. City Lord Shangguan revealed a smile and said, "Congratulations to the two of you for passing the first test." In the end, the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules before dying. I thought that the Desolate City assessment area would be completely wiped out. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu, Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Present. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Sovereign Emperor Xinggu stood up and appeared. Then, they arrived before the purple-haired old man and bowed respectfully. "The two of you each lead a disciple and bring glory to my Desolate City assessment area. I will reward you well. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu, I will give you 100 million primeval heavenly pills, 100 subdivine crystals, and a 10,000-year-old herb king. You can choose whatever you want in the treasure pavilion." Sovereign Emperor Xinggu revealed an expression of joy. Subdivine crystals were peak-grade spirit jades, extremely rare. Obtaining 100 of them would be a great fortune to a sovereign emperor. As for primeval heavenly pills, they were somewhat insignificant. However, 100 million was a completely different matter. The so-called 10,000-year-old herb king referred to natural treasures that were more than 100,000 years old. They were treasures that could extend one's life at any time. The other sovereign emperors revealed envious expressions. The rewards for this test were several times higher than before. However, this made sense when they thought about it. There were more than 1 million participants, and the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules at the last minute. No amount of rewards would be too much for someone who could lead the participants through the first test under such circumstances. Otherwise, City Lord Shangguan wouldn't be able to keep his face if everyone in the Desolate City's examination area was wiped out. As for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, I really do not know how to reward you this time. To think that you managed to bring out a powerful demonic genius who grasped martial and soul as one at the age of 47. Furthermore, you even passed the first test. You have given me a pleasant surprise. The purple-haired old man's gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, and he naturally revealed a smile. Lord Shangguan, you are too serious. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly and said, "I am not exaggerating. Earlier, several Heavenly Alliance Cordoyans asked me about Xiao Chen. He expressed his willingness to accept Xiao Chen into the Heavenly Alliance. I am truly flattered. This has never happened in the 10,000 years I have been in Desolate City. Ha! The moment Xiaoqin said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors burst into an uproar, feeling incredibly shocked. Within the Heaven Alliance, aside from the Alliance Master and the Deputy Alliance Master, the Law Kings held the highest position. For example, the purple-haired elder was only a Grand Elder, not a core Grand Elder. However, the purple-haired elder was a bit special. He had to oversee Desolate City. Although he was a Grand Elder, his status and authority were not inferior to that of a core Grand Elder. Most of the doyens in the other regions were 9 Vein Sovereign Emperors. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor also had a chance to become a doyen. However, he didn't care much about it, so he retreated. Now, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was doing his best to climb up the ranks and become one of the Heavenly Alliance's doyens. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and his disciple, Nangong Feng, showed envy and shock on their faces. To think that a core doyen took a fancy to Xiaoqin. This was a blessing that could not be obtained even in several lifetimes, something that Nangong Feng did not even dare to dream about. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt even more depressed. If Xiaoqin were his disciple, he might have directly become a doyen with this contribution. To think that such a good thing fell into the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's lap. No matter how Sovereign Emperor Xinggu thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt slightly startled. He had not expected a core doyen to notice Xiaoqin. Previously, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was only one step away from becoming a doyen. He knew very well how horrifying the strength of the core doyens, who were above doyens, was. The core doyens had the authority to bring the disciple they fancied into the Heavenly Alliance. However, the core doyens could use such authority only once or twice at most. The Heavenly Alliance was a super faction made up of many peak merchant associations. For the sake of the Heavenly Alliance's continuous operation, it needed strict alliance rules. The Heavenly Alliance's test was one of the most serious matters of the Heavenly Alliance. No mistakes could be tolerated. Even the core doyens could use such authority only once or twice for Xiaoqin. This showed how much they valued Xiaoqin. For a core doyen to be willing to use this privilege that could only be used once or twice for Xiaoqin showed how much they valued Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin might not understand the significance of this, but these sovereign emperors understood it very well. Xiaoqin, what's your decision? If you are willing, you can formally join the Heavenly Alliance without needing to participate in the second stage, the purple-haired old man said softly as he looked at Xiaoqin. The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "Very well. I'll tell you the information of these core doyens in private." The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "All right. I'll tell you the information of these core doyens in private." "Thank you, Lord Shangguan." At the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor signal, Xiaoqin performed a cupped fist salute, thanking the purple-haired old man. The purple-haired old man looked at the other participants and said, "The second stage will be held 10 days from now. If you want to participate in the Losers Arena, make your preparations and come 10 days from now. If you are not willing, those who still have faux god spirit jades can exchange them for some resources you need in Desolate City." "Thank you, Lord Shangguan." Chapter 2101. After the purple-haired old man finished speaking, he left with the group of Desolate City's upper echelon. The first stage of the test came to an end. "Brother Peach Blossom, you are really lucky. I brought 10-odd people into the Heavenly Alliance and worked hard for more than 1,000 years, but I cannot compare to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's good disciple." Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said somewhat eccentrically as he walked over. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, "I was indeed lucky. I'll take my leave first. I still have to discuss the core doyen's invitation with Xiaoqin." Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude, even bringing up the matter of the core doyens taking a fancy to Xiaoqin, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt disgusted. Even if Sovereign Emperor Xinggu wanted to lose his temper, he could only hold it in. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and the others returned to Desolate City via the Starry Heavendale platform. They found a residence near the overflowing sea to settle down. The highest pavilion of the residence had a window on the top floor, which allowed one to see the vast, radiant overflowing sea. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor were alone in the pavilion. The others had already left. Xiao Chen, do you know why I was not in a rush to get you to agree to Lord Shangguan on the Dao platform? Xiao Chen felt suspicious. I don't know. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor went to the window and looked at the overflowing sea. After some thought, he said, within the Heavenly Alliance, the core doyens are below the Alliance Chief and the Vice Alliance Chief. Catching the eye of a core doyen is extremely rare. It is an extravagant hope that many people do not even dare to dream of. I was afraid that you would be too excited and unable to make a decision. Hence, I wanted you to calm down before making a decision that truly follows your heart. Xiao Chen thought about it. At that time, he had indeed felt a surge of emotions. Suddenly hearing such good news while being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes, his emotions fluctuated greatly. There is one more thing. Catching the eye of a core doyen might not be a good thing. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, why is that? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiao Chen a deep look. After hesitating for a moment, he said, compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure is much more complicated because it is made up of merchant associations. The level of chaos here was much worse than that of the veteran super factions like the Bushin Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Not all of them are good people. Factional struggles are also quite intense. Originally, these things were very far away from you. My original intention was for you to rely on your own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. This way, it would be easier for you to be respected, and you would have more freedom. Let me put it more bluntly. If you rely on the core doyens to support you and enter the Heavenly Alliance, you will not be able to do so. If you want to retreat in the future, with this favor, how can you retreat? If I'm not careful, I might get caught up in the conflict between the factions and sink deeper and deeper. It'll be even more troublesome if I can't retreat even if I wanted to. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words held a deeper meaning. It seemed like he had been forced to retreat from Peach Blossom City for some reason back then. Now, he didn't want Xiao Chen to repeat his mistakes. Xiao Chen was still fine. At the very least, he had retired and was in a half-hidden state, no longer caring about the Heavenly Alliance's matters. He knew that Xiao Chen joined the Heavenly Alliance because the Heavenly Alliance had more freedom. If Xiao Chen ended up being tied down, Xiao Chen might feel vexed. When Xiao Chen heard that, he entered deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words calmed him down completely. Indeed, if Xiao Chen could not leave the Heavenly Alliance in the future because of this favor, the losses would outweigh the gains. There's no rush. It will not be too late to make a decision after I know which senior elder took a liking to you. There are also many rather neutral core doyens in the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to rush. Many thanks, City Lord. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. It's fine. You can withdraw first and make your preparations. You might have to participate in the second stage 10 days later. However, Xiao Chen did not leave. He showed a hesitant expression, like he wanted to say something. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, is there something else? I would like to borrow primeval heavenly pills from City Lord. Xiao Chen had always been decisive and rarely hesitated. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed about borrowing primeval heavenly pills. How much? At least 3,000 primeval heavenly pills. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. Then, he walked over and placed a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor revealed an expression of understanding. It turns out that you have been stuck at the bottleneck of Small Perfection Sovereign Personage for close to 2 years already. The resources needed to break through the bottleneck are indeed astronomical. 30 million primeval heavenly pills might not be enough. How about this? I'll lend you 50 million primeval heavenly pills and return you a rank 7 cloud-breaking pill. That way, you will have a better chance of breaking through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage. After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor understood, he felt very forthright, not hesitating at all. After a pause, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, you don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. You and I are helping each other. By letting you participate in the test, I do not need to be criticized for not doing anything. Furthermore, Lord Shangguan will give me a reward that will not be lesser than this. Xiao Qin nodded slightly. However, he still owed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor in his heart. No matter what, without the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Qin would not have been able to enter the Heavenly Alliance's test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor lent him 50 million primeval heavenly pills on a whim, even giving him a rank 7 heavenly pill. Xiao Qin admired the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's forthrightness. However, are you sure you want to break through at this time? Once you fail, you will have to recuperate for half a month. After that, the Heavenly Alliance's test will be over. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Qin cautiously. Xiao Qin received the storage ring that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. Then, he said calmly, I've already made up my mind. Given Gong Liangyu's strength, I estimate that he will rank within the top 100. Right now, I find it hard to even block him. If I do not improve, I do not have much hope of passing the test. With a great battle ahead, it is not impossible to cut off all means of retreat. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and personally sent Xiao Qin off. After returning to his room, Xiao Qin thought to himself, 50 million primeval heavenly pills. If I work hard and do not have any fortuitous encounters, I will have to work hard for at least 2 years. This time, Xiao Qin not only wanted to use this opportunity to break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage but also break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer in one go and comprehend the Thunder Dao domain. Xiao Qian's Saber Dao still had flaws that he could not fix. However, he had never slacked off on his Thunder Dao. He grasped the 5-element Divine Lightning and the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning hidden in his Sea of Consciousness. Xiao Qian's Thunder Dao was not much weaker than his Saber Dao. Every time the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through a layer, Xiao Qian had to undergo a Lightning Tribulation. The 11th Lightning Tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying, but if he could survive it, he would definitely be able to survive it. However, if Xiao Qin successfully cleared it, his understanding of the Thunder Dao would definitely reach a new level. The Thunder Dao domain would be within his grasp. If everything went according to plan, Xiao Qin would be able to advance to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage and grasp the Thunder Dao domain within 10 days. At that time, the increase in strength would not be just a little bit. Even if Xiao Qin did not bring out all his trump cards, he would have a 60% chance of defeating Gong Liangyu. Cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was the Dao domain. Without a Dao domain, Xiao Qin would be at a disadvantage. With the Earth Dao domain, Gong Liangyu would naturally be undefeatable when facing Xiao Qin. There would come a time when he could turn things around. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is right. If I rely on Cordoyans to enter the Heavenly Alliance, I will definitely face many restrictions and not have much freedom. Actually, this is not in line with my character. I can only grasp the initiative by relying on myself. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. At this moment, his heart was clear. After thinking it through, he felt relaxed. More importantly, Xiao Qin also felt proud in his heart. Everyone believed that he was too young and would find it hard to pass this Heavenly Alliance's test. Since everyone believed that he could not rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance, then he would prove it to everyone. Even if he was only 47 years old, he could still rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. As long as one lived, one had to possess inextinguishable confidence. Why can't I do the same? Divine Universe Steel. With a thought, the Divine Universe Steel flew out of Xiao Qian's body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the steel. The Dao platform in the steel was even larger than Desolate City's Starry Heavens Dao platform. A blood moon hung high above the Dao platform. Whoosh! Xiao Qin turned into a beam of light and directly entered the blood moon. Then, the Divine Universe Steel in the room vanished into thin air. A white figure slowly descended from the blood moon in the Blue Dragon Ancient City's secret realm. The black and white eggs, the two chatterboxes, boasted excitedly on top of a dilapidated, ancient palace. Black Egg looked up and exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "Look! Is Egg back?" White Egg looked in the direction Black Egg pointed. "Ha! It really is egg. He probably needs a beating. Come. I can't wait anymore. Chapter 2102. The Land of the Blood Moon. Before Xiao Chen landed, he saw the black and white eggs flying towards him. It has only been a short while. Why are you coming back already? Black Egg asked Xiao Chen after landing, feeling it was strange. White Egg cackled and said, "Could it be that you are really asking for a beating?" Xiao Chen said, "With your current strength, you are not a match for me. If anyone is going to be beaten up, it will be me." Nonsense. Come. Let's have a spar. The black and white eggs immediately felt unconvinced. They took up a stance, wanting to fight Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. I will fight you after I break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage and grasp a Dao domain. When you reach Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, we can adjust our strength to peak Sovereign Personage. If we work together, we can be considered unrivaled among Sovereign Personages. Are you sure you want to fight us?" The black and white eggs gave Xiao Chen strange looks. They were both faux gods and would always be one cultivation level higher than Xiao Chen. "Is that so? I look forward to it. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." A fighting spirit flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said seriously. The stronger the black and white eggs were, the higher his chances of clearing the second stage would be. "Are you serious? How did you manage to obtain so many resources in such a short time? Could it be that you are being chased and are hiding here?" Xiao Chen looked around and chose a place to break through. Then, he said casually, "I borrowed resources from others. I will have to return them in the future." The black and white eggs chatted softly as they watched Xiao Chen leave, finding it strange. He is in too much of a rush. I wonder what he experienced outside for him to want to break through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage now. Although he reached the bottleneck of Small Perfection Sovereign Personage long ago, his chances of breaking through will be much higher after a few years. Let's wait. I hope nothing happens to Egg. Otherwise, it will not be fun. Breaking through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage was definitely risky. If one failed, one would have to recuperate for several months at best. The Heavenly Alliance's test was filled with experts and experts. Xiao Chen cut off all means of retreat, staking everything on one throw. In any case, Xiao Chen no longer had a way out. If he did not advance to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage and grasp a Dao domain, he basically had no hope of passing the test. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. Breaking through in the Land of the Blood Moon was actually more difficult than in the outside world because the spirit chi there was much sparser. However, the benefits were also very obvious. It was quiet enough, and there was nothing to be afraid of, no commotion. Xiao Chen chose a spot and laid a spirit gathering formation. Then, he casually waved his hand, and more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills immediately spread over the formation. The dense spiritual energy scattered everywhere, but it was all absorbed by the spirit gathering formation, not a single bit dissipating. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed in the center of the formation. Primeval heavenly pills floated around him. Closing his eyes, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy. The tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills immediately sank and entered the spirit gathering formation. Then, the formation compressed and condensed it, surging into Xiao Chen's body in the center of the formation, wave after wave of impact. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians and surged over like ferocious beasts. An ordinary sovereign personage's physical body would not have been able to endure such an impact. However, Xiao Chen had an acquired divine body. He calmly allowed his body to withstand the impact and directed the spiritual energy into his primal core. When a martial artist cultivated, the Yuan Dan was the vessel. To put it simply, it was to make the container bigger and stronger. But in reality, it was much more complicated. A breakthrough in cultivation. Not only could it withstand more true essence, but most importantly, it could also change the quality of true essence, making it more condensed and vigorous. True essence was the foundation of all martial skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. If two people had the same cultivation methods, martial skills, and mystic techniques, if the quality of their true essence was different, then there would be a clear difference in strength. Sovereign personage had 4 stages. Every breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If not for the fact that Xiaochen was exceptionally talented, possessed the great desolate era bloodline, and had cultivated the acquired divine body, he would not have been able to survive. It was impossible for Xiaochen to have a chance to break through to great perfection sovereign personage within 4 years. Time passed slowly. Xiaochen's breakthrough to great perfection sovereign personage did not go smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Xiaochen had exhausted 30 million primeval heavenly pills. During this time, Xiaochen ran into many dangerous situations. His complexion flickered, and his life force weakened. This worried the black and white eggs, who were watching from afar. I have to use the cloud-breaking pill. Xiaochen flicked his finger and took out the rank 7 cloud-breaking pill that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. When the cloud-breaking pill entered Xiaochen's mouth, it melted like a clump of flame, instantly igniting the spiritual energy in his body. The intensity of his spiritual energy instantly increased several-fold. After using the cloud-breaking pill, he had to use it in one go, staking it all on one throw. Otherwise, once this spiritual energy was extinguished, all his previous efforts would be for naught, leaving him with no way out. This egg is really worrying, Black Egg said somewhat worriedly. The best way to make a breakthrough is to wait for the conditions to be right. There is no need to forcefully break through. Egg can do that. However, she is in too much of a rush. If she uses resources to forcefully break through, she will have to bear this risk, White Egg said softly. White Egg said softly. Its tone was similarly filled with unconcealable worry. Although the 2 combat puppets were heartless and did not hold back when they beat up Xiaochen, they had known each other for a few years. However, they had known each other for a few years, after all. They had some feelings for each other, so they did not want anything to happen to him. Boo. Just as the 2 discussed, a terrifying might and pressure suddenly erupted from Xiaochen's body. A dragon roar resounded in the surroundings from his body. Xiaochen's aura underwent a drastic change, undergoing a complete transformation. Great perfection sovereign personage. Egg succeeded. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced. Their figures flashed as they prepared to congratulate Xiaochen. Even though Xiaochen had been stuck at a bottleneck for 2 years and already had deep accumulations and the help of the cloud-breaking pill, he might not be able to break through. Even if he could not successfully break through, there was still only a 50-50 chance of success. It was indeed worth celebrating. Wait a moment. Black Egg quickly pulled White Egg back and retreated at the same time. In the next moment, tribulation clouds gathered in the surroundings. Soon, surging thunderclouds flickered with electric light above Xiaochen's head, radiating out continuously. Soon, these black thunderclouds, which gave off an incomparably suppressive feeling, covered most of the sky above the land of the Blood Moon. Even the Blood Moon was covered. The secret realm of the Blue Dragon ancient city turned pitch black. The black and white eggs only stopped after retreating a long distance. They appeared incredibly shocked. What is going on? Lightning tribulation? Egg is really going all out. She already broke through to great perfection sovereign personage. To think that she still wants to go further. It might be some kind of cultivation technique. However, why does this lightning tribulation feel ridiculously strong? The black and white eggs muttered softly. They discovered that the thunderclouds in the sky were no ordinary tribulation clouds. Even they felt some fear and unease. The strength of this lightning tribulation was somewhat terrifying. It is still storing up power. This lightning tribulation is somewhat exaggerated. The entire land of the Blood Moon suddenly turned incredibly suppressive. The churning thunderclouds in the sky looked majestic, like they could swallow up everything. The black thunderclouds were incredibly dense, like the vast sea hanging in the sky, undulating. This was the lightning tribulation that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation needed to undergo to break through to the 11th layer. After breaking through this lightning tribulation, Xiaochen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would reach the highest layer, the 12th layer. This was the final lightning tribulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiaochen could only undergo this tribulation when he was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he was a small perfection sovereign personage, there would be no hope at all. Suddenly, two bolts of black lightning appeared in the sky, tearing through the darkness. They were like the evil claws of a ferocious beast in the thunderclouds as they charged at the black and white eggs. Bang! The black and white eggs shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. It was not over yet. Another two bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting at the pieces on the ground. This startled the black and white eggs, who had been pretending to be dead. They quickly reformed and fled. Let's go. The black and white eggs felt stunned as they quickly retreated. They kept retreating until they nearly reached the borders of this secret realm. Only then did the black and white eggs truly avoid the pursuit of the lightning bolts and get chased out. Why do I feel somewhat uneasy? White Egg looked at the thunderclouds in the sky somewhat nervously. Then, it looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds. This tribulation lightning is truly unheard of. Given the structure of this secret realm, it is impossible for it to have such terrifying lightning-attributed spiritual energy. I can only say that Egg's cultivation technique triggered the martial epic's origin tribulation lightning, ignoring the existence of this secret realm. As the black and white eggs discussed, the desolate slave Soul Reaper had appeared on the city walls at some point in time, looking at Xiao Chen in confusion. In the Blue Dragon ancient city, the Blue Dragon statue suddenly appeared in the mountain range where the ancient Dao platform was. The Blue Dragon statue swam around the mountain range, its spiritual eyes looking at the thunderclouds, filled with confusion. Rumble! The dragon spirit controlled the ancient blue dragon statue to swim around continuously until its entire body emerged from the mountain range. The countless wandering dragon souls in the city entered the blue dragon statue. In the next moment, the blue dragon statue used its colossal body to encase the entire blue dragon ancient city. Even when the golden armored army attacked, the dragon spirit did not make a move. However, now, it seemed to fear that this tribulation lightning would affect the Blue Dragon ancient city, so it used its final trump card. Chapter 2103. After clearing the final layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it would be the 12th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. At that time, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 12th layer, it would be at peak consummation. The cultivation technique that had accompanied Xiao Chen for 47 years would also reach its peak. Xiao Chen had experienced the danger of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's lightning tribulation long ago. He had narrowly escaped death several times. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao blocking the last lightning tribulation for him, Xiao Chen would have died without a doubt. The final lightning tribulation would definitely be extremely dangerous, with only a slim chance of survival. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any fear in his heart. He was no longer the same as when he first underwent his tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. He had already undergone his tribulation several times. Furthermore, he was already a great perfection sovereign personage and had cultivated his Thunder Great Dao to the peak. If nothing unexpected happened, he was very confident of clearing the final lightning tribulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, creating a myriad of phenomena. Sometimes, it was like tens of thousands of horses galloping, sometimes it was like angry waves roaring, and sometimes it was like thousands of troops passing through. "He's here!" Xiao Chen exclaimed softly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. It was a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky. It tore through the darkness and illuminated all directions. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He closed his eyes again and allowed the lightning to fall on his body. What? In an instant, the lightning on Xiao Chen's body was dazzling and dazzling, erupting with a light comparable to the sun. In the distance, the black and white eggs felt slightly surprised. Xiao Chen had cultivated the Blue Dragon Divine Body and awakened it again. He had already reached 20% of a pure-blooded blue dragon. With just the strength of his physical body, he would be able to withstand a few lightning tribulations. After all, this was just the beginning. The best part was yet to come. That's right. Preserve your true essence and soul power. I don't know how many waves of lightning tribulation there will be. If my quintessential essence and soul power dry up at the end, It will be very troublesome. White Egg nodded slightly and said softly. However, a trace of doubt appeared in Black White's eyes. She said in a deep voice, "Strange. Why is it different from what we thought?" White Egg looked. What happened? A Tao disc appeared behind Xiao Qin, who was bathed in the light of the tribulation lightning. That was the Tao circle of the great Tao of thunder. As the power of the thunder tribulation poured into it, it shone with divine light. The sky was filled with boundless thunderclouds that resembled an upside-down ocean. The waves roared angrily, and it was a majestic sight. Lightning flashed in the sky, and strong winds howled. It was dark and stifling. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere on the ground. The dust was like snow, dancing wildly in the wind. Endless sands swept through the entire secret realm. However, under the contrast of this Tao ring, Xiao Qin was quiet and peaceful amidst this dangerous and oppressive phenomenon. He was like a saint bathed in divine light. He is using the lightning tribulation to break through to the Tao domain. White Egg was startled. It had not expected Xiao Qin to be so ambitious. To think that Xiao Qin dared to split his attention while undergoing his tribulation, using tribulation lightning to break through his thunder Tao domain. However, Xiao Qin was indeed a genius. He used tribulation lightning to stimulate his Tao domain to make a breakthrough. Was there a more effective method in the world than this? The miraculous effects of divine pills and natural treasures were not as direct as tribulation lightning. The only thing was that once Xiao Qin went overboard, he would end up losing himself. Rumble. Tribulation lightning descended in waves. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in this land of the blood moon. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and endured, not blocking at all, letting the tribulation lightning baptize his physical body. The terrifying tribulation lightning inflicted unimaginable pain on Xiao Qin's physical body. Each baptism looked resplendent and dignified, but in reality, it was even more painful than being hacked into pieces. This was because Xiao Qin could not block it at all. It was like a soldier taking off his armor and walking through a rain of arrows. Slowly, the Tao might on Xiao Qin's body grew stronger. The aura radiated by the Tao disc formed an invisible barrier for Xiao Qin. He's betting all his hopes on his Thunder Great Path. If his Thunder Great Tao cannot break through to the Tao domain, he will definitely die under the tribulation lightning. How ruthless! Black Egg sighed softly, its tone filled with worry. The benefit of giving up on resisting was that the tribulation lightning's energy could perfectly infuse into his great Tao energy. This allowed Xiao Qin to rely on the tribulation lightning to break through bottlenecks to the greatest extent. However, the drawback was clear. Right now, Xiao Qin could only rely on his physical body and Tao might to block the tribulation lightning. It was very possible that the tribulation lightning would strike him to death before he comprehended a Tao domain. The second wave of tribulation lightning is here. White Egg looked at the sky. An impenetrable electric black hole had already formed above Xiao Qin's head. Through the black hole, Xiao Qin could vaguely see a sea of pure tribulation lightning inside. The black hole spun continuously, storing up power for the second wave of tribulation lightning. Right after White Egg spoke, many lightning-materialized weapons flew out from the sky at Xiao Qin. There were spears, sabers, swords, moons, and all sorts of weapons flying at Xiao Qin. Each lightning-materialized weapon contained a deep Tao, even more terrifying than a real Tao tool. Kasi. In the next moment, thousands of weapons attacked. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and tightly clenched his right fist. Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy and vital qi surged, and an indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him. However, when the lightning Tao tools were about to charge over, determination flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes, and he slowly loosened his right fist. Xiao Qin allowed the thousands of lightning Tao tools to attack his physical body. Come! Bang! 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 Explosions immediately rang out on the surface of Xiao Qin's body. Every explosion was startling, leaving horrifying wounds on Xiao Qin's body. However, Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and did not make a sound, enduring it silently. When this wave of tribulation lightning was over, Xiao Qin's body was riddled with holes. There was practically no place left unscathed. Xiao Chen's entire body was charred black, a terrible sight to behold. He looked like a beggar in a sorry state. Only the Tao disc behind Xiao Chen remained holy, giving off an even more resplendent light. The hazy Tao might strengthen significantly again. It's still not enough. Xiao Chen sensed his Tao domain and discovered that it was still an indiscernible door away from the Tao domain. He still could not break that door. It was something that could be seen but not reached. It made one feel helpless and somewhat despair. When others comprehend the Tao domain, it takes at least 100 years, at most 400 to 500 years. That is if they have good talent. I do not have that much time, so I can only continue like this. I can only gamble with the tribulation lightning's power. I have to believe in myself. A determined light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he used his later heaven divine body to quickly recover his physical body. Even in despair and helplessness, he could not give up hope. Xiao Chen's physical body had just recovered when the third wave of tribulation lightning charged over. This time, the tribulation lightning that descended materialized many famous mountains and great rivers. The tribulation lightning mercilessly rained down on Xiao Chen, suppressing the world. Boom, boom, boom. The speed at which the thunderous mountain fell was like hailstones. They did not give Xiao Chen a chance to catch his breath. Soon, this lightning mountain pressed him into the ground. Strong winds howled, and sand flew for 5,000 kilometers around. The lightning mountains continuously crashed down, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to catch his breath. Xiao Chen saw the lightning mountains descend continuously, completely drowning out Xiao Chen's figure. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He can't be dead, right? White Egg's heart skipped a beat, startled by this scene. However, it could not help wanting to charge forward. However, Black Egg held it back. Black Egg said seriously, "Don't act rashly. Look, that old dragon is not moving." Black Egg looked around and saw the eyes of the blue dragon statue surrounding the ancient city flickering with spiritual light as it stared at the lightning mountains, not moving at all. Boom! All of a sudden, a beam of light burst forth. A terrifying Tao aura shattered the descending lightning mountain into pieces. A figure soared into the air in the darkness, showing a determined and expressionless face. It was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's Thunder Tao was one step closer to a Tao domain. Now, he could clearly see what that invisible door looked like. Xiao Chen's comprehension increased, and his Tao might instantly strengthened, blocking the descending lightning mountains. Xiao Chen made good use of his time to recover from his injuries, not daring to waste a single second. Soon, the fourth wave of tribulation lightning descended. This time, huge cauldrons containing Tao charm descended. Xiao Chen's physical body had just recovered. Before he could forget the pain from the lightning mountains, he had to endure the damage from the huge cauldrons. Fifth wave, sixth wave, seventh wave. Every time there was a lightning tribulation, Xiao Chen thought that he would be struck down. However, he always managed to stand up at the last moment. Using his strong blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chen forcefully endured the waves of tribulation lightning. Others only felt that Xiao Chen had relied on luck to clear the first stage against Gong Liangyu. However, no one knew how much Xiao Chen had paid to get to where he was today. In the secret realm, no one knew what kind of bitterness and persistence Xiao Chen had hidden behind his shocking trump cards. After forcefully enduring the seventh wave of tribulation lightning, Xiao Chen's physical body could no longer recover. His injuries accumulated continuously. His body was destroyed and healed over and over again. Even after awakening his blue dragon divine body once, he was somewhat lacking, unable to provide much help to Xiao Chen. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning arrived. Formless lightning. Xiao Chen, who was preparing to deal with the tribulation lightning, suddenly cried out miserably. To think that the tribulation lightning of the stage was hidden in the wind, in the air. It was formless and invisible and untouchable. However, it was everywhere. The wind blew gently, and thousands of tribulation lightning streaked across Xiao Chen's body like knives. This wave of tribulation lightning was unblockable, unheard of or seen before. Oh no! White Egg could not help exclaiming, "This is the formless lightning that Master once mentioned." Even if Xiao Qin uses his full power, he might not be able to endure it. He has to give up on breaking through to the Dao domain. Otherwise, he will die for sure. Chapter 2104. The formless lightning was shadowless and formless. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and did his best to maintain his calm, maintaining the thunder great Dao. He had never seen such tribulation lightning before. He had not even heard of it. Xiao Qin did not know how to deal with it. If this continued, this formless lightning would slowly grind his physical body into dust, not leaving anything behind. Calm down. Calm down. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin stabilized his emotions. This concerned his life and death. He needed to think of a way to deal with the formless lightning. Xiao Qin's thoughts raced. Thousands of ideas appeared in his mind in an instant. First, the formless lightning was definitely a false proposition. If it were truly formless, it would not hurt him. How to deal with it was the key. Did it merge with the wind? Xiao Qin thought of this possibility. The wind moved slightly, and his physical body felt like it was being cut by a knife. This was the most direct explanation. If that was the case, there was a way to block it. Xiao Qin took a deep breath, and his vital qi surged. Enduring the intense pain, his entire body trembled ferociously. Bang! A strong wind blew on the surface of Xiao Qin's body, forming an invisible wind wall in front of him. Cut. The terrifying lightning of the 5 stars arrived again, but it was ineffective. Xiao Qin could not help screaming again. I thought wrong. The formless lightning did not merge the tribulation lightning with the wind. Am I going to give up? Continuing to maintain the Dao domain and letting his physical body endure the lightning tribulation to break through to the Dao domain seemed somewhat unrealistic. If he lost his life, what Dao domain was there? Damn it. However, Xiao Qin was not willing to give up like this. After enduring 7 waves of tribulation lightning, his physical body had suffered unimaginable pain. After much difficulty, his thunder great Dao approached the Dao domain. If Xiao Qin gave up on this opportunity, who knew when he would get another chance to break through to the Dao domain? The black and white eggs felt anxious. Right now, Xiao Qin's physical body continuously suffered the torture of the formless lightning in the air. This 8th wave of tribulation lightning was somewhat ridiculous. Xiao Qin's physical body already reached the brink of collapse at any moment. I already came this far. I absolutely cannot give up. Wasn't the path of a martial artist just like that? Since ancient times, those who had established the hegemony of a dynasty, the ambitious and ruthless people of their generation, had all walked back and forth between life and death countless times. Xiao Qin thought to himself, I have to find the mystery behind the formless lightning. If it wasn't melted into the wind, then where was this invisible lightning hidden? Thoughts flashed through Xiao Qin's mind like lightning. In an instant, thousands of ideas popped up, and then he rejected them one by one. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiao Qin's mind, and he suddenly remembered. Space. That's right, it had to be space. This invisible lightning had perfectly fused with space. It had nothing to do with the wind. This wave of thunder tribulation was a perfect fusion of the great path of thunder and the great path of space, which was why it was invisible. However, knowing was one thing, but how to avoid it was the key. Right now, the most important thing was that his physical body couldn't hold on much longer. He had to buy some time for his physical body. Think of a way, I can do it, I can definitely do it. Under the torture of the invisible lightning, Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and his eyes turned red. He stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Death God Mask. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin thought of the Death God Mask he obtained. Without even thinking, he quickly took it out. Aside from isolating one's aura, the Death God Mask also had 2 secret techniques, the Soul Attack, Death God Chop, and Void Shadow. Whoosh! After executing the secret technique, Void Shadow, Xiao Qin's physical body slowly turned illusory and vanished. Xiao Qin's illusory state was extremely short, just 2 or 3 seconds. However, these 2 or 3 seconds, these 2 or 3 precious seconds, gave Xiao Qin a chance to catch his breath, pulling his physical body back from the brink of collapse. When Xiao Qin reappeared, A portion of his physical injuries had already recovered. He had narrowly escaped death. Xiao Chen was like wild grass that had regained new life, showing vigorous life force. Under the mask, his eyes filled with determination and calmness. After executing the secret technique once, I won't be able to execute it again for a while. I can only rely on myself now. Xiao Chen calmly analyzed the situation. Since he had merged with space, it was already impossible to avoid it. All that remained was to quickly break through to the Dao domain while his newly recovered physical body could still last for a while. Right now, his physical body could last for another 15 minutes under the assault of this formless lightning. 15 minutes is enough. If I do not break through to the Dao domain in 15 minutes, then I can only blame my bad luck and fate. After figuring this out, Xiao Chen's heart calmed down again. The terrifying mysterious phenomena in the surroundings and the horrifying lightning black hole hiding above could not disrupt his emotions. After removing the death god mask, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and started his final gamble. The formless lightning tribulation brought destructive damage to the physical body. However, it was also of great help to breaking through to the Dao domain. Xiao Chen could clearly sense that every bolt of formless lightning could loosen the bottleneck of his Dao domain. The heavenly Dao was merciless. The formless lightning continued to torture Xiao Chen coldly. In the distance, the black and white eggs did not know what to say when they saw that Xiao Chen still persisted. At the crucial moment, the black and white eggs could not help Xiao Chen. They could only pray for Xiao Chen. At the place where the tribulation took place, Xiao Chen's newly recovered physical body quickly became riddled with holes and injuries. However, the Dao disc behind him remained resplendent and dazzling from start to finish, flickering with light. At this moment, the brilliance of the Dao ring was extremely bright. It gave the feeling of a silkworm about to break out of its cocoon, putting in its final effort and struggle. It looks like he is about to break through? White Egg said joyfully as it watched the Dao disc behind Xiao Chen slowly close up. This wave of tribulation lightning will be over soon. Good things came in pairs. The Dao disc behind Xiao Chen slowly closed up and condensed into a spot. The light that the Dao disc gave off made this dark world look like it was daytime. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning also slowly faded at this moment, significantly weakening. Good. This is good. As long as Xiao Chen breaks through to the Dao domain, the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he saved will be more than enough for him to clear the final wave of tribulation lightning. The black and white eggs rejoiced. Normally, tribulation lightning was split into 9 waves. After 9 waves, it would be over. After persisting for so long, Xiao Chen was finally going to get what he wanted. Boom! However, before the 8th wave of tribulation lightning completely faded, the 9th wave of tribulation lightning suddenly descended without any warning. The 9th wave of lightning tribulation suddenly descended, faster than anyone's reaction time. A vast sea turned into silver light and poured down from the terrifying lightning black hole in the sky. The vast sea was made of pure tribulation lightning. The speed at which it fell could not be measured with common sense. Whoosh! In an instant, the sea of lightning buried Xiao Chen and spread out further. Rumble! The ocean waves surged. This was a sea of thunder and lightning. The black hole in the dome continuously poured the water down. It looked like a hole had appeared in the sky, and the silver seawater poured down like lightning. There was no end to it. The black and white eggs were flabbergasted as they watched the sea swallow up Xiao Chen, who could not react at all. Let's go! When the black and white eggs startled to their senses, they discovered that Wang's sea was about to drown the entire secret realm. A terrifying sea of lightning surged in all directions like a flood. The tribulation lightning transformed into an ocean, forming this boundless ocean. No one knew how terrifying its might was. Feeling anxious, the black and white eggs leaped up and flew towards the blue dragon statue. In this mystic realm, there was no place that could guarantee absolute safety. Only the blue dragon statue that enveloped the entire ancient city was slightly safer. The water spread in all directions and soon, the entire mystic realm became a vast ocean. Even the blue dragon statue was engulfed in an ocean of lightning. The black and white eggs stood on the dragon's head, feeling somewhat stunned and speechless. At this moment, the two chatterboxes did not know what to say. The boundless ocean was the ninth wave of tribulation lightning. If there had been any living beings in this mystic realm, all of them would have died in that moment. The black clouds in the sky slowly scattered, and the lightning black hole slowly mended. The terrifying, mysterious phenomenon vanished. After the storm passed, the blood moon still enveloped this world. What cultivation technique does Egg cultivate? The formless lightning is already terrifying enough. However, what exactly is this ninth wave of tribulation lightning? A vast ocean appeared. The black and white eggs said softly. The scene before them already surpassed their understanding. Back when they followed their master, they had never experienced such a lightning tribulation, so they knew nothing about it. This is a lightning sea from the primal chaos space. It is normal that you two fools do not know about it. Just at this moment, another voice rang out beside the black and white eggs, startling them. When White Egg reacted and realized that it was the blue dragon statue's dragon spirit speaking, it retorted with an upset expression. Who says we do not know? We just do not want to say. Stop being so long-winded. If you continue, I will toss you two down. The black and white eggs quickly shut up. There was a lightning sea below. Although the two would not die if they went down, they were not willing to suffer such torture. Egg, do we still have a chance to survive? Black Egg asked carefully after a moment of silence. If you comprehend the Thunder Dao domain at the last moment, you should be able to survive. The two of you are forged from divine materials and do not have physical bodies. You can go down and take a look, the dragon spirit said after some thought. It wanted the black and white eggs to go down and take a look. Whether Xiaochen lived or died, it had to figure out what was going on. Upon hearing that they wanted to go down the lightning sea, the black and white eggs immediately started pushing the responsibility around. Black Egg asked White Egg to go down, and White Egg asked Black Egg to go down. As the two argued endlessly, piercing sparks of electricity rang out. The desolate slave Soul Reaper leaped into the lightning sea. A wave of lightning splashed out, and the water splashed onto its huge body, crackling and flickering. The desolate slave Soul Reaper pretended not to hear anything. It walked on the lightning sea, heading for where Xiaochen underwent his tribulation. Alright, silly egg is going down. The two of us do not need to go down. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced and stopped arguing, watching quietly. How noisy! The two of you should go down and help as well. The dragon spirit snorted coldly and shook its hand. The black and white eggs let out startled cries as they fell into the lightning sea. Chapter 2105. The black and white eggs cried out endlessly in the lightning sea. However, since they already went down, there was no point in going back up. Together with the desolate slave Soul Reaper, the black and white eggs started searching for Xiaochen in the lightning sea. The lightning sea before them was truly a vast ocean that filled the entire secret realm, stretching out as far as the eye could see. It was no exaggeration to say that searching for a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing was that this was a sea of lightning. Soul energy could not penetrate it at all. When the viscous seawater touched it lightly, sparks flew everywhere, crackling and exploding nonstop. Undercurrents surged in the seawater. Occasionally, huge waves surged up. Even sovereign personages had to retreat. Otherwise, they would either die or be injured. Fortunately, the black and white eggs and the desolate slave Soul Reaper were not human cultivators and did not have bodies of flesh and blood. Otherwise, they would not last long in this lightning sea. What a huge wave! The energy in this water is chaotic. It is really hard to find him. Black Egg dived for a while before flying out, kicking up a wave and sending out electric light. Z. Electric sparks flickered endlessly. The black and white eggs were at their wits' end. This was really hard to find. Walking in this lightning sea was extremely difficult. The undercurrents surged in the water. Xiaochen's body was definitely not where it was originally. If the undercurrents swept up Xiaochen and got carried away, there would be no way to find him. The black and white eggs could only wait for the lightning sea to scatter before starting their search. However, It was hard to say whether they could find Xiao Chen at that time. The desolate slave soul reaper walked in the lightning sea and arrived at the place where Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation. Its huge body half knelt in the sea. It stretched its hand down and searched around, but it could not find anything. Do you think Egg got blasted into nothing by the lightning sea at the last moment? White Egg asked somewhat worriedly. Right now, it was very difficult for them to walk in the water. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Chen, who had endured the impact of the seawater and then got submerged, could survive. Black Egg looked at the lightning sea and said helplessly, "Stop speaking nonsense. How can an acquired divine body that awakened once be destroyed so easily? His physical body is definitely still there. Whether he is dead or alive is hard to say." Poor Egg. Boom. On the vast ocean, a wave surged. The wave was 1,000 feet high, and there seemed to be a figure on the top of the wave. "It's Dandan." White Egg's eyes lit up as it exclaimed in pleasant surprise. So. Black and White Egg got up at the same time and chased after the surging waves. They had to catch Xiao Chen before he went down. Otherwise, if he sank to the bottom of the sea, no one knew when he would reappear again. However, as the waves slowly sank, the Black and White Eggs were still some distance away. Shwa. Just as the Black and White Eggs felt helpless, Xiao Chen's sinking physical body flew up ferociously. It was the desolate slave soul reaper. It pulled Xiao Chen over with a palm strike and took a look. Then he slowly put down Xiao Chen and gently tossed him to the Black and White Eggs before returning alone. "He's still alive. He did not die. It looks like it was as that old dragon said." Xiao Chen managed to comprehend the Thunder Dao domain at the last moment. "Hurry up and go up." After checking Xiao Chen's aura, the Black and White Eggs rejoiced. When they turned their heads to look for the desolate slave soul reaper, it was already nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chen felt very tired. His eyelids felt heavy, and he could not open his eyes. Xiao Chen's consciousness turned blurry, not knowing what happened. He tried to open his eyes but could only open a crack. Through the crack, Xiao Chen seemed to see the Black and White Eggs. Then he fell unconscious. When Xiao Chen woke up again, 6 days had passed. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the familiar blood moon hanging high in the sky entered his eyes. "You're awake?" A voice rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. It was White Egg's voice. Xiao Chen stood up and moved slightly. Then he heard the bones in his entire body crackle like beans being fried, giving off crunching sounds. After the sounds faded, Xiao Chen stretched his body and immediately felt incredibly comfortable, delighted. Xiao Chen clenched his fist. The energy contained in his hand delighted him. "How long did I sleep for?" Xiao Chen asked Black Egg. He remembered comprehending the Thunder Dao domain at the last moment. However, before Xiao Chen could feel happy, a pile of silver light struck him and sent him into a severe coma. Feeling like he had slept for too long, Xiao Chen worried that he would miss the Heavenly Alliance's second stage of the test. 6 days. Black Egg said to Xiao Chen as he leaned over. Since when was there a sea?" Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look and was startled. He saw a boundless ocean at the bottom of the cliff. "Ha! Look at how frightened you are. This is after the tide ebbed. The previous few times, the entire secret realm was flooded. What did you think it was? A sea of lightning. Thanks to you, this is your 9th wave of tribulation lightning. Back then, the two of us were badly frightened. That old dragon in the city said that it was some sea of lightning in the primal chaos space. I wonder how it became your tribulation lightning. Speaking of this, you have to thank us properly." Right. Back then, this sea drowned you, and we did not even know if you were dead or alive. The two of us nearly lost our lives when we went down to fish you up. That was a vast sea. It was difficult to move. Don't forget how good we were to you, Egg. The Black and White Eggs revealed their chatty nature once more. Xiao Chen only said one sentence, and the two of them started talking again, preventing him from interrupting. However, Xiao Chen finally understood what was going on. When he stood up and looked at the sea below, he immediately felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he had successfully comprehended a Dao domain and broken through to the final layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. With this tribulation, Xiaochen could be considered to have undergone a nirvanic rebirth, undergoing a complete transformation. That's right. The two of us have already adjusted to peak sovereign personage. Let's fight against each other. Ah, quickly. Don't dawdle. The black and white eggs felt itchy, urging Xiaochen to fight against them. Xiaochen really wanted to test his current strength. What were his chances of defeating the black and white eggs, who were peak sovereign personages? Xiaochen's original plan was to successfully break through to great perfection sovereign personage and comprehend a Dao domain. Then he would fight the black and white eggs to test his strength. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He had already been here for 8 days. He had disappeared for 8 days, and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was still waiting for a reply. Xiaochen had to return quickly lest the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor worry. Sorry, next time. I have something urgent to look for now. After Xiaochen rejected the black and white eggs, he turned to leave. Just at this moment, a tall figure appeared in the blood moon. Death Qi surrounded this figure, showing no expression. Under the moonlight, this figure appeared lonely and desolate. It was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. The desolate slave Soul Reaper held many sovereign emperor corpses in its hand as it headed for the Blue Dragon ancient city alone. Seemingly noticing Xiaochen's gaze, the desolate slave Soul Reaper stopped under the blood moon and turned its head to look at Xiaochen. As their gazes met, Xiaochen saw that Soul Reaper's eyes were turbid, dim, and lifeless, filled with death qi. As a desolate slave, Soul Reaper was somewhat special compared to the other desolate slaves. It seemed like a strand of wool remained. However, in the end, it was just a dead person. The desolate slave Soul Reaper turned its head away, no longer paying attention to Xiaochen. Then, it slowly headed for the Blue Dragon ancient city, clad in a faint layer of scarlet moonlight. For some reason, Xiaochen felt sorrow in his heart as he looked at the desolate slave Soul Reaper. Many years ago, Soul Reaper might have been a peak expert of the Blue Dragon bloodline. He must have been very famous when he was alive. He should not be living like this. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he looked at Soul Reaper's back, remaining silent for a long time. After Soul Reaper vanished, entering the Blue Dragon ancient city, Xiaochen soared into the air and flew towards the blood moon. After returning to his residence in Desolate City, before Xiaochen could catch his breath, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's voice rang out in his ears. Quickly come and see me. After disappearing silently for 8 days, Xiaochen did not dare to tarry. After calming his emotions, he went to the pavilion from the previous time. Great perfection sovereign personage? You really succeeded. The resources I lent you were not wasted. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiaochen, he felt slightly startled. Doubt flashed in his eyes. He discovered that aside from Xiaochen's significant improvement in cultivation, there seemed to be some other changes. Xiaochen noticed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's doubts. Fortunately, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter, allowing him to release his bated breath. Lord Shangguan sent news. The Cordoyan who took a fancy to you is the faux god Swearin Ji, the most ambitious person in the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 2106. An ambitious person? Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and asked, So, what is City Lord's suggestion? I do not recommend that you rely on Cordoyan Swearin Ji to enter the Heavenly Alliance. There are too many implications, and it will be hard for you to back out in the future. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather direct, calmly voicing his opinion. In that case, I'll reject it. Xiaochen also calmly made his decision, not hesitating at all. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiaochen in shock. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen answered so quickly. It looks like the fortuitous encounters in the past few days gave you a lot of confidence. In that case, I'll help you reject Lord Swearin Ji's invitation. After leaving the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's pavilion, Xiaochen ran into Yun Fei and Lei Hao, the two true disciples of Peach Blossom City, on his way back. The two had not passed the test. Yun Fei, who originally had high hopes, had been eliminated at the very end. In the past few days, Yun Fei should have been asking around about the loser's arena before deciding whether to participate or not. Little brother Xiaoqin, where have you been the past few days? Lei Hao asked warmly when he saw Xiaoqin. I entered closed-door cultivation and only came out today. Yun Fei's expression suddenly changed in shock. After a while, he said, Congratulations. Lei Hao felt suspicious about why Yun Fei was congratulating him. Then he checked Xiaoqin's aura. When he discovered that Xiaoqin was already a sovereign personage like them, he could not help feeling shocked in his heart. This Xiaoqin before him was only 47 years old, but he was already a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Lei Hao still performed a cupped fist salute and said, Congratulations. No wonder little brother Xiaoqin disappeared for the past few days. The two of us are truly ashamed of ourselves for little brother Xiaoqin. Many thanks. Have you decided to participate in the losers arena? Xiaoqin asked. Lei Hao and Yun Fei sighed upon hearing that, appearing somewhat dispirited. Lei Hao said, I've already given up. I already exchanged the faux god spirit jades for resources. Yun Fei has decided to continue participating. Yun Fei said sullenly, the losers challenge rules are a 10,000-person chaotic battle royale. 10,000 people will kill each other in a chaotic battle royale. Only one survivor will continue to participate in the 10,000-person chaotic battle royale. After the chaotic battles, the 10 spots for the Heavenly Alliance will be determined. When Xiaoqin heard this, he was startled. The difficulty was truly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was hellish. What are the rules for the winners group challenge? Lei Hao asked, finding it strange. Little brother Xiaoqin, didn't the core doyens already take a fancy to you? Why are you still concerned about this? I just talked to the city lord and he has already rejected it. Lei Hao and Yun Fei were both shocked. They had never imagined that Xiaoqin would agree to a core grand elder's request. This was simply inconceivable. It was something that others wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet Xiaoqin had actually rejected it. Countless people would be heartbroken if they knew about this. They would have wasted such a great opportunity. Little brother Xiaoqin, you have to consider this carefully. The rules for the winners group challenge are 100 people fighting each other in a chaotic battle royale. Only one person can survive. Then, 100 people will obtain the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The difficulty is no easier than the losers group. Lei Hao advised sincerely, as the individual strength of the winners group was much higher than that of the losers group. While it looked like a 100-person chaotic battle royale, these 100 people were all peak sovereign personages who had survived the first stage of intense battles. Given Xiaoqin's strength, even if he advanced to great perfection sovereign personage, his chances of standing out would still be very slim. Yun Fei interrupted, Lei Hao, there is no need to advise him. Little brother Qin definitely can think of what we know. He definitely has his own determination to reject it. Furthermore, I don't think little brother Qin is someone who makes decisions easily. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I made this decision rather easily, without much conflict or hesitation. The pros and cons would not make it too difficult for Xiaoqin to decide. Since Xiaoqin was an ambitious person, he definitely had something in mind and would definitely make a request in the future. Clearly, Xiaoqin could not accept such a request. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. The best way was to rely on himself to enter the Heavenly Alliance. 2 days later, Xiaoqin's group appeared on the Starry Heavens Dao platform together with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. When Xiaoqin appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The sovereign emperors on the thrones in the Starry Heavens could not help casting their gazes on Xiaoqin. They had all heard that this youth had rejected the core doyen's request. After hearing this news, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They couldn't imagine it. What kind of person would make such a rash decision? Either that person was a fool or overly confident in himself. To think that Xiaoqin does not show any expression at all. He looks very calm. This fellow is really hateful. He wasted a chance for nothing. If only it were me. To think that he rejected the core doyen's invitation. Could it be that he thinks that he can pass the test in the winners group? He really does not know how to conduct himself. That lord will probably be very angry when he finds out about this. Indeed. If it were me, I would be angry as well. A foe god lowered his status to invite you, yet he rejected it. Discussions broke out everywhere. They could not understand Xiao Chen's decision. Out of respect for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, the many sovereign emperors did not discuss it. At this moment, the happiest person was naturally Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. Ha! Little brother Peach Blossom, you are here. Whoosh! Sovereign Emperor Xinggu actually descended from the starry heavens and arrived before Xiao Chen and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This enthusiasm came from the bottom of his heart, and was not the slightest bit hypocritical. After learning that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had rejected Sovereign Emperor Shangguan's invitation, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt very happy. After the shock, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu rejoiced. This way, only his follower, Nangong Feng, would enter the Heavenly Alliance in the entire desolate city test zone. This little brother Xiao Chen is truly worthy of this old man's admiration. You have courage. Youths should have the drive and sharpness of youths. This old man believes that if I were your age, I would definitely not be as decisive as you. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said with a smile as he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chen. Senior Xinggu, you are too polite. Xiao Chen replied calmly. Ha! I'm not being polite. This old man speaks from the bottom of my heart. Youths like you are becoming increasingly rare. You want to rely on your own strength to pass the test. Who would dare to underestimate such pride? I'll put my words out there. If you can enter the Heavenly Alliance, this old man will personally reward you with 30 million primeval heavenly pills. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu laughed loudly, feeling very good. However, he smiled coldly in his heart. It would be strange if you can pass the test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said with some mockery, Brother Xinggu is really forthright. Since you admire my followers so much, why not reward him now? I can see that you are smiling very happily. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said somewhat embarrassedly, there is no point in giving it now. If little brother Xiao Chen loses his drive, I would be doing something bad out of good intentions, losing my motivational effect. Xiao Chen said sincerely, many thanks for Sovereign Emperor Xingji's favor. Actually, you can give me 30 million primeval heavenly pills first. After I pass, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu can give me another 70 million primeval heavenly pills. That would be even more motivational. This junior will thank Sovereign Emperor Xinggu in advance. Good. Lord Shangguan, who was on the throne in the starry heavens, smiled and said, It is rare for Xinggu to put so much thought into this. It is settled. If little friend Xiao Chen can rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance and bring glory to my desolate city, I will personally reward Xiao Chen with another 20 million primeval heavenly pills. The other sovereign emperors immediately agreed, praising Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and Lord Shangguan for their enthusiasm. Many people agreed, but no one was foolish enough to take out primeval heavenly pills to motivate Xiao Chen. To sovereign emperors, primeval heavenly pills were nothing. However, 30 million was a heart-wrenching loss. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was immediately stupefied. He had made a huge profit this time, digging a hole for himself and burying himself in. Initially, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was just too excited and casually made some empty promises. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen made a fool out of him. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, Brother Xinggu, everyone is looking at you. Ha! Little friend Xiao Chen, you have to work hard. My primeval heavenly pills are not easy to obtain. Don't embarrass our desolate city. Before the gazes of the sovereign emperors, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu gritted his teeth and took out a primeval heavenly pill. Then he tossed it heavily at Xiao Chen's face. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's smile did not change. However, he felt like a fool in his heart, extremely upset. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with all this, taking it calmly. Before the victor's group test started, Xiao Chen had already obtained 30 million primeval heavenly pills for no reason. What could be happier than this? Chapter 2107. No matter how depressed Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was, the Heavenly Alliance's test still had to continue. The purple-haired old man waved his hand to silence everyone. Then he said, You probably already know the rules of the second stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test, so I will not repeat them. Nangong Feng. Nangong Feng took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said loudly, "Greetings, Lord Shangguan. The difficulty of this Heavenly Alliance's test is the highest in history. You should be the one with the highest chance of passing the test in my desolate city test zone. Don't disappoint me. Don't let my desolate city test area get wiped out. Everyone is watching you." The purple-haired old man said gravely to Nangong Feng, filled with hope. Nangong Feng felt immense pressure. He said in a deep voice, "I will definitely do my best to pass the second stage." The purple-haired old man looked around and turned his head. "Xiaochen." "Yes." Xiaochen took a step forward, bowed slightly and said softly, "Greetings, Lord Shangguan." As the purple-haired old man looked at Xiaochen, a complicated expression appeared on his face. He really could not understand this young man. This was a great opportunity that many people dreamed of, but he actually rejected it. However, that made sense. Xiaochen was the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had retreated bravely. "Do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I have high hopes for you. Even if you cannot pass the Heavenly Alliance's test this time, as long as you are willing, I can represent the Heavenly Alliance and keep the doors open to you." The purple-haired old man's words were considered a very high evaluation. He was quite optimistic about Xiaochen. Xiaochen already had such accomplishments at such a young age. As long as he became a sovereign emperor, he would definitely become a faux god. "Thank you, Lord Shangguan." The purple-haired old man's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on those who were preparing to participate in the loser's arena. He said softly, "The loser's arena is not without hope. You all know how cruel the loser's arena is, yet you still dare to continue challenging. I admire you all. Begin." With the many sovereign emperors driving, the starry heavens Dao platform slowly spun. Xiaochen and Nangong Feng stood together. The other people from the loser's bracket stood to one side. "Can you tell us why you gave up on the Core Doyen's invitation?" Nangong Feng looked at Xiaochen curiously. Many people did not understand this question. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he answered honestly, "I do not want too many restrictions. I hope to rely on my own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance." Surprise flashed in Nangong Feng's eyes. He could sense the truth in Xiaochen's words. These were Xiaochen's true thoughts. Good luck. Such an answer caused Nangong Feng to think highly of the other party. Then he said his blessing softly. The formation was activated. First, the thousands of people in the loser's bracket disappeared from the Dao platform. Following that, Xiaochen and Nangong Feng disappeared. The loser's group would have 10,000 people on the same stage and engage in a chaotic battle. Only one person would survive and continue on to the next round. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, they had to kill their way to 10 people before they could obtain the final quota. The victor's group would have 100 people on the same platform. One person from each secret realm would survive and enter the Heavenly Alliance. Shwa. 100 light screens appeared in the starry heavens. The cultivators who passed the first stage appeared before everyone's eyes. The light screens for the loser's bracket did not appear. In theory, they were all eliminated. Lord City Lord, Xiaochen is on the light screen for Dao Platform 8. Old Chui immediately informed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor when he discovered Xiaochen. A continent floated in the starry heavens on the light screen for Dao Platform 8. To sovereign personages, a continent's size could be seen with one glance. There was nowhere to hide and there was no way to hide. At this moment, all the sovereign emperors in Desolate City focused their gazes on the light screens for Xiaochen and Nangong Feng. An intense battle would start soon. Those who could enter the second stage were all peak sovereign personages. There were no weaklings. This was because the first stage was already sufficiently cruel. The weak would not be able to pass it by luck. As Xiaochen stood on a mound on the continent, he looked around. This continent was filled with the auras of experts. Everyone was accumulating power in the dark, waiting for the battle that was about to begin. 1 in 100 would be chosen, and the survivor would be king. Whoever survived to the end would obtain the right to enter the Heavenly Alliance. Xiaochen looked around and discovered a familiar figure. Gong Liangyu. That was right. It was Xiao Chen's old rival, Gong Liangyu. He and Xiao Chen were actually placed together again in the second stage. At this moment, Gong Liangyu sensed Xiao Chen's presence. Their gazes met, and an invisible clash immediately ensued. Gong Liangyu's lips curled up slightly as he said softly, "Interesting." Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. The battle had not started yet. Everyone was restricted by the realm spirit. The most important thing was to remain calm. The many sovereign emperors in the starry heavens above desolate cities set this place abuzz. Gong Liangyu and Xiao Chen both appeared in Dao Platform 8. It's over. Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic in the first place. Now he runs into Gong Liangyu. Truly, enemies often cross paths. Aside from Gong Liangyu, there are many experts in Secret Realm 8 as well. I took a quick look. Several of them ranked within the top 100 of the previous stage. If Xiao Chen had known, would he have regretted rejecting Lord Suirenji's invitation? Originally, the sovereign emperors did not think much of Xiao Chen. Who could have expected that Xiao Chen and Gong Liangyu would end up in the same group again in the second stage? Some people even guessed that someone did this on purpose. After all, this was too much of a coincidence. Putting Xiao Chen and Gong Liangyu together in the second stage was simply not giving them a chance to survive. City Lord, aside from Gong Liangyu, there is another person called Lin Shi in Secret Realm 8. He also ranked within the top 20 of the first stage. There are 4 or 5 people in the top 100, all of whom are not to be trifled with, Old Shui said softly from beside the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Old Shui, who was beside the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, reported softly. Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic. They are not easy to offend. How can Xiao Chen be easy to offend? It will not be easy for anyone to trample on Xiao Chen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said indifferently. Although the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not think that Xiao Chen could become the final victor, he was very confident in Xiao Chen's strength. However, he was very confident in Xiao Chen's strength. Even if he failed, he would have to pay a sufficient price to obtain victory from his hands. Old Shui remained silent at the side. He did not know where the city lord got his confidence from. Was it because Xiao Chen broke through to great perfection sovereign personage? However, most of the people who passed the second stage were peak sovereign personages. Furthermore, they had remained at this peak for more than 100 years. Compared to the other participants, Xiao Chen's breakthrough was not considered a significant improvement. Whoosh! The familiar little light figure appeared on the continent. It looked at the crowd and said, "Congratulations to everyone for successfully entering the final stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test. In this stage, the survivor is king. Whoever survives to the end will qualify to enter the Heavenly Alliance. Whether you are willing or not, the continent under your feet will continuously shrink. In the end, it will only be able to withstand one person. Those who lose their footing will be eliminated. Now, I announce the official start of the second stage." Right after the realm spirit spoke, Xiao Chen felt the restrictions on his body vanish, allowing him to move freely. A chaotic battle instantly started. Without any hesitation, everyone found the nearby participants and mercilessly attacked. The most dazzling of the 100 participants, Gong Liangyu, unleashed his Dao domain and brandished his palms, sending palm strike after palm strike. Gong Liangyu continuously sent out heavy palm winds that were dense and dense. Furthermore, the palm winds contained even sharper sword lights. If one got careless and got struck by the sword qi, one would immediately suffer severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying Gong Liangyu killed 2 genius participants. At this moment, the strength that Gong Liangyu displayed was even more horrifying than in the first stage. This made sense. After clearing this stage, no matter what, they could enter the Heavenly Alliance. There was no need to hide any strength at all. They just had to ensure their advancement. Aside from Gong Liangyu, Lin Shi and the others, who ranked in the top 10, fought with all their might, not holding back at all. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiao Chen showed a stern expression as he held the tyrant saber. His aura appeared very young among the 300- or 400-year-old sovereign personages. However, the killing intent and might contained in his aura were not vague at all. Xiaochen held absolute confidence in his heart, not showing any fear at all. He calmly analyzed, at the end of this stage, it will definitely be a fight between kings. The weak will be eliminated first. Right now, those peak experts are all releasing their auras to prove that they are qualified to participate in the end. There is no need for me to hide too much. I will end the battle quickly and prove my strength. Suddenly, a candle dragon image appeared behind Xiaochen. A candle flame flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Immediately, the two peak sovereign personages charging at him burned with a terrifying ice flame. Terrifying ice flames burst out, burning his soul and body at the same time. Xiaochen's gaze was cold and emotionless. He drew the tyrant saber and instantly sent out a strong saber intent. When he attacked, he executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane. A swastika appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. Then, his face turned cold, losing all the expression that a person of the mundane should have. Since the mundane is resolved, it is eternal. An eternal and inextinguishable saber light flew out from Xiaochen's chop. The ferocious and cold Buddhist might continuously clashed with the auras of the two peak sovereign personages. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? My speed has decreased significantly, and my soul is still burning. Quickly make a move. This saber light is not easy to deal with. After Xiaochen used the candle dragon eye to burn the physical bodies and souls of the two peak sovereign personages, they had to face Xiaochen's resolving the mundane. The two peak sovereign personages immediately panicked and flustered. Ding, ding, ding. After resolving the mundane, Xiaochen executed his flawless saber Dao continuously. Using his body as a saber, his thoughts as a saber, and his heart as a saber, Xiaochen erupted with his full power, not holding anything back. After 10 moves, he killed the two peak sovereign personages on the spot. Kasi, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by disbelieving heads, appeared on the light screen. The group of sovereign emperors in the desolate city's sovereign emperor benches, including the purple-haired old man, were stunned. Xiaochen easily killed two peak sovereign personages by himself. Chapter 2108. The chaotic battle started. This was the first time Xiaochen used his full power since his tribulation. Xiaochen already brought out his strongest strength. Within 10 moves, he killed two peak sovereign personages. Good. The purple-haired old man could not help praising loudly, his eyes lighting up. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu immediately felt somewhat weak. He smiled coldly in his heart. This is just the beginning. The best part is yet to come. This fellow is only this bit of strength. It is far from enough to clear this stage. Flawless saber technique, flying heaven stance. A figure soared into the air, and a moon descended. A bright moon descended from the sky. The participant fighting with Xiaochen was stunned. Then he moved back in a fluster and sent out a resplendent sword light, trying to shatter this bright moon. Boom! However, when the bright moon shattered, a loud sound rang out. The participant vomited a mouthful of blood as the energy shock wave knocked him back. How can this saber intent be so strong? Horror flashed in this cultivator's eyes. Xiaochen clearly did not comprehend the saber Dao domain, but his saber intent was somewhat ridiculously strong. Die! Heartbreaking stance. Xiaochen shouted as his heart shattered. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Then, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged forward. Amid this boundless pain, Xiaochen erupted with his full power. He turned into a flash of lightning and charged forward. It was too fast, too fast. Xiaochen could not tell if it was a saber light or lightning light. By the time he startled to his senses, the saber in Xiaochen's hand had already stabbed into the other party's forehead. Wuxia. The saber pierced through the other party's head. The horrifying impact immediately caused the participant's body to explode. Even the realm spirit could not save him, and he died on the spot. No wonder Xiaochen was so ruthless. In this final stage, no one would hide their strength. For the sake of a heavenly alliance spot, everyone would do their best, not holding anything back. If one showed mercy, one might be the one to die. Rumble. The continent started to crumble and shatter. Its surface area continued to shrink, forcing the remaining participants to fly to the center. The cruel killing had just begun. An even more intense clash was yet to come. The continent below was everyone's living space. The realm spirit had said that this continent would continuously shrink until only one person could survive. It was foreseeable that as the living space continued to shrink, the slaughter would become more and more intense. So powerful. Many people who noticed Xiaochen felt their hearts skip a beat, and their expressions changed greatly. Then, Xiaochen killed 2 peak sovereign personages in 10 moves and forcefully killed a participant, leaving the other party unable to retaliate. Those who could clear the first stage were all outstanding talents, sovereign personage elites. Every one of them was a peak existence among sovereign personages. They were not people that anyone could casually trample on. Was Yun Fei strong when he used the 13 wind-riding swords? However, even a strong sovereign personage like Yun Fei could not clear the first stage. One could easily imagine how horrifying the strength of a sovereign personage who cleared the first stage was. The more it was so, the more it proved how powerful Xiaochen was now. Great Perfection Sovereign Personage. He was not just a Great Perfection Sovereign Personage. He relied on his physical body to endure the heaven-shaking lightning tribulation until the end. Who could understand that kind of pain and bitterness? What do you want? What he wanted was to start a massacre now and rely on his own strength to advance into the Heavenly Alliance. I'll prove it to whoever says I can't. Figures flickered in the air. Xiaochen's performance already inspired fear in the other participants. They needed to work together to deal with him. As the 10-odd candidates spoke, they soared into the air and surrounded Xiaochen. One should not complain about being too eye-catching. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon wanted true elites, powerful sovereign personages that were 1 in a million. Not only could one suppress one's opponent in a one-on-one battle, but one also needed sufficient strength and means to deal with such encirclement. In the future, after one became a Heavenly Alliance member, the dangers one would face would only be more difficult than now. Just look at the top 100. Gong Liangyu, Lin Shi, which of them was not? They faced the attacks of 10-odd participants. If one was a genius, one should not fear the jealousy of others or the encirclement of others. If one could endure it, one would qualify for the final test of this stage. If one could not, it would only mean that one was a fake genius, not someone the Heavenly Alliance needed. As Xiaochen watched the 10-odd participants charge over, his expression did not change. He remained extremely calm. As long as he did not get surrounded and fall into an absolute disadvantage, he could fight. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly in his body. With every step Xiaochen took, the winds and clouds changed. Boundless electric light burst out of his body. Surround him. Seeing Xiaochen move so fast, the others were startled and wanted to kill Xiaochen. The most direct method was to surround him and merge their auras to suppress Xiaochen at the same time. At that time, no matter who it was, they would not be able to breathe or move under the suppression of 10-odd peak sovereign personages' auras. Even Gong Liangyu would not be able to do anything. He would have to die. As Xiaochen ran, he gently pushed the ground with his feet, and the ground cracked. A strong wind blew, and lightning flashed everywhere, kicking up sand into the air. 5-element divine lightning, thunder monarch spear. Xiaochen used his Thunder Dao domain to drive the 5-element divine lightning, forming a short spear shooting out boundless electric light in his hand. Whoosh! Xiaochen ferociously tossed out the short spear. In that instant, the resplendent electric light was dazzling, so piercing that others could not open their eyes. The short spear was so fast that the people chasing Xiaochen could not dodge in time. Someone immediately cried out miserably. The short spear struck him, and his body exploded, turning him into a mangled mess. The strong impact of the short spear pierced through that person's chest, sending him flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiaochen ran and leaped, he occasionally turned his head back. Then, the short spears driven by his Thunder Dao domain and the 5-element divine lightning flew out. Why did Xiaochen modify the Thunder Monarch spear into a short spear? At this moment, its advantages became apparent. Although the spears were weaker, they could be formed faster and expended less energy. They could be formed continuously. As long as there were enough of them, the destructive power would be even greater. The many short spears became nightmarish existences to the participants chasing Xiaochen. Their originally soaring auras fell to rock bottom as miserable cries rang out. Something's wrong. Quickly scatter. Slowly, the pursuers realized that something was wrong. Xiaochen was not fleeing out of fear of them. Instead, he was trying to kill them all. However, it was already too late. The instant these people realized that something was wrong, Xiaochen suddenly turned around. Firmament's rage. The great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's roar spread out in the world. A colossal hand containing saber light and lightning descended from the sky. Pa! After comprehending the Thunder Dao domain, be it Firmament's rage or the Thunder Monarch spear, their might had more than doubled. This colossal hand containing the rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon descended ferociously. None of the people chasing Xiaochen managed to escape. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he grabbed with his 5 fingers. His palm immediately generated a huge suction. It grabbed all the examinees who were injured by the gigantic palm into its palm. Lightning and boundless saber light spread out in his palm. It was like a small world of hell. Xiaochen ferociously clenched his fist. When he opened it again, boundless lightning and saber light spread out in all directions. A strong wind blew as blood rained down from the sky. Xiaochen killed all the pursuers, not leaving a single one alive. Many of Xiaochen's martial techniques were related to the Thunder Dao, allowing him to comprehend the Thunder Dao domain. Xiaochen's increase in strength was not as simple as what the outside world understood. Advancing from small perfection sovereign personage to great perfection sovereign personage was a qualitative change. Looking around, there were less than 30% of the candidates left. However, the continuously collapsing continent left no space for everyone. The living space under them could not accommodate 30-odd people at all. Someone had to be eliminated or die before they could have a place to stand. Cruel. This was a truly miserable slaughter, far more terrifying than the first stage. The continuously shrinking living space forced everyone to kill each other. Coincidentally, the candidates who had existed for a longer time were definitely stronger existences. The slaughter would only become more intense. Everyone would have to bring out their full potential. At this point, no one could think about anything else. Whether it was the intense killing intent in the air or the shrinking living space, everyone had no choice but to continue fighting. Right now, this was not just a test of strength but also a test of mental state. This was equally cruel. Many of the participants paled somewhat. Sweat covered their foreheads as they panted heavily. The participants could not adapt to this miserable situation. Their hands, which held their sabers, trembled. Kill! The chaotic battle intensified. Xiaochen showed a cold expression as he held up his tyrant saber. He did not show any fear in such a miserable situation. The advantage of his mental state allowed him to face all this calmly. His aura was not affected at all. On the contrary, some experts with weak mental states could bring out only 80 to 90% of their strength. The sovereign emperors sitting on their thrones in desolate cities' starry heavens could not say anything. Everyone stared at the light screen. This Xiaochen had truly given them a pleasant surprise that they had not expected. Such a state of mind, such strength, it really allowed people to see what a true peerless monster was. No wonder Xiaochen dared to reject Lord Swearenji's request. He really wanted to rely on his own strength to charge into the Heavenly Alliance step by step. Xiaochen wanted to use his strength to silence all those who did not submit. Chapter 2109. At this point in the intense killing, what was more important was the test of one's mental state. One's mental state had always been important. However, it was not as obvious as one's cultivation, so one normally did not pay much attention to it. However, the Heavenly Alliance powerhouses were all peak experts with outstanding mental states. Naturally, they understood the importance of mental states. This stage was so intense, shrinking everyone's living space step by step. The participants were all participants with outstanding mental states. Compared to the truly intense scene, this was nothing. If one could not even endure the intense scene before them, They would end up like this if they ran into an even greater scene in the future. In reality, the remaining 30-odd people were about the same in terms of cultivation. Their combat prowess was already very close. Everyone had their own trump cards. They might have comprehended a Dao domain, grasped a peak secret technique, or used a different killing move. Everyone had a chance of defeating the other party. However, there was a problem with their mental states, preventing them from bringing out their strength. The result that awaited them was either a miserable death or being saved by a world spirit and sparing their lives. At this point in the Heavenly Alliance's test, luck no longer mattered. Mental states directly determined life and death. Boom. The land under Xiao Chen's feet shrank further, and the living space shrank further. The killing turned even more intense. The stench of blood lingered in the air. Many people felt fatigued. The pressure in their hearts magnified infinitely, preventing them from stabilizing their emotions. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, calm and unperturbed. Amid the intense killing, Xiao Chen's heart remained unmoved. His clear eyes always showed a trace of stubbornness and calmness. A figure entered Xiao Chen's vision. Without thinking, he materialized the heartbreaking stance with his tyrant saber. Ding! The saber and sword clashed, erupting with huge force. However, neither moved back. This was because the land under Xiao Chen's feet had shrunk to an extremely small size. No one knew if the land under Xiao Chen's feet would crumble the moment he moved back. Ding! 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 In an instant, Xiao Chen exchanged more than 100 moves with the newcomer, not moving back at all. Their auras materialized thousands of mysterious phenomena as they clashed wildly, each trying to push the other back. However, after another 100 moves, the two still did not move back at all, evenly matched. The rhythm of the battle accelerated. For the first time, Xiao Chen felt that this was somewhat problematic. The other party should be within the top 100 of the first stage. The two of them fought endlessly, each using the sword Dao and saber Dao techniques they had mastered to the limit. They were evenly matched. Neither of them had any obvious weaknesses. The other party had the Wind Dao domain, but Xiao Chen also had the Earth Dao domain. The other party's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's. However, Xiao Chen's saber Dao was slightly superior. It's Lin Shi. Many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens recognized Xiao Chen's opponent. Zhang Xian gasped in shock. This was an existence whose strength was only inferior to Gong Liangyu in the 8th dueling ring. It was not Xiao Chen's but Lin. Gong. The Lin. The one was Xiao Lin. Lin's. Damn it. Why is the random person I chose so terrifyingly strong? Even if I defeat the other party, how am I supposed to fight Gong Liangyu? Am I doomed to not be able to enter the Heavenly Alliance? Frustration appeared in Lin Shi's heart. When he thought of a certain outcome, he could not help feeling frustrated. Indeed, even if he defeated Xiao Chen, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would have to pay a huge price. Indeed, even if he defeated Xiao Chen, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would have to pay a huge price. An opening. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He sensed some fluctuations in his opponent's mental state, revealing an opening. In that instant, thousands of thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Is there really an opening, or is this a trap? Should I fight it out? Fight it out. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen decided to execute a killing move the instant the other party's mental state fluctuated. Dermic World. Xiao Chen's figure trembled slightly, and he immediately turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. The tyrant saber in his hand became 100 times larger. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen used his 3-kilometer-tall body to execute the flawless saber Dao. Void-breaking stance. When Lin Shi saw Xiao Chen execute Dermic World, his expression changed. He immediately felt his aura crumbling at a startling pace. The thousands of mysterious phenomena materialized by his Wind Dao domain all shattered. After executing Dermic World, Xiao Chen's pressure suddenly increased explosively. Originally, there was only an unremarkable opening. After Xiao Chen caught hold of it, It immediately expanded to a point where there was no way to recover. Lin Shi did not have time to think. He could only passively execute his killing move, clashing with the void-breaking stance that Xiao Chen executed with his body. Kasi. Lin Shi vomited a mouthful of blood. After exchanging 1,000 moves, Xiao Chen finally knocked him into the air. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen's physical body returned to its original form. However, the tyrant saber in his hand stabbed into Lin Shi's chest at the same time. Huang Dang! The sword in Lin Shi's hand fell to the ground. He paled, feeling his life force quickly vanishing. Many thanks. Xiao Chen pulled out the tyrant saber, and blood spurted out of his chest. Xiao Chen's saber intent destroyed Lin Shi's internal organs at a terrifying speed. However, Xiao Chen already held back, not immediately finishing off the other party. The realm spirit would send him out before Lin Shi died. Originally, it looked like a draw. However, the victor was decided in the blink of an eye. This was mental state. In a battle of life and death, Xiao Chen was still letting his thoughts run wild. He thought that it was nothing, only thinking about how to deal with Gong Liangyu. Even Xiao Chen himself did not realize that he had already exposed an opening. This was how it was when one's mental state was insufficient. While one thought that it was nothing, in reality, it gave the other party an opportunity. Victory ended in one breath, so fast that Lin Shi did not have any room to salvage the situation. Normally speaking, even if Xiao Chen executed Dermic World, as long as he did not expose an opening, Dermic World would not be able to destroy Xiao Chen's aura. Instead, because Xiao Chen executed his killing move rashly and did not achieve the desired effect, he would expose an opening, allowing Xiao Chen to take advantage of it. However, there were no ifs in this world. In this battle of life and death, Lin Shi was thinking about how to deal with Gong Liangyu after defeating Xiao Chen. He had given Xiao Chen a chance for nothing. Otherwise, even if Xiao Chen could win, it would have been an extremely difficult victory. Many thanks. Should I thank you as well? Lin Shi's body slowly immaterialized. He revealed a bitter, self-mocking smile. He had truly learned something in this battle. Even though he no longer had the right to join the Heavenly Alliance, he would definitely not make the same mistake again in the future. If he kept an eye out, he might be able to save his life in the future. After all, this was just the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Chen was not Lin Shi's enemy and did not kill him. After saying that, the realm spirit sent Lin Shi out. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, as he had already lost the right to join the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen turned around and saw that Gong Liangyu had not finished off his opponent yet, still in a bitter battle. Gong Liangyu's opponent was not weak at all. Gong Liangyu's opponent was not much easier than Lin Shi's fight with Xiao Chen. If Lin Shi saw this scene, he would probably feel so much regret that his intestines would turn green. In reality, Xiao Chen could imagine it. At this point, only 4 people remained. How could there be any weaklings? Everyone was about the same level. The only difference was their mental states. However, when Xiao Chen fought Lin Shi, he did not have such thoughts at all. All Gong Liangyu thought about was how to defeat Lin Shi, how to not reveal any openings, and how to grasp the openings his opponent gave him. He finally grasped the opportunity. Whoosh! Gong Liangyu and his opponent, who were in a bitter battle, turned their heads at the same time, and their gazes landed on Xiao Chen. Surprise flashed in the two's eyes. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chen to win. Furthermore, Xiao Chen won so easily, not paying much of a price at all. It looks like they are preparing to attack me at the same time. In just an instant, Xiao Chen thought of what would happen next. These two were currently fighting. They definitely did not want Xiao Chen to watch. Anyone would feel on edge. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is a little different from what I imagined. However, this might be an opportunity. When the two worked together, it looked like Xiao Chen had no chance of victory, with only a slim chance of survival. However, heaven never bars one's way. What looked like a dead end happened to be an absolute opportunity. Gong Liangyu and his opponent stopped at the same time. The two did not communicate at all, but tacitly locked their auras on Xiao Chen. What are you trying to do? Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed drastically. An indiscernible fluster flashed in his eyes as he slowly retreated. Seeing the fluster in Xiao Chen's eyes, Gong Liangyu revealed a cold smile. He said seriously, "You are really surprising. Unexpectedly, you comprehended a Dao domain in just a few days. However, many times, aside from strength, luck is very important as well. It looks like luck is on my side this time. Go in peace." Whoosh! A moment ago, Gong Liangyu and his opponent were fighting to the death. Suddenly, they worked together to attack Xiaoqin. Such a scene stupefied the sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens, who had revealed expressions of joy. The sudden change in the situation left them at a complete loss. Chapter 21:10. Kill. Gong Liangyu and his opponent attacked at the same time, charging at Xiaoqin. Immediately, an overwhelming might surged over, looking like it would force Xiaoqin out. Neither one of them was about the same strength as Xiaoqin. If the two worked together, Xiaoqin had no chance of victory. Furthermore, the continent had already shrunk significantly. As long as they could force Xiaoqin out, he would be eliminated. The results seemed to be predictable. However, was luck really on Gong Liangyu's side? The moment Xiaoqin grasped Lin Shi's opening and defeated him, he had expected that Gong Liangyu and his opponent would attack him at the same time. Since they had expected it, why did there still appear an indiscernible fluster in their eyes? Naturally, Xiaoqin had purposely shown an opening. When Gong Liangyu and his opponent arrived before Xiaoqin, they saw that Xiaoqin had already retreated to the edge of the continent. Gong Liangyu and his opponent could not help showing joy in their eyes. If they took another step, Xiaoqin would be forced out and eliminated. Suddenly, the two's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked up. They saw 20-odd tribulation clouds drifting over from all directions in the sky, instantly descending as the two charged at Xiaoqin. Boom! The 20-odd tribulation lightning bolts merged into one and descended. It was like the two had expected the two to charge over. To outsiders, it was not the tribulation lightning that struck the two. Instead, when the two charged at Xiaoqin, they took the initiative to crash into the descending tribulation lightning. With the two working together, Xiaoqin would die for sure. There would be no chance of victory. However, if the two had expected this and laid out a trap, the desperate situation would have become an opportunity for Xiaoqin. The fifth layer of the divine lightning eye was the trap that Xiaoqin laid out. The fluster in his eyes was also a disguise to attract the two's attention. The instant the two were struck by the tribulation lightning, Xiaoqin gently waved his hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram filled the sky, descending along with the tribulation lightning. Taiji yin-yang burst. Having just endured the tribulation lightning, Gong Liangyu and his opponent did not even have the time to catch their breath before Xiaoqin's yin-yang flame diagram self-detonated. Amidst the endless dust, the two of them coughed incessantly, suffering heavy injuries on the spot. Primordial Divine Eye bloodline activated. Since the opportunity was right before his eyes, Xiaoqin naturally wouldn't miss it. He activated his bloodline and entered his peak state. One side was heavily injured, while the other side was at the peak. At this moment, it went without saying that sleep had the upper hand. Myriad changes in the blink of an eye. This was the true meaning of myriad changes in the blink of an eye. It caused everyone to be flabbergasted, and they were completely unable to react to it. Xiaoqin's eyes flickered with a golden light as he formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand. Under the 7-fold killing chi, he executed the mortal heart. Xiao. With a flash of light, Xiaoqin flew into the dust and waited for it to disperse. Gong Liangyu's opponent's head had already been separated from his body, and his body was slowly being teleported away by the world spirit. While the two were heavily injured, Xiaoqin decisively chose the more heavily injured one. Using the 7-kill seal and resolving the mundane, he killed him. Gong Liangyu was the only opponent left. Silence. The many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens held their breaths, not saying anything. The exciting scene on the light screen for Secret Realm 8 made them fear missing out on a single detail. No one expected that aside from his stubbornness, Xiaoqin also had such a strategy. At the crucial moment, he used an exquisite disguise to grasp his opponent's state of mind, turning a desperate situation into an opportunity for him to turn the situation around. Talent. This was a true talent. He was brave and astute, possessed an outstanding mental state, and possessed outstanding talent. As Gong Liangyu looked at Xiao Qin, his complexion paled. First, he was caught off guard by the wave of tribulation lightning. Then, he suffered the self-detonation of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Although Gong Liangyu's situation was better than his opponent's, he knew that he was no match for Xiao Qin in his current state. Gong Liangyu revealed a self-mocking smile as he said, "How laughable! This is truly laughable. I thought that you were able to last until the end of the first stage because of luck. However, when luck was on my side, I was still the one who lost." Gong Liangyu's intelligence was extremely terrifying. Xiao Qin could tell from the first stage that even if this person obtained an absolute advantage, he would not show any pride. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. He was cold and indifferent to the extreme, and he was always cautious. However, this time, Xiao Qin's strength improved too quickly. After Gong Liangyu easily killed Lin Shi, an opening appeared in Gong Liangyu's mental state. When Gong Liangyu noticed the fluster in Xiao Qin's eyes, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to easily avoid Xiao Qin. In reality, the moment Xiao Qin defeated Lin Shi, Gong Liangyu lost some confidence. Even Lin Shi lost to Xiao Qin. Could Gong Liangyu still defeat Xiao Qin? In the end, Gong Liangyu's mental state was still insufficient, unable to maintain a calm state of mind. That was why Gong Liangyu fell into Xiao Qin's trap, giving Xiao Qin a chance. In reality, unless there were extremely few people, the battle royale of the second stage had reached the last few people. Everyone's strength was about the same. It was impossible for it to be like the first stage. Xiao Qin could easily suppress countless sovereign personages in 2 or 3 moves. Those who could reach this stage were not weaklings. They all had a chance of winning. It all depended on whether one could grasp the opportunity or not. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was one's own strength as a foundation. If Xiao Qin had not advanced to great perfection sovereign personage and comprehended the Thunder Dao domain, increasing the might of his secret techniques and martial techniques related to the Thunder Dao, no matter how high his mental state was, it would not be sufficient before Gong Liangyu's absolute strength. Xiao Qin calmly looked at the other party. A hazy painting of 10,000 dragons soaring appeared behind him. An ancient blue dragon's divine might spread out from Xiao Qin's body. Together with his aura, Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered loudly. As his long hair fluttered, a tyrannical air spread out. After activating his bloodline, Xiao Qin gave off a completely different air. His normally hidden sharpness and tyranny were completely revealed. Based on the other party's expression, Xiao Qin roughly knew what the other party wanted to say. "I admit defeat." After Gong Liangyu said that calmly, his figure quickly faded. Now, only Xiao Qin remained in Arena 8. Did I win? In the starry heavens above Desolate City, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt like he was dreaming, not daring to believe the result before him. Old Shui exclaimed joyfully, "City Lord, he really won." Xiao Qin already obtained a spot to enter the Heavenly Alliance. Ha! The purple-haired old man guffawed, his laughter filled with boldness and joy. "Congratulations, Lord Shangguan." The other sovereign emperors showed joy on their faces as they congratulated Shangguan Yun. Only Sovereign Emperor Xinggu showed an unsightly expression, feeling bitter. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu seemed to have said that if Xiao Qin really entered the Heavenly Alliance, he would give Xiao Qin 70 million primeval heavenly pills as a reward. With this thought, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu could not help feeling heartache. To sovereign emperors, primeval heavenly pills were not important. However, if there were so many, they would feel heartache. Milord, Nangong Feng also won. Just at this moment, Sovereign Emperor Xingji's follower reported joyfully as he pointed at the light screen for Arena 9. Only Nangong Feng remained in the light screen for Arena 9. The remaining 2 people from Desolate City had already passed the second stage. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu immediately rejoiced, dispelling some of his depression. However, he still felt a knot in his heart. If only Nangong Feng had entered the Heavenly Alliance, he would have been the center of attention. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor snatched away all the limelight. This was very depressing. The disciples entering the Heavenly Alliance were not as happy as one imagined. Whoosh! A light flickered, and Xiao Chen and Nangong Feng appeared at the same time. The two exchanged looks and nodded slightly. Then, they arrived before the purple-haired old man and performed cupped fist salutes. "Greetings, City Lord." The smile on Shangguan Yun's face did not fade. He said seriously, "Good, very good. The two of you fought for me. This is my reward for you." 2 storage rings flew over, each containing 20 million primeval heavenly pills. Shangguan Yun casually rewarded 40 million primeval heavenly pills. Faux gods were truly faux gods, not even blinking. Congratulations. This old man's words carry enormous weight. Since you passed the test and entered the Heavenly Alliance, this is my reward for you. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu walked forward with a dark expression. The group of sovereign emperors suppressed their smiles as they looked at the unsightly sovereign emperor Xinggu. Then, they handed the 70 million primeval heavenly pills to Xiao Chen. "Master, you are really biased. Even my disciple did not receive so many rewards," Nangong Feng said with a bitter smile, appearing somewhat helpless. Nangong Feng said helplessly with a bitter smile. Immediately, many sovereign emperors could not help guffawing. This was the result of boasting. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt embarrassed. He said, "We'll talk after we go back. Master will definitely not mistreat you." Shangguan Yun smiled faintly and said, "All right, that's all then. Xinggu, withdraw first. I have something to say to the two of them." "All right." The purple-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and Nangong Feng and said, 3 days from now, someone will receive you and bring you to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. At that time, you will officially become members of the Heavenly Alliance. Although our Heavenly Alliance's accumulations cannot compare to those of the other super factions, we have plenty of resources. Once you become a formal member of the Heavenly Alliance, the authority and resources you will obtain will surpass your imagination. However, authority and obligation are equal. The more authority you have, the more obligation you have. I hope you understand." After the purple-haired old man finished speaking, Xiao Chen and Nangong Feng said at the same time, "We will definitely remember Lord Shangguan's teachings. All right, you may withdraw first." Chapter 21:11. The battles in the losers' arena continued. Lei Hao was already eliminated, but Yun Fei was still fighting in the endless arenas. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was still around. After Xiao Chen took his leave from Shangguan Yunfei, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited with Lei Hao for Yun Fei's results. "Congratulations, little brother Xiao Chen." Lei Hao looked at Xiao Chen with some envy. Xiao Chen had joined the Heavenly Alliance and become a member of one of the 8 super factions. Xiao Chen's future cultivation path would be much easier. He would leave the other cultivators who did not join a super faction in the dust. Thinking of this, Lei Hao felt somewhat sad. Who did not want to go further on the path of cultivation? "Thank you, big brother Lei Hao." Xiao Chen could see the disappointment in Lei Hao's eyes, so he consoled him softly. More than 1 million sovereign personages participated in the test. In the end, only 100 people from the winner's arena and 10 from the loser's arena could enter the Heavenly Alliance. 99% of the people were already eliminated. It could not be said that Lei Hao was weak. It could only be said that the test was too cruel. Lei Hao looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. "Little brother, don't worry about me. After this failure, I only hope to break through to Sovereign Emperor in the future. Perhaps without a high goal, it will not be so tiring." The two chatted softly, casually chatting about some things, explaining their experiences in the loser's arena and the winner's arena. 4 heaven-defying experts appeared in this Heavenly Alliance's test. "Little brother Xiao Chen, you have to pay attention to them in the later ranking battles," Lei Hao said to Xiao Chen. Lei Hao asked Xiao Chen. Compared to Xiao Chen, Lei Hao had a better understanding of the entire Heavenly Alliance's test. Heaven-defying experts? What was a heaven-defying sovereign personage? They were heaven-defying sovereign personages who could suppress the other geniuses in the first stage in the second stage of the winner's arena. Xiao Chen and Gong Liangyu could not be considered heaven-defying. When it came to the last 30 people, everyone's strength differed greatly. The only thing that mattered was one's state of mind. Whoever's state of mind was better would have a greater chance of advancing. As for heaven-defying sovereign personages, They were clearly much stronger than the others. Mental states could no longer affect the situation. The difference in strength was too great. Even if the other party were to casually exchange blows with you, you would still be no match for him. Such a participant could be considered unrivaled among sovereign personages, a heaven-defying existence. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it is not surprising that such a heaven-defying sovereign personage appeared. After all, the examiner's requirement was to be a sovereign personage under 500 years old. They gave Xiao Chen 300 years. He was confident that he could crush Gong Liangyu and Lin Shi without any pressure. However, Xiao Chen was a little surprised that 4 of them had appeared at the same time. Which 5? Lei Hao said sullenly. Saber Demon Wu Meng, a participant from the Tianwu dynasty's test zone, is simply a strange talent. I was eliminated by him. It was just 1 slash. I didn't even see it clearly before I was eliminated. Thinking back to that guy's eyes, I still feel a little scared. With just 1 look, I knew I was going to lose. Saber Demon Wu Meng? He's a demonic Dao warrior? Lei Hao quickly denied it. How can that be possible? The demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall are our mortal enemies. It is impossible for the Heavenly Alliance to recruit demonic Dao cultivators. I call him the Saber Demon because of his style. His saber technique is as terrifying as a demon's. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. It looked like he had to be even more careful in the future. He could not expose the fact that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. The other 4 are Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, and Spear Sovereign Mou. Of them, the scariest is Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Many people say that he might be the strongest participant in this Heavenly Alliance test. At that time, he will receive many benefits. Xiao Chen thought to himself, memorizing all these names. Then, he asked Lei Hao for the portraits of these people. After arriving at the Heavenly Alliance, there was still a ranking battle for those who entered the Heavenly Alliance. The ranking determined the final reward, as well as whether one could attract true experts from the Heavenly Alliance. After Lei Hao gave Xiao Chen all this, he smiled and said, aside from these 5, little brother Xiao Chen, your fame in this Heavenly Alliance test is no less than theirs. In fact, you might even surpass them. What do you mean? Previously, someone said that if you can enter the Heavenly Alliance, you will be the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance. It is not just for this test but for all the previous ones. From the Heavenly Alliance's establishment until now, you have always been the youngest member. That seemed to be the case. Normally, there were many outstanding talents like Xiao Chen in the other super factions. For example, the Bushin Palace, which controlled the 8 great empires, and the Universe Origin sect, which controlled the Tianwu dynasty. These super factions were much more attractive to outstanding talents than the Heavenly Alliance. In reality, barring any surprises, Xiao Chen would enter the Bushin Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen. As the two chatted, Nangong Feng walked over and greeted Xiao Chen. Then he smiled and said, we will be entering the Heavenly Alliance together 3 days from now. I hope that everyone will take care of each other. The Desolate City test zone is rather weak. If we are not united, we might get bullied. Right. Xiao Chen did not have much of an impression of Nangong Feng, so he nodded slightly in agreement. This was good. In any case, Xiao Chen would not offend the other party. If the other party was willing to be on good terms with him, Xiao Chen would remain calm. What are you doing? Why are you still here? Nangong Feng asked softly with a faint smile when he saw Xiao Chen nod. Lei Hao answered, we are waiting for my senior brother Yunfei. He is in the loser's arena. If he is not eliminated by now and does not die, he has a high chance of obtaining one of the 10 spots in the loser's arena. There was no light screen for the loser's arena, so one could only guess. Nangong Feng said softly after some estimation. Nangong Feng's words cast a shadow over Xiao Chen and Lei Hao's hearts. Indeed, it was easy to imagine that the battles of the loser's arena had reached the end as well. If one had not been eliminated yet, there were only 2 outcomes. One was that one was still fighting, and the other was that one was already dead, unable to teleport over. I hope that Yunfei is still fighting. Xiao Chen prayed in his heart. The test was very cruel. However, no matter the result, he still hoped that the people he knew could survive. The loser's arena test is over. Just at this moment, Lord Shangguan, who received the message from the throne in the starry heavens, announced loudly. Right after the old man spoke, a light flashed, and a fatigued and injured Yun Fei appeared before everyone. After a moment of shock, thunderous applause resounded. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. Success! In the desolate city test zone, someone survived the loser's arena's battles to the end, snatching the last 10 spots out of the 1 million people. Shock flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not help clapping along with the others. Nangong Feng exclaimed in shock. It was really not easy. To be able to fight to the end in the loser's arena is no exaggeration to call it a miracle. Lei Hao felt somewhat excited. He exclaimed, he really succeeded. Ha! 2 of Master's disciples entered the Heavenly Alliance in one go. Before everyone's eyes, Yun Fei stepped forward and arrived before the purple-haired old man to receive Lord Shangguan's reward. Including Xiao Chen and Nangong Feng, a total of 3 people from the desolate city test zone entered the Heavenly Alliance. Congratulations! 1 more of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples entered the Heavenly Alliance. I'll take my leave first. Nangong Feng smiled as he congratulated Xiao Chen. Then he took his leave. His master was probably going to feel depressed again. After waiting for so long, there was finally a good result. Yun Fei managed to fight his way out of the loser's arena. After everything ended, old Chui gathered Xiao Chen and the others. He smiled and said, "Come back with me first. The city lord still has something to discuss with the other sovereign emperors. This time, you have gained face for the city lord. In the future, people will not talk behind his back." 2 days later, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor summoned Xiao Chen and Yun Fei to their residence in Desolate City. Before Xiao Chen died, he had returned 5,000 primeval heavenly pills to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not stand on ceremony, directly putting away the primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiao Chen did not lack primeval heavenly pills. "You'll be leaving in a day. I really can't bear to part with you. I really can't bear to part with you," the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said somewhat ruefully as he looked at Xiao Chen and Yun Fei. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. After some thought, he said, "This is especially so for you, Xiao Chen. I have not even truly interacted with you for a month." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor wanted to say something but found that he did not have much to say. After all, he was not a person who was good with words or emotions. "I won't say much. Is there anything you want to know about the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? You can ask. This is also the time to tell you. It is not considered a leak." Chapter 21:12. What was there to ask about the Heaven Alliance? Be it Xiao Chen or Yun Fei, they would definitely be curious about the Heavenly Alliance. However, even though he wanted to ask, he didn't know where to start. "Master, just what kind of organization is the Heavenly Alliance?" Yun Fei asked. What kind of organization was the Heavenly Alliance? It was said to be an organization formed by the merchant associations of the world. How did it operate? How did it coordinate the interests of the various merchant associations? What did joining the Heavenly Alliance mean? Were those merchant associations not members of the Heavenly Alliance? It seemed like a simple question, but it was actually filled with many mysteries. At the mention of this topic, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor showed a somewhat complicated expression. He said softly, "The Heavenly Alliance's accumulations are rather weak. It was established after the previous Great War between the righteous factions and the demonic factions. Not only were they plundered and massacred by the various demonic sects, but they were also extorted by the forces of the righteous path. Without top martial power, no matter how much wealth you have, it's all in vain." After that, the top 10 merchant associations of the martial epoch worked together to form the Heavenly Alliance. Their goal was to gather the strength of everyone and create their own top-notch combat strength that belonged to the various large merchant associations. They would nurture them without any regard for resources. Facts had proven that as long as there were enough resources, peerless experts could always be nurtured. Furthermore, when the Heavenly Alliance was established, it used all sorts of treasures to attract some neutral foe gods, finally allowing the Heavenly Alliance to become a new super faction. Now, it has the capital to contend with the other super factions and will no longer be extorted or suppressed. Yunfei asked doubtfully, the righteous Dao factions will also extort merchant associations? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said indifferently, of course, they will be suppressed if there are benefits. Furthermore, those sects and empires cannot compete with professional merchant associations in terms of business. Furthermore, there were some merchant associations that pursued profits too much, causing the sect to loathe them. Since I can't compete with you, I'll just have to use force to take it. Otherwise, if you take all the benefits, how will the sect survive? There's no right or wrong in this. It's just a battle of interests. In fact, even now, the Heaven Alliance is forced to give up a lot of its interests when it encounters some troublesome factions. At this point, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a moment before continuing, let me return to the earlier topic. After the Heavenly Alliance became a super faction, some interesting things happened. What interesting phenomenon? Those merchant associations discovered that they could no longer control the Heavenly Alliance. However, that was the truth. Now, the Heaven Alliance was no longer an alliance of merchant associations. Now, the various merchant associations are the subordinates of the Heavenly Alliance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said seriously, hence, Yunfei, you asked what kind of organization the Heavenly Alliance is. More accurately speaking, the Heavenly Alliance is the super faction that controls the merchant associations in the world. The difference in power has changed long ago. Xiao Chen was slightly startled, but he did not change too much. Strength reigned supreme, and the weak were prey to the strong. The martial epic always followed this rule. Since they had the strength to destroy others at will, why should they listen to the orders of these merchant associations? Master, I understand. Yun Fei nodded, indicating that he already understood what kind of organization the Heavenly Alliance was. At the end of the day, the Heavenly Alliance was a colossus that ruled over countless chambers of commerce and had subsidiary forces all over the Great Thousand Worlds. However, only a small number of people were in control of these behemoths. These were the official members of the Heaven Alliance. One could say that Xiao Chen and Yun Fei joining the Heavenly Alliance meant that they were the masters of these subordinate factions. No matter how much authority those famous merchant associations had or how many resources they controlled, their statuses were lower than Xiao Chen and Yun Fei's. After that, Yun Fei asked many more questions about the Heavenly Alliance, and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor answered them all. Xiao Chen, do you not have any questions? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked when he saw that Xiao Chen had been listening. Xiao Chen entered deep thought before replying, actually, I do not have much to ask. I only care about how many benefits I can obtain by entering the Heavenly Alliance and what the price is. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled when he heard that. Xiao Chen was so direct that he did not know how to answer. Compared to the other super factions, we might have to pay more. Due to the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations, it is more utilitarian. It will maximize the value of every member, unlike the other super factions. At the mention of this, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt helpless. Although the Heavenly Alliance turned from guest to host, taking over the merchant associations in the world, the merchant associations were the Heavenly Alliance's foundation. However, the merchant association was the Heavenly Alliance's foundation, after all. Inevitably, it was more utilitarian than the other super factions. This is to my liking. This is good. Xiao Chen thought for a while. He did not mind the Heavenly Alliance's utilitarianism. They were just using each other. There was no need to be so calculative. After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor explained a little more, he said, as for the rest, I cannot explain it to you in detail right now. Remember, do not change your original intentions. Go ahead. The Heavenly Alliance's people should arrive tomorrow. After the two took their leave, Yun Fei appeared somewhat excited compared to Xiao Chen's calmness. He had lived in the peaceful Peach Blossom City for 100 years. Now, he could finally enter the Heavenly Alliance. He felt like a great wind was blowing and a great rock was about to take flight. He wished that he could immediately display his abilities and fulfill his martial Dao ambitions. Xiaoqun, what are your thoughts on entering the Heavenly Alliance? Yunfei asked. Me? I don't seem to have any thoughts. I just hope to gain the strength to match a sovereign emperor. Right now, Xiaoqun's vision was no longer limited to the sovereign personage realm. His temporary goal was to gain the strength to fight a sovereign emperor as soon as possible. Yunfei smiled and said, after we enter the Heavenly Alliance, it is just a matter of time before we become sovereign emperors. We should aim higher. Early the next morning, the blazing sun rose from the east of the overflowing sea. The surface of the sea shimmered with light. Everyone in Desolate City watched this scene. This scene was pleasing to the eye and shocking to the eye. Every sunrise left a deep impression. Xiaoqun, Yunfei, and Lei Hao got up on time to exercise in the courtyard. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor appeared at the same time with a gray-robed old man. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor pointed to Xiaoqun and Yunfei. The gray-robed old man nodded slightly and sized up the two. Xiaoqun knew that this old man should be bringing them to the Heavenly Alliance. Come with me then. The gray-robed old man walked over and looked at Xiaoqun and Yunfei. He did not say anything more. This straightforwardness made Xiaoqun and Yunfei somewhat uncomfortable. The two were stunned for a while before saying their goodbyes to Lei Hao and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. As Lei Hao watched Xiaoqun and Yunfei being led away, he felt very complicated. He knew that after they left, Xiaoqun and Yunfei would be led away. He knew that after leaving he would no longer have any interactions with Xiaoqun and Lei Hao. Xiaoqun felt disappointed. Only after the Heavenly Alliance's test ended did he truly taste disappointment. Master, do I still have a chance to enter the Heavenly Alliance? Lei Hao asked, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt some heartache. He patted Xiaoqun's shoulder and sighed. You might not become a powerful expert just by entering the Heavenly Alliance. You will have plenty of opportunities. However, Lei Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. This answer told him that he had no chance of entering the Heavenly Alliance. If Xiaoqun were as young as Xiaoqun, he would definitely have a chance. However, he was already close to 100 years old. He could not wait for the next Heavenly Alliance's test. After leaving the residence, the gray-robed old man called Nangong Feng over. Then he brought the three to Desolate City's city lord, Shangguan Yun. The two each took out a damaged jade pendant. The jade pendants matched perfectly. Then, Shangguan Yun activated an extremely hidden Dao platform in the city lord's residence. Work hard. Entering the Heavenly Alliance does not mean that it is over. This is just the beginning. You still have a long way to go. Don't disappoint me. When the three stepped onto the Dao platform, the purple-haired old man warned solemnly as he looked at Xiaoqun, Yunfei, and Nangong Feng. We will follow Lord Shangguan's instructions. After Shangguan Yun withdrew, Yunfei looked at the hidden Dao platform under his feet. He asked curiously, where are we going? Are we going directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? No, we are going to meet up with the people from the other test zones first. With your authority, you cannot use the Dao platform to teleport to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The gray-robed old man explained casually as he busied himself with activating the Dao platform. Meeting up? I can finally see the experts from the other test zones. Xiaoqun felt anticipation in his heart. Chapter 21:13. When the Dao platform activated, the figures of Xiaoqun, Yunfei, and Nangong Feng turned hazy. As space changed, all they could see was a blurry seven-colored energy flow. That was space-time turbulence, and one couldn't touch it carelessly. Otherwise, one would get lost within. When his vision returned to normal, Xiaoqun found himself on an even larger platform. There were many other sovereign personages like Xiaoqun on the Dao platform. All of them had deep cultivations and a strong aura. A fearsome sharpness hid on their faces. All of them were peak sovereign personages. Some of them had cold expressions, while others had arrogant expressions. Most of them were like Xiaoqun, sizing up the other kings. Thinking about it, these people should be the 110 people who would be joining the Heaven Alliance this time. Who were the 4 heaven-defying human kings? Saber Demon Wu Meng, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, sword Venerable Gongzilan, and spear King Mou. Xiao Chen thought curiously in his heart. His gaze fell on a burly man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a face full of stubble. The bearded man carried an ancient dragon-tooth saber on his back. The saber's body was intertwined with canine teeth, and its shape was odd. It looked quite ferocious. It was as if he could turn into a ferocious beast at any time and wreak havoc everywhere. Saber demon Wu Meng recalled the appearance that Lei Hao described to him. It seemed to be him. Saber demon Wu Meng sensed Xiao Chen's gaze and grinned. However, when this face smiled, it really didn't look good. It looked even more frightening. Xiao Chen nodded slightly in response to her smile. So cold. All of a sudden, a shiver ran down his spine as a terrifying chill swept out in all directions. A cold-looking young man with a spear on his back appeared on the platform and scanned the platform. The coldness came from his gaze. It was the spear sovereign Mou. This person should have cultivated his Ice Dao domain to a certain level. Xiao Chen thought to himself, my Thunder Dao domain should not be able to defeat the other party. What? Before the shock from the spear sovereign Mou faded, a deathly intent spread across the platform. It caused one's entire body to feel uncomfortable and their hair to stand on end. They had no choice but to circulate their quintessence to disperse this deathly aura. Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Nangong Feng said in a deep voice. He frowned as he looked at the black-clothed youth on the Dao platform. You know him? Yunfei asked in surprise. Nangong Feng nodded. In the first stage I was placed in the same mystic realm as him. I was nearly eliminated by him. He is an invincible existence. To the people of our mystic realm, it's a nightmare. No one is willing to run into him. His Death Dao domain is too despairing. Death Dao domain. Derived from the Dao of Death, it was hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult to cultivate than the great Daos of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. To be able to comprehend the Death Great Dao into a Dao domain, this person must have paid an extremely terrifying price. Cultivating this kind of dark martial arts could cause one to go berserk if they were not careful. It was best not to provoke this person. It could be seen that the examinees who came with Lin Feng all kept a distance from him, not daring to get close. When all the candidates had arrived, a huge silver warship appeared on the platform, its entire body shining with a cold luster. With a single glance, one could tell that it was a divine material. It was a special metal that had been forged through tens of thousands of processes. Everyone is here? The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in green walked out. He was as handsome as a man from a painting. He glanced at the crowd and said softly. The azure-clad man had the same plum blossom symbol as Lord Shangguan embroidered on his chest, with 6 petals. The center of the flower looked like snow, and the petals were inlaid with golden threads. This exuded nobility and pride, looking extraordinary. Lord Mu, all the new members of the Heavenly Alliance are here, an old man responsible for welcoming the newcomers said respectfully after stepping forward. The azure-clad man nodded slightly and praised, not bad. The potential and strength of this batch of members far surpass that of the previous batches. I'm afraid that there will not be so many peak sovereign personages joining the Heavenly Alliance for many years to come. In the entire martial epoch, there were more than 1 million sovereign personages in the Great Thousand Realms. Only 110 people were allowed to enter the Heavenly Alliance. With such strict standards, it would be strange if the remaining people were not strong. But before you go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, you will have to undergo a final test here to determine your ranking. Actually, this ranking is not very useful. It is only related to some rewards. Hence, I hope that you will not treat this as a fight to the death. Just stop when you are exchanging pointers. Otherwise, it will be my Heavenly Alliance's loss if you suffer any internal injuries or hidden injuries. Lord Mu looked at Xiao Chen and the other participants. After a pause, he continued, So, end this quickly and stop when you are done. There is no need to worry. I cannot make out your strength. Even if a victor is not decided, I will know who is stronger. When Xiao Chen and the others heard that, they felt stunned. Unexpectedly, the third stage would be so casual. However, when they thought about it, this made sense. The first and second stages were very cruel. Everyone felt very tense. If they were not careful, someone might really die. At that time, it would be the Heavenly Alliance's loss. Now, we will start fighting in pairs to determine the top 50. The top 10 with the total points of the first stage will advance to the final stage. This was a special treatment for the seeded participants. The remaining 100 people would fight in pairs. As this was just exchanging pointers, everyone held back. The battles progressed very quickly. When one felt that they could not defeat their opponent, they decisively admitted defeat. There were cultivators who clearly could not defeat their opponents but wanted to drag things out. Lord Mu reprimanded them and declared them to be losers. Xiaochen was pretty lucky. He won 2 rounds in a row and entered the top 20. This attracted many people's attention. Clearly, many people had heard that he was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages were Saber Demon Wu Meng, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, and Spear Sovereign Mou. Aside from them, the most well-known was the white-robed bladesman Xiaochen. I really couldn't tell that he could make it into the top 20 at such a young age. He is rather capable. Incredible. However, this is not a true fight, after all. We cannot take it too seriously. As the discussions continued, the final round was about to begin. Xiaochen and the other 9 participants would face the top 10 experts who advanced to the final round. The final round begins. Your final privilege is to choose your opponent. Whoever wins will enter the top 10 and proceed to the final competition. Lord Mu said softly as he looked at the top 10 participants of the first stage. Immediately, Xiaochen and the other 9 felt somewhat nervous. They all hoped that the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages would not choose them. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages were already publicly acknowledged as unrivaled among sovereign personages. The others could not be a match for them. Whoever was chosen by the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages would lose for sure. They would not have any chance of entering the top 10. My opponent is him. Xiaochen looked around. Unfortunately, the one who chose him was Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, one of the 4 heaven-defying experts. While Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Peach Blossom City's Xiaochen, please give me some pointers. You can still remain so calm when facing me. This is truly shocking. Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan's handsome face exuded a righteous aura, giving off a feeling of righteousness and untainted by evil. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He gestured with his hand and said, "Make your move, then." "As you wish." Clang! Gongzi Lan frowned slightly. Immediately, a sharp light appeared on his face. Like a treasure sword being unsheathed, it turned into a sharp sword move and launched itself at Xiaochen. Ferocious, sharp, upright, and upright. This was a terrifying arrow that seemed to crush everything. This was Gongzi Lan's sword Dao, the king's sword Dao. Ding! 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 In that instant, Xiaochen moved as well. However, he did not move his feet. What moved was the saber intent in his heart and the saber moves in his entire body. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber, his hair as a saber, and his clothes as a saber. Xiaochen's fine black hair and clothes fluttered. He clearly did not move, but his clothes fluttered along with his fluttering hair and fluttering clothes. His saber moves were like a vast army surging. When Gongzi Lan charged over, Xiaochen drew his tyrant saber and clashed with the other party's upright and upright sword move that contained the king's sword Dao. Dang! Ding! Ding! The weapons clashed. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Their figures crisscrossed, and afterimages filled the air. The saber and sword danced chaotically, creating a magnificent and chaotic mysterious phenomenon. Clearly, many people had not expected such a scene. To think that Xiaochen could last so long against Gongzi Lan. Whoosh! After exchanging another 100 moves, the two of them separated from the mysterious phenomenon. There were already some sword wounds on Xiaochen's body. However, there was a faint saber wound on Gongzi Lan's face. The two were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, there was no clear victor in this exchange. Lord Mu did not call for me to stop. It looks like he thinks that my sword Dao will have some difficulty defeating you. However, I have a method that can make you admit defeat now. Gongzi Lan sheathed his sword, and his lips curled up in a confident smile. Xiaochen said calmly, "In that case, bring it out and let me see." Gongzi Lan smiled faintly and held 2 fingers together. Suddenly, a strand of sword light condensed at his fingertips. Whoosh! The instant the sword light appeared, Xiaochen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He felt some fear in his heart, so he quickly took a few steps back. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw a leaping golden line in that sword light. Divine energy. This Gongzi Lan actually managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy as a sovereign personage, a divine energy that only divine Vane Realm sovereign emperors could grasp. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. There was indeed no need to continue fighting. Clearly, Gongzi Lan had already cultivated this strand of divine energy to perfection. Combined with Gongzi Lan's sword Dao, even if Xiaochen took out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he was not confident of blocking it. Whether Xiaochen dared to block it or not was another question. Once he failed to block it, this sword light containing divine energy could instantly severely injure him. If it were a true fight, the best choice would be to leave quickly when the other party used divine energy. There was no need to gamble on the unknown. Gongzi Lan was indeed one of the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages. To think that he managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy. This made Xiaochen feel helpless. There was no need to continue. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he sheathed his saber and performed a cupped fist salute. "I lost. Thank you for letting me win." Gongzi Lan smiled faintly and scattered the sword light. Then, he held up his sword and moved back. In the final ranking matches, Xiaochen could only reach the top 20. His exact rank would depend on Lord Mu. Chapter 21:14. It was regrettable to lose, but that was all. Xiaochen took his leave calmly. The defeated 10 did not need to continue fighting. Lord Mu, who had 7 plum blossom petals embroidered on his chest, would determine their ranking based on their performance. Yun Fei and Nangong Feng walked over. The 2 were not as good as Xiaochen, unable to make it into the top 20. To think that he managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy. This Gongzi Lan is really a monster, Nangong Feng said somewhat aggrieved. After advancing to the divine Vane realm, one's veritable essence energy would evolve into even stronger divine energy. In front of divine essence, true essence was just like paper paste. It was completely 2 different levels of things. There were not many opportunities. Xiaochen thought that if he used his heart flame together with the god Shadow Bao, he might have a chance. After all, this was not a true fight. While he had a soul tool, the other party might have one. This is simply like cheating. No wonder he is a heaven-defying sovereign personage. How despairing, Yun Fei sighed softly. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, were not people to offend. If you had not run into Gongzi Lan, Xiaochen, you might have made it into the top 10, Nangong Feng said objectively. At the same time, he wanted to console Xiaochen, not wanting him to feel too depressed. Xiaochen smiled and said, "It's fine. A defeat is a defeat. It does not matter whether I can make it into the top 10 or not. In any case, we will enter the Heavenly Alliance in the end. There will be opportunities in the future." Xiaochen. Just at this moment, a figure walked over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked carefully. It was Qiong-ing. This was the first peak sovereign personage that Xiaochen met in the Heavenly Alliance's first stage of the test, the Ink Sea Cluster's Qiong-ing. To think that Qiong-ing managed to make it out of the losers group and get to Xiaochen. Xiaochen stepped forward with some pleasant surprise and said, "Unexpectedly, you really made it." Qiong-ing smiled and said, "I said it before. As long as there is a losers group, I will definitely climb out. I will set you as my goal and surpass you." Xiaochen admired Qiong-ying's character. This person came from the outer endless sea cluster, and it was not easy for him to reach where he was now. He had a tenacity and a drive that would never admit defeat. Xiaochen smiled and said, "I'll wait for you. Let me introduce you. This is Yun Fei, my senior brother from the same sect. This is Nangong Feng, who is in the same exam area as me. He's Cheong Ing from the Ink Sea cluster. He's the first expert I met in the first stage. After a round of introductions, the few of them slowly became familiar with each other. Unknowingly, the topic shifted to the 4 heaven-defying experts. Cheong Ing said in a deep voice, "These 4 fellows are all heaven-defying existences. However, the strongest is still Grim Reaper Lin Feng. He's simply too dazzling. Even the combined brilliance of everyone in our cohort is overshadowed by him. Wu Meng and Mou are about the same. Gong Zilan is slightly inferior." "What do you mean?" Yunfei asked. "This Gong Zilan managed to cultivate divine energy as a sovereign personage." Cheong Ing explained, "This Gong Zilan is definitely not weak. Even without divine energy, he would rank in the top 4, slightly stronger than us. However, he is only slightly stronger. He can be called a heaven-defying sovereign personage only because of his divine energy. He definitely did not cultivate this divine energy by himself. He must have had some fortuitous encounter, which allowed him to succeed in cultivating it by chance. When we reach the Sovereign Emperor realm, everyone will have divine energy. His advantage will no longer be obvious. However, the other 3 are different. Lin Feng relies on his Death Dao domain, Wu Meng on his Saber Dao, and Mou on his spear. Once they reach the Sovereign Emperor realm, their advantage will strengthen further. Gong Zilan's advantage will seem mediocre." Nangong Feng nodded and said, "That's true. However, it is hard to say if this Gong Zilan has any other means." As the few conversed softly, the ranking battles ended in a rather peaceful atmosphere. After all, it was just an exchange of pointers. The atmosphere was still very friendly. Lord Mu started to call out names. When he called out someone, he would tell them their rank and give them a Heavenly Alliance medallion. Xiaochen. Upon hearing his name, Xiaochen stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute to Lord Mu. The azure-clad man looked at Xiaochen and sized him up. Then he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. You truly deserve to be the youngest person in the history of my Heavenly Alliance. I have long wanted to meet you. I heard that you even rejected Lord Swearenji's invitation. I am very curious. Can you tell me the answer?" Xiaochen replied after some thought, "Freedom." Freedom. Lord Mu felt stunned. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, it had been a very loose alliance. At that time, the Heavenly Alliance's cultivators were the freest, able to come and go as they pleased. The atmosphere of the alliance was also different from now. However, now the atmosphere was already very different from before. Time would slowly change a person. Time would corrode the human heart. Under the baptism of time, the Heavenly Alliance slowly changed. Who could do anything about the passing of time? Lord Mu handed the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiaochen. Then he said softly, "I ranked you 11th. If you had not run into Gong Zilan, you would have been able to enter the top 10. You might even have been able to enter the top 5. The medallion contains the rewards for the 11th rank, as well as some uniforms and inherited Dao tools for the Heavenly Alliance's members." "Thank you, Lord Mu." Xiaochen put away the medallion and stepped back. Then he fiddled with the medallion and found it to be rather heavy. There was a storage space inside the medallion. It seemed to be a secret treasure in itself. Due to the restrictions, Xiaochen could not open the storage space. Then he saw the others recognizing the medallion as their master. Xiaochen did the same. A drop of essence blood came out of his fingertip and fell into the medallion. Immediately, the surface of the black medallion slowly melted like snow. The front of the medallion appeared. The 7 golden shards fit together perfectly, forming an ancient divine character. The background was an ancient bronze mirror burning with flames. The back of the medallion was smooth and exquisite, showing a vast snowy scene. An indistinct 8-petal plum blossom appeared in the snowy scene. However, only one of the 8 plum blossom petals lit up. The others appeared dim. Xiaochen thought about the 7-petal plum blossom emblem on Lord Mu's chest. This might represent his rank. After injecting a strand of his soul into the medallion, this Heavenly Alliance medallion became perfectly bound to Xiaochen. There were still some things in the storage space inside, including the ranking rewards. However, he did not have time to check them out now. Lord Mu said loudly, "Congratulations on officially becoming members of the Heavenly Alliance. Do you see the plum blossom on the back of the Heavenly Alliance medallion? Only one petal is lit up. What you need to do in the future is to contribute to the Heavenly Alliance by continuing to light up the petals. With every lit petal, your rank in the Heavenly Alliance will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you are still low-level members of the Heavenly Alliance. The authority and resources you have are very limited." Indeed, it was as Xiaochen guessed. The plum blossom petals represented one's rank. As for the 7 golden shards and the ancient bronze mirror, Xiaochen did not know what they meant. After giving some instructions, Lord Mu got everyone to board the silver warship to bring them to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. After Xiaochen boarded the warship, he was informed that there were limited rooms in the warship, requiring 4 people to a room. If there were no cultivators with better abilities, Lord Mu would randomly assign 4 people to a room. Coincidentally, Xiaochen, Yunfei, Nangong Feng, and Qiong Ying chose a room. After entering the warship's guest room, the 4, who originally thought that the space would not be large, were startled. The interior of the guest room was exquisitely decorated, looking gorgeous and elegant. Everything was perfect and pleasing to the eye. There were ancient paintings on the walls, furniture made of divine wood, and screens clearly the work of a great master. The precious spirit fruits on the plates on the table made one sigh at the wealth of this warship's master. This Lord Mu really has deep accumulations. Just the plate of spirit fruits on the table is probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. Yunfei could not help praising as he casually picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The maidservant responsible for serving the 4 smiled faintly and said, "Everyone can enjoy these spirit fruits as they please. If you need more, you can summon this maidservant at any time. Milords can enjoy everything in the room at any time. There is no need to stand on ceremony. It will still be some time before we reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters." After the introductions, Xiaochen nodded slightly and said, "You may withdraw first. We will call you again if there is anything." "All right. This maidservant will stand guard outside the door. If you have any instructions, I will come immediately." The maidservant smiled and bowed to take her leave. Her graceful figure appeared indistinctly as she bowed, inviting one's imagination. He really knows how to enjoy himself. My master is also a member of the Heavenly Alliance. However, he is 1 rank lower than this Lord Mu. It is just 1 rank, but the difference is like heaven and earth. No wonder master dreams of becoming a doyen. Nangong Feng sent off the pretty maidservant with his eyes, feeling somewhat reluctant to part. Yunfei guffawed and said, "Nangong Feng, unexpectedly, you have such tastes. He seems to have said that if you have any instructions, I can come immediately. Although the 4 of us share a room, if you need us, we can leave for a while. If you don't mind us watching, of course, that is fine as well." Scram. Nangong Feng said softly, hiding his embarrassment as he gave Yunfei a look of disdain. Upon seeing Nangong Feng's embarrassed state, Xiaochen and the others could not help laughing. Everyone looked. What did I discover? Qiong Ying searched the room and opened a secret room. To think that it was a cultivation room. The group quickly put down what they were doing and went in to take a look. They immediately sighed in amazement. This cultivation room had a peak spirit gathering formation under it. The ceiling was decorated with gemstones, forming a starry sky. When one blinked, it looked like a vast starry sky materialized into a beautiful painting. It was like one could pluck stars with a wave of one's hand. The lamp on the wall gave off a faint fragrance. Xiaochen took a whiff of the fragrance. When one took a whiff, it stunned both the physical body and the soul. They felt comfortable and refreshed, instantly forgetting all their worries. The lamp oil should have an extraordinary origin. However, the group's knowledge was limited, so they did not know what it was made of. Nangong Feng stepped forward and carefully observed it. Then, he said, "My master once said that there is a deep-sea gigantic beast, the cruel demon Xianjing, in the bitter sea of the 7 great forbidden seas. The cruel demon Xianjing has a kind of fragrance in its body that can be refined into the peak lamp oil in the world. Many large Buddhist temples use this kind of lamp oil. I suspect that the lamp oil in here is the one I mentioned. The bitter sea was one of the 7 great forbidden seas. It was a place where the 7 bitter sufferings of the world gathered: birth, aging, sickness, and death, resentment, separation from love, and unattainable desires. It was a vast and boundless sea of bitterness. It was filled with unknown dangers. If one was not careful, one would sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Qiong pointed to the primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation. These primeval heavenly pills were much darker in color than the ones in everyone's hands. The spirituality of these primeval heavenly pills was nearly solid, visible to the naked eye. These are primeval heavenly pills refined from medial-grade spirit jades or superior-grade spirit jades. They are completely different from the primeval heavenly pills refined from inferior-grade spirit jades in our hands. Primeval heavenly pills were heavenly pills refined from inferior-grade spirit jades and superior-grade spirit jades. The primeval heavenly pills refined from inferior-grade spirit jades circulated in the central great realm, as medial-grade spirit jades and superior-grade spirit jades were much rarer in comparison. Yun Fei sighed. This Lord Mu is not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary doyen.